Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Her Saviors by Sarah Bale, narrated by Charlotte Claremont and Oliver Highpoint. 1. Olivia. My life began the day I died. No, that's not some thoughtless metaphor. I literally died. Some days I wish they would have just left me alone, letting me rot 6 feet under. But that's not how life works, is it? When I close my eyes, I'm still haunted by my past and the day that brought me back. I screamed, burning and freezing at the same time. A nurse came in, putting a cool cloth on my forehead. "I know it hurts, honey. Just hang in there a few more days." Days. There was no way I could take any more of this. The monitors beeped as my heart rate spiked. My heart felt like it was going to beat right out of my freaking chest. "Code blue, room 2. I get up, pacing my small dorm room. You'd never know that I died just by looking at me. That's what 6 years of running and putting your past behind you will do, I guess. And I ran as far as I fucking could from my old life. After that day, the state found some long-lost cousins for me to stay with until I turned 18. They were nice, but only took me in for the monthly checks they got for their troubles. But they didn't physically hurt me. For that, I'm thankful. They did, however, manage to verbally abuse me every chance they got. I once overheard my cousin on the phone saying how I would never amount to anything because of my past, that I was trash and would always be trash, and she would know since she was trash. Hell, I could barely read at the ripe old age of 16. Guess I proved them all wrong, though. I caught up in my high school classes and managed to snag a scholarship to a state university. Sure, it's for low-income students, but it's still mine. And I get a chance to make something out of my life. Otherwise, my cousin might just be right. I go back to my desk. I don't have time to let my past screw with my future. The door opens and my roommate, Lucy, pops her dark head in. "You're really not going to come?" she sighs. "It's just a coffee shop. I'm not asking you to come to a rave." I glance up. I have to finish this paper. Or that's the excuse I'm giving today. She doesn't need to know where I'm really going. My phone buzzes on my desk, reminding me I have somewhere to be soon. I wonder what Lucy would do if she knew this side of me. Would she still want me to have coffee with her then? My guess is no. "You've said no every day for the past 3 years. I smile. Why stop now? I worry about you, Olivia. I really do. Don't. I'm fine. I glance at the clock on the wall. Better head out or you'll be late. She rolls her eyes but grabs her bag as she leaves. I lean back in my chair when she's gone, thankful for the silence. Sometimes I hate it so fucking much that I'm not normal, that I don't like being in crowds, that I won't even drink more than 2 cups of coffee a day for fear of becoming addicted. It's silly, as my therapist has told me repeatedly, but I can't stop myself, especially since I know how easy it is to become addicted to something. It's the what-ifs that are going to kill me. And this time, it just might be forever. Turning back to my laptop, I look over my paper and hit send. There. That means I'm officially finished with classes until the fall. 2.5 months of freedom, which I'm trying not to stress over too much. I still haven't found a place to live over the summer, and I have to be out of the dorms in a week. But after that, I'll be a senior, and then I'll graduate with a degree in accounting. When I first enrolled, I had dreams of becoming a chef or even a teacher, like the ones who helped me so much when I needed it the most. But I'm not sure if I'm in a place to help kids going through shit. I mean, I'm not even over my own shit. So I took the safe route, even if it bores the hell out of me. There's a knock on the door and I open it, thinking Lucy's forgotten her car keys again. Air solidifies in my throat, when I see him standing there. Agent Hill. Well, look at that. I barely recognized you. He smiles. May I come in? I don't answer right away, but he wasn't really waiting for me to. He walks in, looking around. This is nice. I hear you're doing well in your classes. I'm a bit surprised he's been keeping tabs on me. I swallow and ask, what are you doing here? Guess you don't believe I'm here to check up on you, no? He lets out a laugh. Do you remember that day in the hospital? How could I not? I stared out the window as the days went by. I wasn't craving the drugs as much anymore, and according to the doctors, I was totally clean now. I didn't feel clean, though, and that was the worst part. I felt dirty, tainted, no good. There was a knock on the door, and the agent who saved me came in. Agent Hill. He was an older guy who looked like he's seen a thing or two in his time. But then again, haven't we all? Feeling better? I nodded. Good. You had us worried for a while. I moistened my dry lips before asking, is he dead? He's gone. I fell back against the pillows and cried for the first time in longer than I could remember. I was finally safe and free, two things I never thought I'd live to see. We're going to get you away from this mess so you can have a fresh start. But you have to promise me something. Anything. Stay out of trouble. He paused. And one day, maybe you can repay me by helping me out. I nodded, brushing away my tears. I promise. Olivia, do you remember that day? I shoved the thought away and nod when he raises an eyebrow in my direction. This is a man who's used to people answering him right away, and I can see it annoys him that I haven't. I think I enjoy annoying him. But I say, I remember. Good. I'm here to collect on that favor you owe me. What kind of favor? He smiles, but it's not warm this time. In fact, it makes me want to run from this place I so foolishly thought I was safe. I should have fucking known better than to trust him. Why don't you come with me, and I'll explain everything. He takes me to the Panera Bread on campus and buys me my favorite salad without having to ask what I want. I know this isn't a coincidence. Glancing out the window, I see a black SUV parked across the street. The same SUV that's been there for weeks now. I guess I was too naive to realize what it meant. When we sit, he's silent as I eat. Finally, I put the fork down. I can't handle this charade any longer. You mentioned a favor? I swallow. What did you have in mind? My stomach cramps as I wait for him to answer. What if it's something I'm not prepared to give? What then? You can get that look off your face, Olivia. I'm not asking you to do anything like that. I let out a sigh of relief that's cut short as he goes on. Well, maybe a little like that, but not what you're thinking. The crazy thing is, I'm intrigued now, because that's how fucked up I am. What is it? I need you to get information about a man for me and the agency. You'll have to go undercover. I let out a small laugh. Undercover? Surely there's someone more qualified to do this. I'm afraid not. Our guy has a very specific taste in women, and you're a perfect match. He smiles. It'll only be for a few weeks, a month at tops. Of course, we'll pay you for your time. I hear those textbooks for your senior year will be expensive. Consider them paid in full if you help us, and that's on top of a lump sum we'll be giving you. Paid in full? That's nearly $2,000 worth of textbooks. $2,000 that I don't have and can't get another student loan to cover. He pushes a piece of paper toward me with a number on it. Holy freaking God! I won't have to keep 2 jobs just to survive. Heck, I might even be able to get a car with that amount of money, and definitely an apartment next semester. What will I have to do? Be at this address tonight. Our guy will get you an in with the group we're watching. After you make contact, you'll report to me with anything that you hear. He wags his finger. That's important, Olivia. I need to know everything said in your presence, even if it seems silly or makes little sense. What he's asking seems easy enough, and I really need the money. I nod. I understand. Then you'll do it? This man saved my life. Because of him, I have a future and don't have to fear my past. Yes, I'll help you. We say goodbye, and I pull my phone from my pocket. I'll help, Agent Hill, but I have something to do first. Something that, if I'm lucky, will silence the demons within. 2. Olivia. I'm standing in front of the dive bar, trying not to barf in front of everyone. What in the fuck was I thinking? There's no way I can walk in there. They'll see right through me. A burly man bumps into me and asks, "You lost, sweetheart?" Good Lord, he's got dark hair everywhere. It's even poking out from under his yellow shirt. I shake my head. No, I'm looking for Rabbit. I've repeated the line to myself at least 100 times. Agent Hill said to make it believable that I needed to see Rabbit, to not take no for an answer. Rabbit? Hell, he's inside. Come on, I'll show you. I follow him past a bouncer who doesn't even look up as we pass. Smoke hangs thick in the air and I cough, making the guy grin. This your first time here? I nod. What's a good girl like you doing in a place like this? I go with the lie I was told to tell. Rabbit owes me money. Get in line, sweetheart. But he laughs, so I've said something right and feel a little more at ease. We finally reach a table where another man sits, drinking beer. There's a rabbit tattooed on his bald head. Wonder if that's how he got the nickname. Rabbit, this gal's looking for you. Says you owe her money. I don't owe anyone shit. He looks at me, squinting. Ollie? Is that really you? Ollie? I stutter out. Yes. Damn, girl. It's been too long. He stands, hugging me. Thanks for bringing her over, Grizzly. The guy's name is seriously Grizzly? As in Grizzly Bear? I bite back a laugh as Grizzly nods, leaving. What kind of world have I stumbled into? When he's gone, Rabbit looks me over. Didn't they tell you what to wear? This isn't going to work. Agent Hill said to dress in tight-fitting clothes that showed off my figure. But I've learned that sometimes less is more. Keep him guessing. I look down at my jean shorts and top. It's the tightest thing I own. The lie rolls off my tongue. Follow me. He takes my hand, not really giving me a choice, and walks to a dark corner, right into the women's bathroom. None of the women blink an eye as he pulls me into a stall, slamming the door shut. In fact, one woman snorts and says, Shit, I remember those days. Rabbit rolls his eyes and says to me, Take off your shirt. I blanch. I'd rather not. I might enjoy a bit of danger in my life, but I don't know this man. Fuck, girl. I'm going to fix it for you, not stare at your titties. He pulls out a knife, and I wonder for the millionth time what in the heck I've gotten myself into. Agent Hill didn't tell me much more, other than what he said at Panera Bread. When I asked what he meant about me being someone's type, he became cryptic. I've known a few shady people in my past, and I know when someone's lying to me. And he lied when he said it didn't mean anything. With a sigh, I tug my shirt over my head. I've made my deal with Agent Hill. Heck, I've even cashed the check he gave me for half the amount he promised. So now I have to hold up my end of the bargain. Rabbit takes my shirt from me before I can change my mind, cutting half of it off. I watch in horror as he ruins a shirt that cost more than a week's worth of my wages. It might not have been tight, but it was a brand name. Take off your bra. No way. Girl, this isn't going to work if you don't fit in. He hands me my shirt. Here, put this on, but then toss the bra. It's better than nothing, so I put it on and unhook my bra, tugging it off without giving Rabbit a free show. I feel exposed, as the shirt barely covers the underside of my breasts now. Rabbit eyes the bra, so I shove it into the trash can. Now your shorts. I scowl, but pull off my shorts, handing them to him. He shreds them with his knife before tossing them at me. Let's go. I put them on, and air caresses my ass cheeks. Awesome. We pass a mirror as we leave, and I glimpse myself. The woman staring back at me is a stranger, and I shiver, not knowing if I like what I see. She's bold. I'm not. She's fearless. I'm a coward. She's not broken. I am. We go back to the bar, where it's grown louder, if that's even possible. People dance and grind against each other, and laughter fills the air. It doesn't put me at ease, though. If anything, it makes my pulse pound harder in my neck. I don't like not being in control, and I have no control here. I'm going to introduce you to one of Razor's guys, and then you're on your own. Razor? What kind of name is that? I must have voiced my thought because Rabbit grins. You'll see soon enough if you're lucky. He's not the top dog, but he's close. He takes me by the hand, pulling me close to his body as we walk. I don't miss the heated looks I get from other men. If I were here on my own, I would flirt with the danger lurking in the shadows and see where it takes me. But I'm here as a spy, and I need to remember that. Rabbit takes me out back where the vibe is different. People sit in lawn chairs, sipping beers. There's a fire pit, and I want to get closer to it and feel its warmth. Rabbit tugs me in a different direction, though, to a corner of the yard that seems dark. Too dark. There's a group of men sitting in lawn chairs, talking and laughing with each other. Rabbit calls out, "What's up, my brothers?" I don't miss the eye roll one guy gives Rabbit before replying, "Didn't we tell you to stay away?" Rabbit holds my arm up, making me do a little spin. Brought a friend this time. Thought Razor might like to meet her. The guy eyes me. Oh, yeah? Come here, honey. Let's have a look. I glance at Rabbit, unsure of what I'm supposed to do. Rabbit shakes my hold on his hand and pushes me forward. Do a slow spin. Gulping air, I do as Rabbit says, and the guys whistle. Yeah, he'll love her. Rabbit asks, Is he coming out tonight? The guy's eyes narrow. None of your business. To me, he asks, Got a number? I nod and stutter it out. My cell is another gift from Agent Hill. He said my old phone was outdated and gave me a burner phone to use. It's even prepaid on data for the next 3 months, so I could download apps my old phone wouldn't support. It's been fun playing with it, but I'm not stupid. He gave me the phone so he can track me and who I'm talking to. The guy grins. I'll make sure Razor's in contact. Wear something like this when you meet up with him. He'll like that. I feel like I've been dismissed, so I go back to Rabbit's side. Rabbit looks pissed. That's it? I'm not going to get an invite? The man stands. No, you're not. Because we don't trust you after you ran your mouth last time. Keep doing us favors and maybe we'll invite you. One day. The other guys laugh, making me wonder if that is true. Rabbit sighs and walks away, so I follow him, not knowing what else to do. We get back to the table where I first found him, and he sits, taking a shot. You want one? I shake my head. No thanks, I don't drink. He sighs. Fuck. I don't know what it's going to take for them to trust me. I want to point out that maybe they're right to not trust him. I mean, he's working with the FBI, just like me. We're both moles, looking for information. What are you trying to get invited to? He looks at me like I've lost my mind. You really don't know? I shake my head, and he lets out a loud laugh. You're working with the agency and don't know what you've signed up for? Fuck, this is priceless. You probably shouldn't say that so loud, I say, glancing around to make sure no one's listening. I don't know what you've done to be picked for this, but you should end this before it begins. You look like a nice girl. They're going to eat you up and spit you out. Who? The Devil's Regents. At my blank look, he lets out another laugh. Fuck me. Girl, you should run. If they call you, don't answer. My phone buzzes in my pocket at the same time. Pulling it out, I see a text from an unknown number. Unknown. Razor will be out front in 5. My heart pounds and I show Rabbit the text. He shakes his head. I'll give it to them. They sure knew what they were doing when they picked you. You won't be able to resist. None of them will. I have no idea what he means, but I don't get a good feeling about this. My mouth is dry and I ask, what do I do now? Look, girl, I've made the connection with you and Razor. The rest is up to you. He glances at his naked wrist, where a watch should be. Better get out there. Offers like this don't come around very often. Trust me, I know. He gives me a little push toward the exit. I'm not sure if I want to do this. What if I'm about to walk into a nightmare, like my past? I barely survived it then, and I know how people can hide the monsters that live within. But my feet move on their own accord until I'm outside. The temperature is cooler now, and I wrap my arms over my exposed stomach, shivering. In the distance, the loud hum of several motorcycles fills the air. As they get closer, I can feel the rumbling in my chest. It makes me want to run and excites me at the same time. The bikes pull up and one stops in front of me. The man on it is massive. There's no other way to describe him. His muscular, tattooed arms grip the handlebars of the bike, and he looks me up and down. You the present? I nod once, and he grins, making my stomach do something strange. I wonder if everything on him is as big and bold. Are you Razor? He doesn't answer, but says, Get on, babe. We're wasting time. I've never been on a motorcycle, so it's awkward as hell when I get on. So awkward, in fact, that some of the other guys laugh at me. Razor's so big that I find myself pressed against his back. I shiver at the contact and resist from rubbing against him. He takes off before I'm prepared, and I grab onto his shirt, holding on for dear life. We're traveling so fast that I feel sick. When he takes a turn, I let out a small scream. Lean into the turns, babe, he shouts over his shoulder. Closing my eyes, I lean closer against his back, praying for this ride to be over. We travel for what feels like hours until we come to a stop. Opening my eyes, I see we've stopped at another bar. It seems to be busier than the last one, with at least 50 motorcycles parked in the gravel parking lot. Razor waits for me to get off before standing. His lips twitch as he looks at me. Might want to pull your shirt down a bit before we go inside. I'm enjoying the show, but not sure you want everyone to see it for free. Looking down, I realize that my newly cut shirt rode up during the drive, and now my breasts are hanging out for anyone to see. I let out a cry and tug the shirt down. Razor watches me, a sexy grin on his face. He asks, "You sure you want to do this? You don't seem like the type." I have no idea what he's talking about, but I nod. "I'm sure." "Well, follow me, little girl. Let me introduce you to some people who can make all your little dreams come true." 3. Olivia. This bar has a different vibe. It's mostly men who wear leather vests, though there are a few women here and there. The men eye me as I walk past, but I don't feel threatened. Razor takes me to the bar where a pretty brunette is opening several bottles of beer, and conversation resumes around the room. "Hey there, Jazz." She doesn't even look his way. "No." "Come on, babe. Don't be like that." This makes her smile until she looks up and sees me. "Who's the virgin?" I bristle, but remember I'm here on a mission. Instead, I smile sweetly at her, which makes her roll her eyes. Razor replies, "My friend here wants a job. Think you can help her out?" "You know I don't make that call." "Is he in?" She nods once before turning her back on us. Razor says to me, "Come on. We'll see if the boss is around." He leads me down a hallway, going to the last door on the right. It's open, but he stops, knocking on it first. "What?" A deep voice barks from inside the room. "Sorry to bother, Saint. I have someone interested in the job." "Send her in." Razor smiles at me and says, "Good luck." He walks away, leaving me standing in the hallway alone. I tug at my shirt, wishing Rabbit hadn't cut off so much. "Are you going to come in or stay out there all night?" "Sorry," I apologize as I enter the office. I stop dead in my tracks when I make eye contact with the man behind the desk. Holy crap. He's the hottest man I've ever seen in my life. Brown eyes with swirls of gold in their depths, strong jaw covered in salt and pepper scruff, strong everything really. He's wearing a black t-shirt that stretches, doing little to hide his muscles. Like Razor, his arms are covered in tattoos. One stands out, though. It's a skull with angel wings. When he stands, I notice his jeans cling to his legs. Damn, this man is just big. "Like what you see?" His deep voice sends shivers down my back and makes me hyper-aware of everything going on in the room. His cologne, the scent of cigar smoke lingering in the air, the rock song playing softly on the radio in the background. "Well?" I meet his gaze again and smile shyly. "Got a name?" "Olivia." He lets out a loud sigh, as if I'm boring him or taking up his precious time. Maybe both. "Razor said you're interested in the job?" Yeah." I'm not sure why it comes out as a question. "Ever bartended before?" "No." He eyes me. "I'm guessing you've never been around a club before either." "I've been to a club." "Darlin', I don't think we're talking about the same kind of club here." Laughing, he shakes his head. "You should go." I want to prove this man wrong, so I say, "I really need the job. Please." When I say please, his nostrils flare, and I think I just may have an in. Fuck. I'm probably crazy for even entertaining the idea. "Tell you what, if you survive tonight, you can have the job. Deal?" "Thank you." He laughs, loud and deep. "Don't thank me, darling. They're going to eat you alive. Tell Jazz this is your audition." He looks back at the papers on his desk, and I know I've been dismissed. I try not to let it sting, but it does. Making my way down the hallway, I go to the bar. Jazz is leaning over the cherry wood bar top, talking to a guy. He's good-looking, too. Tall, built, which must be some kind of requirement around here. Brown skin with a golden undertone. Dark hair. Hazel eyes that twinkle when he grins. When Jazz sees me, she lets out a laugh. You're still here. Saint said tonight is my audition. She shakes her head and says to the man, Looks like I'll be working double. There's no way this chick is going to be able to keep up. He gives me a lazy look. Never judge a book by its cover. Whatever, Bash. She cuts her eyes at me. Are you going to hop back here or just watch me all fucking night? Squaring my shoulders, I go behind the bar. She points. It's pretty simple. We've got beer, whiskey, and tequila. Serve the tequila straight, unless they ask for salt and a lime. Got it? How much do we charge? We don't. Jesus. Do you have any idea how a club works? Can't say that I do, but I'm willing to learn. If you have a free minute, walk the floor and pick up any empty bottles or glasses. Also, if an ashtray looks full, dump it. She goes on. Biggest rule of all, don't flirt with any of the guys. At all. No coy looks, nothing. Got it? I understand. Good. She throws a towel at me. Wipe down the tables. We're about to get slammed. I'm really regretting not asking Agent Hill what in the hell I signed up for. Any information would have helped instead of being thrown blindly into this mess. Making my way around the room, I wipe each table until they shine, and none of the men acknowledge me as I work around them. When I'm finished, I check the ashtrays and push chairs under the tables. Satisfied, I go back to the bar, where Jazz is scrolling on her phone. I'm Olivia, by the way. Guess what? I don't care. Wow. She answers her phone, walking away. I use this moment to look over the brands of beer so I know what we have. The man, Bash, comes back over and says, Don't let her get to you. She's just pissed because Saint took her off the floor. I'm not sure what that means. He grins. She can't fuck any of the guys. Not until Saint gives the go-ahead. Oh my good God. She's afraid one of the prospects she has her eyes on will find someone else to fuck around with. He shrugs. If he moves on, guess she'll know he wasn't the one. I don't even have a reply to this. Well, while I'm over here, can you grab me a beer? Sure. What kind? He spouts off a name and I grab him a bottle, opening it before sliding it toward him. Thanks, sugar. He takes off to a table where another guy sits, and I can't help but to notice how good his jeans make his butt look. Holy fuck, what is wrong with me? I know better than this. I don't live by many rules, but the number one rule is to never mix pleasure and business. Ever. Did Jazz not tell you the rules? Spinning, I find Saint scowling down at me. He's even sexier when he's pissed, and I resist pushing his buttons a bit more. She mentioned a few? Did she not tell you the guys are off limits? She did. Then why the fuck are you making doe eyes at my guy? He nods his head in the direction Bash went. I wasn't. And then I think maybe I've misread the situation. Oh gosh, he's your boyfriend? I really didn't mean any disrespect. His mouth opens and closes, twice. Just do the fucking job. He storms off, passing Jazz. She comes to me. What's up his ass? I'm so embarrassed, and I really don't want to make it worse, so I say, I'm not sure. I move down the bar, wiping non-existent dirt from the wood. Looking around, it makes perfect sense. They're all massive and wearing a lot of leather. And there are more men than women. totally a gay bar. 4. Olivia. Watch it, Jazz hisses, nearly knocking a tray of empty bottles and glasses out of my hands. Sorry, I mutter. My entire body aches. I've served more bottles of beer than I can count and thrown away just as many empties. And Jazz keeps mysteriously disappearing, leaving me to do most of the work. Pulling my phone from my pocket, I see that it's nearly 2 a.m. Thank God. That means it's almost closing time. But 2 o'clock comes and goes. If anything, the club gets busier. The men who have been drinking for a while are getting rowdy, making me uneasy. I don't trust drunk fuckers. I've seen firsthand what they can do when they think they're being cute, and try to avoid them at all costs. When I pass out another round, one guy breathes heavily in my face as he thanks me. Panic riots deep inside of me, and I go back to the bar, putting the tray down. Jazz, do you mind if I take a quick break? My pulse is pounding, blood roaring through my ears. I barely hear her response and take off down the hallway, where it's quieter. There's a doorway marked exit, so I go outside, exhaling deeply. A few guys are out here, but they don't pay me any attention. My therapist gave me some exercises for moments like this. Breathe in deeply, hold, exhale. I do this 10 times and don't feel any relief. Pacing, I fight back the tears that are building. Why is this happening now? I haven't had a panic attack in almost a year now. You okay? A scream works its way up my throat, and I feel dizzy. Strong hands steady me, and I look up, finding Saint looking down at me. Did someone hurt you? When I don't answer, he gives me a little shake. Olivia, did someone hurt you? I shake my head and manage to stutter out, panic attack. Understanding crosses his face. Come here. He takes me by the hand to the side of the building where we're alone. Put both of your palms flush against the brick and push as hard as you can. Terror fights to take over. I want to run until nothing can ever hurt me ever again. I need to... Olivia, fucking listen to me. Something in his tone makes me look up. Put your hands on the brick and push. My entire body shakes, but I do as he says. The beige brick is rough under my palms, but isn't too painful. I push against it. That's right. Push harder. Lean into it. I lean, pushing with all of my might. The panic inside lets up, and I'm able to inhale deeply, filling my lungs for the first time in several minutes. I stay like this until I'm in control of my emotions. And Saint stands there too, never saying a word. Finally, I feel grounded and in control. Sorry, I say, as I move from the wall. There's no need to apologize, Olivia. I like it when he says my name. The O rolls off his tongue and does something to my insides. But then I remember he's off limits. I better get back in there. I don't want Jazz to get mad. He snorts at that. She's not normally such a bitch. If she keeps it up tomorrow, let me know and I'll talk to her. Does that mean I got the job? Yeah, that's what that means. He puts his hands in his pockets. I can only pay $800 a week. I'll need you Thursdays to Sundays from 8 until 3, or until the guys pass out. Will that work? I nod. Yes, thank you. No need to thank me. He smiles, taking my breath away. And if that happens again, just come out here and do the trick I showed you. It helps. The side door opens, and Jazz pops her head out. Oh, there you are. I'm drowning in here and could use a hand. I give Saint another smile before going back inside. Jazz wasn't kidding. The bar is packed, and several people stand at the bar waiting to be served. But I feel lighter as I work. All thanks to Saint.
Saint. I go over the security footage again to make sure Olivia told me the truth. She was at a table when one of the guys said something to her. Her eyes got wide and she went back to the bar, dropping off her tray before running outside as fast as she could. I'm not even sure she realizes how fast she got out of there. Obviously, something was wrong with her, which is why I followed. My brothers are good men, but a few of them don't know how to handle their liquor, and are worried someone got out of line with her. There's a tap on the door and Bash comes in. Man, it's fucking nuts out there. Didn't think so many would show up for church. I'm glad. We're going to need everyone to bring in the next shipment. Bash nods and is about to leave when I stop him. Bring Big E in here. He said something that upset the new girl, and I want to know what it was. Will do. I go back to my paperwork, occasionally glancing at the monitors. Olivia stays behind the bar, and Jazz works the room. She smiles as she serves beer after beer, never looking cross once. Hell, I might have to invite Rabbit to the clubhouse for this find. Been a while since we've had someone like her around here. There's a knock and Bash comes in with Big E. Big E nods his head, swaying on his feet. Brez? Big E, care to tell me what you said to the new girl out there? His forehead creases. New girl? Oh, I told her thanks for the beer. Big E is one of the older members of the club and has never lied to me. That's it? Yup. He sways, letting out a long belch. We good? Yeah. Go easy out there. I don't want to haul your ass out of here. He grins and leaves. Bash asks, Think he's telling the truth? I do. Not sure why that upset her. Bash replies, I can keep an eye on her if you'd like. Something that feels a lot like jealousy courses through my veins. Bash grins. Or not. It leaves me sitting there, feeling like a big fucking tool. I turn back to the monitors. Bash goes to the bar, snagging a seat near Olivia. Fucker looks right at the camera and smiles. Prick. But I'm smiling too.
5. Olivia. Do you need anything else? Bash smiles at me. How about a bottled water? I grab one from the mini fridge and hand it to him. There's loud laughter from across the room, and he glances over his shoulder. Idiots. They're going to have such a hangover tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Church. I frown. Tomorrow's not Sunday. He goes on. So, Olivia, do you live around here? Bash has a dimple in his right cheek that shows when he smiles, and it's adorable. I live on campus. Well, for one more week. A college girl? That's super hot. I laugh. It's mostly boring, believe me. What are you going to school for? My degree's in math. I'm going to be an accountant when I'm finished. He shakes his head, snorting. What? You might be the hottest accountant I've ever seen. That makes me smile. Thanks. Why accounting? Numbers are safe. They make sense. Well, kudos to you, because they confuse the hell out of me. Someone else comes up to the counter, so I take their order. A lot of the guys have left, so it's not as loud in here. Or scary, if I'm being honest. Another man comes up to the bar and gets my attention. I'm sorry if I scared you earlier, ma'am. I blink, trying to place his face. And then I realize it's the man I was talking to right before my panic attack. No need to apologize. I just got overwhelmed. I get that, and we can be a bunch of jackasses. Again, I'm sorry. He gives me a smile before stumbling away. I turn, finding Bash watching. What? I'm glad he apologized. I reply, he really didn't need to. It was me. I just get antsy when there's a lot of people around. Trust me, he needed to apologize. Saint would make sure it happened one way or another. He winks. Besides, Big E shouldn't be a dick to such a pretty girl. You're going to give me a complex if you keep giving me compliments. He shrugs. You ought to hear at least 10 a day, in my humble opinion. My cheeks feel heated, and all I can do is smile like a fool. Over the next few hours, the room thins out until there are only a few guys here and there. Bash stays at the bar, talking and joking with me. Even Jazz speaks to me in a complete sentence, and she's not rude. Around 5 in the morning, she sighs, tossing her apron on the counter. I'm calling it a night. Are you sticking around or heading out? Before I can respond, she goes on. Just make sure the old-timers have a few beers and you'll be good to go. She goes in the same direction a lot of the men went. I ask Bash, what's down there? That's where the rooms are. Some members live here, and then there's one large bunk room for out-of-towners. Does Jazz live here? Yeah. Most of the girls who work here do. He gives me a look. Just remember that having a room here comes with certain obligations. Well, that sounds ominous. And intriguing. He stands, stretching. Fuck, I'm beat. I'm going to call it a night, too. You about to head out? Yeah, I think so. Okay. See you around, Olivia. He leaves, and I look around the room. I've done a good job keeping the tables clean, and it looks better than when I got here. One of the guys waves me over by holding up an empty bottle. I grab another and take it to him. He's older and looks like he's lived a hard life. Plus, it's hard to ignore the tattoo of a spider that spans one side of his face. Thanks, Sonny, he says, slipping me a folded bill. Sure nice having something pretty to look at while I'm drinking. And that's all you're doing, right, Cy? I jump and find Saint standing there, arms crossed. The man sits straighter. Course, Saint. Saint motions for me to follow him back to the bar. Did I do something wrong? He glances over my shoulder and says, Psycho has a past. I try not to let the girls hang around him. Oh. I pause. Well, thank you. You about done here for the night? I wasn't sure how long I should stay, since there are still people in here. If you wait for the guys to clear out, you'll never leave. He calls out, Okay, you fuckers. It's time to get the fuck out of here. There are rumbles and obscene responses from the guys, but one by one, they leave. I let out a small laugh. I'll have to remember that trick. He gives me a smile that makes me a little weak in the knees. I, should wipe the tables before I go. Anything to get away from him and how he makes me feel. I grab the rag from the counter and go around the room, pushing in chairs and giving the tabletops one last clean. I try not to notice him leaning against the bar, watching me, but it's really hard not to. Saint is the kind of man that demands attention with his very presence, and I can feel his eyes on me as I work. With a sigh, I go back to the bar. I've dragged this out for as long as I could. He watches me approach, a small smile on his lips. You can go home now, Olivia. I moisten my lips. I don't have a car. I'll have to call an Uber. His eyebrow lifts. How did you get here? Razor brought me. Come on. I'll give you a ride back to your place. Why am I suddenly so nervous? I follow him outside, where the sky is dark, but showing hints of dawn. Jeez, I didn't realize it was so early. Saint laughs. Early, late, all depends on how you look at it. I grin back. Early for me. I'm only up this time of day when I have class. Fuck. How old are you? Just turned 22. He lets out a groan, but I know he's joking, or I hope he is. Shit, You're a baby. I glance at him. How old are you? Old enough. But he's smiling. We reach a bike that's massive, just like Saint. He grabs a helmet and hands it to me. When he sees the hesitation on my face, he takes it, putting it on my head and making sure the straps are secure. I'm guessing Razor didn't put a helmet on you when he picked you up tonight? I shake my head. No. He's going to crack that pretty skull of his open one of these days, and then he'll learn the hard way. He climbs on the bike, his massive thighs looking even bigger. Come on, darling. I pause, and then blurt out, the last time, I don't think I did it right. Some of the guys with Razor laughed at me. I promise I won't laugh. I climb on behind Saint, doing much better than I did the first time. His bike is different. The seat I'm on is more comfortable, but my legs are spread wide, making me all but straddle Saint's backside. Saint puts his helmet on and asks, Ready? Yeah. Which campus do you go to? I tell him, and the bike roars to life as we leave. When we reach the main road, he takes off. I knew it was coming this time, so I'm more prepared, and I don't even have to hold on to him. But when we take a turn, I wrap my arms around him out of fear. Beneath his mask, I feel the steady beating of his heart, and it calms me to the point that I'm able to relax. We speed down the empty roads as the sun rises, basking everything in a light pink glow. When we turn into the campus driveway, I'm shocked to find that I'm a little disappointed that we're already here. Saint comes to a stop in front of my dorm building. He looks up, shaking his head. What? Just thinking I better get out of here. I'm sure they don't appreciate old guys on bikes rolling in with cute college girls at 6 a.m. When you put it like that, it sounds bad. I climb off the bike and unbuckle the helmet, handing it back to him. Thanks for the ride. He's looking at me with an expression I can't describe on his face. A look, I might add, that leaves me feeling warm all over and wanting more. Saint? He clears his throat. All right, no problem. Then he says, Wear something less revealing tomorrow. He starts the bike and takes off, leaving me standing there, wondering what in the heck just happened. And then I look down. Fucking rabbit! Once again, my newly cut shirt has risen, giving Saint a free show. At least it wasn't as bad as when I was with Razor. I yank the shirt down and run into the dorm. When I get inside my room, I tug the shirt off, tossing it into the trash where it belongs. Lucy is sleeping and doesn't even stir as I grab a nightshirt. I climb into bed, trying to process everything that had happened over the past few hours. Saint is... I can't even put into words how he makes me feel. Bash seems sweet. Razor seems a little wild. And Jazz will hopefully warm up to me the longer I'm around. Closing my eyes, I try to go to sleep, but my thoughts keep going back to Saint. He's on my mind as I finally drift off. The door slams, and the 13-year-old version of myself curls into a ball on the mattress, praying he doesn't notice me. I can't go through this. Not again. Not so soon. I'm still hurting from last night. His still breath assaults my nose, and I shake. I mean, how could I not? I've known what this means since I was 8. Get up. His words slur, but not enough. God, why couldn't he be more drunk? My eyes water, and I wish I could stop this. Or that someone could save me. I said, get the fuck up. Pain radiates down my back from where he kicked me. I stand, because there's nothing else I can do, and no one is going to save me. Now, undress. Olivia, are you going to get up today? Lucy shakes my shoulder again, and I jerk away, breathing heavily from my nightmare. What?
Girl, your phone's been going off nonstop for the last hour. Someone's trying to get a hold of you.
To prove her point, my phone dings twice as a text message comes through. I grab it from my nightstand, unlocking it. Holy shit. It's already 4 in the afternoon, and there are a ton of messages on my phone. But that dream, God, it's left me feeling out of control. Lucy perches at the end of my bed.
So, were you on a date last night?
I glance up. Why would you think that?
I've known you for 3 years. You're as predictable as my grandma. And you didn't come home until this morning. And you never sleep in this late.
Her eyes are positively twinkling as she finishes. Sorry to disappoint you, but it wasn't a date. I got a job at a club.
Another job? Doesn't that make like 3?
Only one now. The library and deli in the student union had to let me go for the summer. My sweet roommate would shit a brick if she knew what else I did for extra money. Which reminds me, I need to log into the app to see if I have any jobs I can do before I go into the club. After last night's panic attack, and now this dream, I need to make sure I'm in total control. And that means taking care of my other needs. She shakes her head.
You're going to work yourself into an early grave.
Maybe, but I might be able to afford an apartment next semester. Her eyes light up.
Does this mean what I think it does?
Lucy has been wanting to live in an apartment since I met her. The college requires freshman students to live on campus, but after that, we're free to live where we choose. I really think she could have moved out during our sophomore year, but she said she didn't want to leave me behind. I appreciate that kind of loyalty. It does. See if your mom can snag us a good deal. She throws her arms around my neck.
I'll have her work on it over summer break. Wait, where are you going to stay during the summer?
I'll figure it out.
You know, the invitation still stands. You can come home with me.
I'll think about it. But we both know I won't go. I don't want to impose, even though she's assured me that her parents won't mind having me. Plus, I've seen the way her dad looks at me. If I were to go, I would only ruin things in Lucy's perfect little family. It's still nice to be asked, though. Heaven knows my family's not the same. I've gone to my cousin's house once since leaving for college, and it was a nightmare. It was so bad that I ended up renting a room over the garage of an elderly couple's house. They let me come back last year, but they called a few months ago saying they were moving to be closer to their kids, which means I'm shit out of luck this summer. I have to wonder if they knew what else I was up to in their little room with the hideous floral wallpaper. Something tells me they did. Lucy says,
I'm going to the library to turn in some overdue books. Want to come?
I need to make a call, but I'll text you when I'm done. She shakes her head, chuckling.
New job? Agreeing to get an apartment? Saying you'll text to possibly hang out? I think I like this new Olivia.
She grabs a stack of books and heads out. I wait until she's gone to look at my text messages. They're all from Agent Hill, asking how last night went. I punch his number, and it rings once before he answers. Good afternoon, Olivia. I was getting worried about you. I just woke up. I'm at Panera Bread. Meet me in 10 minutes. He ends the call before I can reply. I groan. 10 minutes. I won't even have time to shower. But he sounded kind of pissed, so I grab a t-shirt and shorts. I pull my hair into a messy bun and don't even bother with makeup. Grabbing my keys and wallet, I head outside. The campus is fairly busy with people moving out of the dorms. I regret not grabbing my laptop before I left. I need to find a room as soon as possible. When I enter the restaurant, Agent Hill sits at the same table we sat at last time. There are 2 cups of black coffee in front of him. When I sit, he pushes one toward me. So, how'd it go last night? I swallow a yawn. It was different. Why didn't you just say you wanted me to get a job bartending? His eyebrow lifts. That's what they offered? Nothing else? Yeah,
just bartending.
I take a sip, letting the coffee work its magic. I might not allow myself to drink more than a cup a day, but God, do I enjoy that one cup. Agent Hill silently watches. Finally, he asks, "Who all did you meet?" I think. A girl named Jazz, who's a bartender too. Razor, Bash, and Saint. Oh, and Rabbit, of course. His eyes light up. Did any of them speak to you? I mostly talked with Jazz since we were working together. She's bossy. I yawn. To be honest, Agent Hill, I mostly handed out beers and picked up empties all night. I didn't get home until 6 this morning. How did you get home? I feel warm. Saint brought me, since I didn't have a car. He nods. Very good. When do you go back? Tonight. I work Thursday to Sunday, I think. Saint told me not to come in until 10 tonight, so I'm going to go back to the dorms and crash before I have to go over there. He frowns, but says, I'll be in touch. Remember, let me know if you hear anything. You have my number. You can text. Agent Hill, it might be easier if I knew what I was listening for. He doesn't answer and leaves me sitting there. I know I agreed to help him, but the way he's acting is making me second-guess myself. On the flip side, I would be dead without him. So I owe him. Sighing, I finish my coffee. I'm too wired to sleep, but maybe I'll look at apartments until it's time to go into the club. My pulse quickens at the thought of seeing Saint. But then I remember he's taken by Bash. And just like that, I feel deflated. But there are other ways for me to get that connection I wish I could have with both men. When I leave the restaurant, I pull out my phone, opening my app. There's 6 notifications, and I scroll through them, seeing if anyone is nearby. Well, look at that. There's a ping from a guy within a mile of me. I open a new box and send him a text. Like clockwork, he replies, giving me his address and room number. I've been to this motel before, so I tuck my phone into my pocket and head his way. He's waiting at the door when I get there. I'm glad he looks like his picture. I can't stand it when they use fake images. Just own up who you are. Hell, it's not like I'm going to say no. He's literally paying for this. Olivia? I smile, running my tongue across my lower lips. You can call me V, big boy. I've never done this before. He lies. Playing along, I say, Me either. You're my first. What he doesn't know is I can see his rating on the app, much like he can see mine. But my phone dings with a payment notification, which means he's ready to play, and I smile at him. Can we go inside? I move closer, brushing against him. And just like that, another one bites the dust as he pulls me into the room, locking it behind him. The rules on the app are pretty straightforward for both of us, so there's no need to play games anymore. He wants to feel loved for a few minutes, and I want to fuck until I don't feel anything. A win-win situation, if you ask me.
6. Bash. Saint calls church into session by banging the gavel on the table next to him. King is at his right, where the vice president should always be, and I'm next to King. Razor is at Saint's left, and Jesus and Tiny are next to him. There's one vacant seat next to me. Saint stands. As you can all see, Mammoth's seat is empty. Our brother decided to go back to the Oklahoma chapter to be closer to his ailing mother. We'll be holding an election at the end of summer to fill his spot. Tiny nods his greasy head. Amen. Not sure how much longer we can function without a treasurer. Razor leans back in his chair and asks, Tiny, shouldn't you be able to do the job until we get it filled? Not me. I'm shit with numbers. Saint says, Anyone who's interested, let me know. The men nod, though no one looks eager to step up. Can't blame them. Keeping the club's money in order is an important job, and a lot of men haven't been able to resist the temptation of all that cash. And once you steal from the club, there's no coming back from it. It's a literal death sentence. Saint goes on. We've got another shipment coming in next week that's leading up to a bigger shipment next month. We know the feds have been watching our docks, so we're doing this one old school. While he tells everyone the plan, I try not to let my frustration show. Razor and I are going to have our hands full with this. We'll be crossing into several rival clubs' territories, and they won't be happy. If it were reversed, we'd be pissed too. King leans over and says in a low tone, "He's going to get us fucking killed. We'd be safer using the Gulf and another dock." King used to be the club's enforcer before getting promoted to vice president, so he knows what I'm feeling. I nod. You know how he is. Good thing he's got us to protect his ugly ass. Saint looks over at that moment, glaring, so I'm sure he's heard us. But it's the fucking truth. He ends the meeting and our brothers go to the main room to party before we make our run tomorrow. Saint calls me and King over when the room is nearly cleared out. Razor gives us a sympathetic look, but the fucker doesn't hang around to help us out. Probably has a chick or two waiting on him. Something you need to say. Saint crosses his arms, waiting. King sighs. Stop being a little bitch, Saint. You know we're not happy about this run, and as your vice president, I'd like to point out that you're putting us all at risk. And I'd like to point out that I've taken your concerns into account and decided this is the course we're fucking taking. King is almost as big as Saint, so when they go toe-to-toe, it's always an ordeal. Luckily, I can kick both of their asses if needed. Holding up my hands, I say, "Okay, guys, calm the fuck down." They both glare at me, but King takes a step back, which is good because Saint never backs down. Saint says, "We're only doing it this once. Our source with the feds says that they've got a lot riding on busting the warehouse at the docks. Joke's going to be on them when they get there and find 16 pallets of douches." King snorts. Douches? Like actual douches? One of the Mississippi clubs repaid a favor. He grins. We good? Yeah, man. We'll make it work. They shake, and King leaves. Saint turns to me. Learn anything else about the new girl last night? He's acting like he's not interested, but he wouldn't have asked unless it was important. I reply, she's in college, going to be an accountant. That was about it. I sure as fuck don't mention the part about complimenting her. That's going to be our little secret. Saint says, keep an eye on her tonight. I don't want Psycho getting near her. I agree. He won't. I'll tell Jazz I want her working the room. That ought to put her in a better mood. The prospect she had her eyes on is with one of the other club whores, I warn him. There are plenty of guys in from out of town. I think she'll manage to find a way to stay busy. She's still trying to get into your bed? He snorts. No, we had a little chat, and she finally got the picture. There's no telling what he had to say to make her stop. She was like a fucking bitch in heat when he'd come around. Damn near humped his leg one night, even though he wanted no part of it. I'm going to my room, but I'll be on the floor before Olivia gets here. Saint nods. When I get to the door, he stops me. Bash? Yeah, boss? Keep your hands to yourself. Will do, boss. Fuck.
Olivia. Lucy lets out a squeal when I show up at the library around 6. My hair is still damp from my shower, where I washed away all signs of the guy who made my bank account a bit fuller. I was in such a good mood after that I decided to see Lucy.
Oh my God, I can't believe you really came. Someone makes a shing sound at her, and she rolls her eyes. She loudly answers back, Finals are over. Suck my non-existent dick. I sit across from her and whisper, I can't believe you're still in here. She grins. I'm trying to get someone's attention. See the guy at the table up front, in the green shirt? Don't make it obvious when you look. I do a casual glance over my shoulder and see two guys sitting a few tables over. The one in the green shirt is reading, and his friend is staring at me. He gives me a little wave, and I turn around, rolling my eyes. She bounces in her seat. Oh my gosh, they're both coming over here. You must be my lucky charm. Sure enough, a shadow falls over the table next to me. Looking up, I find the same guy smiling down at me.
Hey there. I'm Chase, and this is my friend Andrew.
The guy in the green shirt nods and sits next to Lucy. Chase sits next to me, and I try not to say something sarcastic. I don't do this. I don't make small, flirty chit-chat with guys unless I know it's going to end in bed and with more money in my account. Lucy lets out a throaty laugh. I'm Lucy, and this is my roommate, Olivia. Chase points at me.
I think we're in the same English class. Row F?
I try to place his face and then remember seeing him around.
Yeah, that's me. Good eye.
He smiles.
Hard to miss such a pretty girl.
I snort. Thanks. He doesn't miss a beat and asks,
Why are the two of you inside on such a nice day?
Lucy sighs. I had to turn in some books and thought I'd reserve some books I need for my summer class.
Andrew replies, Same here. What class are you taking?
They fall into easy conversation while Chase and I listen. He leans over and says in a low tone,
I think my friend likes your friend.
I think it's mutual. He grins.
He's been making me come here every day since he saw her a few weeks ago. Been trying to build up the courage to talk to her.
Wow, that's really sweet.
He's a bit shy.
I can understand that.
I've gathered that much.
At my questioning look, he goes on,
I've tried to catch up to you after class a few times, but you're too fast.
Oh, sorry. I shift uncomfortably in my seat. I'm usually going to one of my jobs after class.
No need to apologize. I figured we'd meet eventually, if it was in our cards.
Our cards?
My dads are total hippies. They're very into tarot cards and looking for signs.
He gives me a sheepish grin that makes me smile back.
Okay, he's kind of cute, and he's really trying here. Are you taking any classes this summer?
I reply, No, thankfully. What about you?
I have to retake a math class, and I signed up for a few speed courses.
He makes a face.
I still don't get why I even have to take the math class. My degree has nothing to do with numbers.
I guess they just want everyone to be well-rounded.
Now you're sounding like my parents.
I laugh. Sorry. I'm a math major, so I'm defensive over it, I guess.
A math major? Hello, this is a cosmic sign. We were meant to meet today. Maybe you can help me out with my class.
Maybe, I hedge. I'm going to be working quite a bit this summer.
I totally get that. Maybe we can meet, once a week? Is that doable? It would really help me out.
I find myself nodding. Yeah, we can do that. And I'm sure we won't have to meet all summer. Most people just need to grasp one aspect. Once they do, everything makes sense.
Andrew laughs across the table and says, No offense, Olivia, but my man Chase here is horrible at math. You're going to be demanding to be paid before the summer is over with.
This makes everyone laugh, but I notice Chase's ears turn pink. I pat his arm. I'm sure it'll be fine. I can't ignore the spark I feel when we touch, and wonder if he feels it too. Something dark inside of me wants to come out and play, but I shove the thought away. I just had sex earlier. I shouldn't want to do it again now, with him. A librarian comes up to our table and says, The library is closing early tonight for end-of-the-year maintenance. Please return any books, and have a good night. She gives Lucy a pointed look before going to another table. We all giggle as we help Lucy turn in the rest of her books. When we get outside, I'm surprised to see the sky is turning orange and pink as the sun sets. Lucy and Andrew move away from us as they chat. Geez, what time is it? Chase glances at the watch on his wrist.
Almost 8.
Ugh, I better run. I need to change before I go to work. Chase opens his notebook and jots something down.
Here's my number. Text me.
I will, I promise.
It was nice to finally meet you, Olivia.
He gives me a smile before taking off after Andrew. When he's gone, Lucy comes over, grabbing my hand. I'm not sure what just happened, but thank you so much for coming to the library today.
Lucy, this had nothing to do with me.
She shakes her head. Andrew said he's been wanting to talk to me for a while but was scared. When Chase saw you, he said he'd go up to us and break the ice for Andrew. So this is totally all because of you.
Well, I'm glad it worked out.
What did you think of Chase?
He seems nice.
Nice?
She laughs.
So are you into him or not? I told Andrew I'd find out so he can tell Chase.
I don't know. I just met him.
Her eyes widen in understanding. You know, I was a late bloomer too, but there's nothing wrong with dating at our age or even having casual sex. If you like him, you should go for it. Just don't forget to use protection.
I'm flabbergasted for a moment before stuttering out, "Oh." She doesn't seem to notice that she's totally missed the mark on this one. Hell, I can probably teach her a thing or 2 or 10 when it comes to sex. What it boils down to is that Chase looks like the type of guy to fall fast for a girl, and I would never want to hurt someone in that way. I'm broken. No sense in fucking up an innocent person's life, too.
Well, if you do like him, then you should get to know him during the tutoring sessions. See where things go.
She throws her arm around my shoulder.
Come on, let's go back to the dorm. I still have a ton of packing to do before the week is over.
Which reminds me, I still don't have a place to stay, and time is running out. Maybe I'll have time to look at work tonight. The thought of seeing Saint and Bash makes me smile. This day has been surprisingly good.
7. Saint. King rambles on about some chick he banged while in Oklahoma on business, and I stifle a yawn. He doesn't show any signs of shutting up anytime soon, so I glance at the clock on the wall. Dude, did you even hear what I said? Her tits were a 40J. A fucking J, and they were real. He makes a squeezing gesture with his hands. Felt like holding ripe cantaloupes. Hell, maybe even melons. King, I don't really give a fuck about some whore's tits. King sits back, pushing his long blonde locks from his face. You wounded me, brother. Are you planning on actually working, or should I expect to see you with the club whores tonight? King grins. Come on, Saint. All work and no play makes me antsy. From what I can tell, you haven't done a lick of work in weeks. That's not true. I made sure our Oklahoma brothers are on board to help us with a run next month. I lean back in my chair, taking a puff of my cigar, and there it is, the source of my concerns. You still uneasy about it? I reply. We've never moved something like this before. I'm not sure it's the legacy I want to leave around this place when I'm gone. Saint, we've been through this. There are worse things we could be moving, and the revenue from this will surpass anything we've ever done by a long shot. I know. I've looked over the numbers. But what line will we think is okay to cross the next time? King sighs. Come on, brother. It's just a few handguns. It's not like we're handing out machine guns to every fucker on the road. That's what you say now. Listen, everyone is moving weed these days. It's just not profitable like it used to be, especially since a lot of the states are making it legal. This will give us a boost until we come up with another plan. Another plan. That's what it fucking boils down to. A lot of clubs are struggling, finding the old ways aren't working like they once did. But weapons? That's something I never thought we'd move. Hell, my old man is probably spinning in his grave right now, wondering what in the fuck I'm doing. I've asked myself the same thing. Did your contact get back to you about the warehouse? He frowns. Yeah, someone outbid us at the last minute. Damn. Don't worry, Saint. I'll find us the perfect place. Any of the guys seem interested in the idea of it? He hedges. A few. I think it's hard for them to look past their own noses. Once we get it running, they'll be on board. I turn my attention back to the security monitor. It's almost 10. Olivia should be getting there soon. What's got your attention tonight? What? What? He gives me a mocking look. Dude, I've known you for 20 years. I know when something's up. Hired a new girl last night. He sits up. A new whore? Why didn't you say so? She's not a whore. I snap. Damn, dude. Okay, she's not a whore. So who is she? Her name is Olivia. She was sent to the club by Rabbit. Rabbit? That fucker's still trying to get an invite, isn't he? Appears so. But this is a good find. She's young and has an innocent vibe. Real sweet. I think back to the way she looked when she got off my bike, with her shirt riding up, showing off her perky little tits, and I have to fucking adjust myself. Okay, she might not be as sweet as she looks, but I'm more than willing to find out. And she's not a whore? I shake my head, shoving my anger down. What about a groupie? I don't think she's even that. She told Bash she needed the job for money for college. Which reminds me of just how young she is. Her age alone should be enough for me to leave her alone, but I don't think I can. Want me to dig around? Make sure she's as sweet as she seems? I nod. Yeah, I think I do. Will do, but she's off limits, King. I mean it. He whistles. You staking a claim on her? When I don't answer, he stands. Then we better make sure she's who she says she is. I'm not going to let someone hurt you, brother. The again is unspoken. He leaves me to my thoughts, which aren't always a good place to be. I know I've been in a bad mood for a while, and it's no one's fault but mine. Taking another puff, I watch as a car that I don't recognize pulls up to the club. Olivia jumps from the back seat, rushing inside as if she's late. Like clockwork, the cameras track her as she goes inside. Bash is there to greet her, putting a huge smile on her face. Bash looks a little dumbstruck, and I can't say that I blame him. She's beautiful, but when she smiles, it takes my breath away. Jazz joins them. Even from the cameras, I can tell that she's in a better mood than she's been in weeks. Bash must have told her the good news. Olivia chats with her and then goes behind the bar grabbing a towel. She walks around the room, wiping down tables and pushing in chairs as if they will stay that way. I notice she's wearing a t-shirt and jeans, which makes me feel better. She's not exposed this way. My cell rings and I tear my attention away from the monitors to answer it. I've got a lot of work to do, and I can't let anything, or anyone, distract me.
Olivia. Jazz is like an entirely different person tonight. She hasn't stopped chatting, and she even smiled at me once. We're about to get slammed in here. You can grab something to eat before we get busy if you want. She points toward the kitchen behind the bar. My stomach rumbles, reminding me that all I've had today is a cup of coffee and some dude's cum, so I go through the swinging door. It's small and isn't set up very well. They must not do much cooking out of here, or else someone would have figured out a better system. One of my jobs last year was at a mom-and-pop style restaurant, and I learned a lot about cooking there, even though I was hired to help with their books. I go to the walk-in cooler and get some cheese, mayo, pickles, and deli meat. When I come out, I'm floored for a moment. There's a man leaning against the counter with long blonde hair. In fact, he reminds me a lot of a wrestler I used to watch on TV when I was little, before my life was fucked up. Hi, I babble nervously. Can I help you? He eyes the contents in my hand.
Making a sandwich?
Yeah. Jazz said I could eat before it got busy. I hope that's okay. He nods.
Of course. Mind making me one?
Sure. I look around. Do you know where the utensils are?
I'll grab a knife. Bread's in the box on the counter.
I put my items on the island and go to the box. White or wheat?
Surprise me.
I grab the wheat and take it back to the island. He's waiting with a knife. I take it and open the mayo. He's silent while I make the sandwiches, which is kind of unnerving. When I'm finished, I hand him one. He takes a bite and lets out a little moan that makes my stomach flutter.
God, can't remember the last time I had a turkey sandwich.
Really? He grins.
Scout's honor.
Well, I'm glad you like it. I smile. I'm Olivia, by the way.
The new bartender, right?
Yes. I pause. I'm sorry. If I met you last night, I've forgotten your name.
I'm King, Saint's right-hand man. Got a last name, Olivia?
At my look, he says,
I'm assuming you didn't fill out your new hire paperwork.
Oh, no, I guess I didn't. My last name is Mayhem.
Mayhem? That's fucking awesome.
It's not. Not really. It's not even my parents' last name. They thought they were being super clever when they gave me an original last name. Of course, that's just the first thing of many that they did to me that was fucked up. Do you need anything else for the paperwork? I can bring my license in tomorrow. He replies,
Nope. Thanks for the sandwich, Olivia.
He leaves, so I grab my sandwich, eating as fast as I can. It hits the spot, and I wash my hands when I'm finished. Loud laughter comes from the main room, so I know my break is over. I go back out and find Jazz leaning over the bar, kissing a very hairy man. When he pulls back, I'm surprised to see it's Grizzly, the guy from the other night. He says something to Jazz, and then goes to a table where a group of men sit. Jazz sees me staring and grins. Isn't he hot? Way better than the dickhead I was dating before. I think I've seen him at another bar before. She nods, wiping the bar top down. He's usually at a bar on the other side of town, but he's here tonight since the club had church. I join her side. I hope I don't sound dumb, but why did they have church today? It's not Sunday. She throws her head back, laughing loudly. Oh, God. You're cute, you know that, Olivia? It's not church. It's when the prez holds a meeting. All the club members have to come. It's all Greek to me, so I nod. I'm going to work the floor. You good over here? Yeah, I'm fine. She grabs a tray and towel and sachets to a table where the men give her the appropriate whistles and catcalls. I shake my head, smiling. Bash comes over and sits.
Hey, Olivia. Can I have a beer?
I grab him the brand he asked for last night and hand it to him. He takes a long sip, his throat working as he swallows.
Damn, that's good.
I'll take your word for it. Beer's not my thing. He grins.
Let me guess. You like fruity drinks with little umbrellas in them.
I'm more of a root beer kind of girl, to be honest. I never drink. I can't afford to lose control. Ever.
Root beer?
His eyebrow lifts.
I can't even remember the last time I had root beer.
I shrug. I won't say no to cream soda either.
I'll keep that in mind.
There's a loud commotion from across the room, and Bash sighs.
Guess I better get those fuckers in line.
He finishes his beer and crosses the room to where two men stand, looking like they want to rip each other's heads off. Bash says something, and both men back down, even though they're both bigger than him. One of the guys hands him a drink, and then they're all laughing. Guys are weird. Jazz comes behind the bar, grabbing a bottle of tequila. Damn, the guys are ready to party tonight. She takes the bottle to the table where Bash is, and they all take sips, passing it around. Someone cranks up the music, and the room grows wilder, if that's possible. But I feel safe behind the bar. Until Psycho comes up, eyeing me.
Get me a beer, bitch.
My eyes widen. Excuse me? He leans over the bar.
Did I stutter? Get me a beer now.
My hands shake as I reach down, getting a bottle of the brand he's been guzzling all night. When I put it in front of him, his expression changes.
What in the fuck is this?
He swipes his hand, knocking the bottle off the bar where it shatters. I'm sorry. I thought that's what you wanted.
You thought wrong, you little bitch.
He gives me a disgusted look.
Guess I'm going to have to train you.
Fear explodes in my body, and I back away from him. But I think he must like the fact that he scared me, because he leans over the bar even more. I back up until my back is touching the wall, but it's still not far enough.
You'll be kneeling by the time I'm finished with you.
I try to form words, but my throat is too dry. My hand touches the wall behind me, and I wish I had a weapon, anything to protect myself. Psycho opens his mouth to say something else. At the same time, a hand connects with his jaw. His head swings to the side in slow motion. Blood and spit spray into the air, and he makes a sound as he falls to the floor. I look up and see Saint standing over Psycho. He's saying something to him, but I can't make out the words. Then he turns to me, the look on his face softening.
Olivia, are you okay?
I nod. Yeah. Psycho still hasn't stood up. Saint comes around the bar, moving slowly toward me.
I'm sorry he upset you.
How did you know? He moves closer, reaching out to steady me with his strong hands.
I was watching the security cameras.
Oh, I let out a shaky breath. Thank you.
There's no need to thank me.
Is he okay? Saint glances over his shoulder.
He'll be fine. Are you okay?
I nod again. My pulse is slowing, and I don't feel as scared as before. He looks me over and says,
We're not very busy. Why don't you head on out?
Are you firing me?
No, but you're upset. You should take the rest of the night off.
I start to protest, but he holds up his hand.
Don't argue. You'll still get paid for tonight. I'll see you tomorrow.
He calls out,
Bash!
Bash looks over, eyes widening. He crosses the room in large strides, stepping over Psycho.
What happened?
Saint ignores his question.
Can you give her a ride back to her place?
Sure thing. He looks at me.
You ready?
Sure. I'm not sure why it comes out as a question.
Come on.
He leads me toward the hallway, away from where Psycho is on the floor, and takes me out the side door.
My car is this way.
You have a car? He smiles.
Of course. Can't ride the bike year-round. Gets too cold during the winter.
We go to a large building with several garage doors. He punches a code into a keypad, and one door opens. I gasp when I see the beauty sitting in the spot. Is that a 65 GTO? He stops right in his tracks.
You know cars? Olivia, I think we might be soulmates.
I make a full circle around the black beauty, admiring the car. The way the light bounces off the glossy paint, the attention to details, the black leather seats. Bash, this car is amazing. He points over his shoulder.
Some of the guys are into refurbishing old cars. This was my first project, and I couldn't part with her when I was finished.
Her? I grin. Does she have a name?
Big Easy.
Wow, that's interesting. He laughs.
I like to keep things interesting.
He opens my door and I slide onto the leather seat. When he gets in, he smiles. I think I've died and gone to heaven, I say, patting the cushioned seat. He starts the engine and I gasp. Yeah, definitely dead.
I rebuilt the motor with original parts. She's not as fast as some of the other cars I've built, but she gets the job done.
The engine hums as we take off. I wish I had more time to look at the other cars in the shop, but I'm starting to feel tired. Must be an adrenaline crash. As if sensing my thoughts, Bash asks,
What happened with Psycho?
He came up to the bar and told me to get him a beer. When I gave him the same brand he'd been drinking all night, he knocked it to the floor. And then he said he guessed he was going to have to train me. I swallow. I feel silly, but he really scared me. My voice quivers and I have to stop talking, otherwise I'm going to cry.
Shit.
I'm not sure if I overreacted or if he was even serious, but I backed up to get away from him. The next thing I know, Saint was there and Psycho was on the floor.
That doesn't surprise me. Saint's not a fan of Psy. There's been beef there for years, from what I understand.
He snorts.
Probably all goes back to a chick or a bike.
Chick? I thought he was... I pause, flushing. Anyway, I just hope I didn't overreact.
You didn't. Psycho, well, he comes by his nickname honestly. He's reckless and has a temper.
Well, I guess that makes me feel a bit better.
I'm just glad you weren't hurt. He's been known to throw bottles at people.
Why does he get away with behavior like that? Bash shrugs.
Loyal men are hard to come by.
We turn down a road and I'm shocked to realize we're already at the campus. How did you know where I live?
Saint texted me before we left the club.
He smiles.
You're the first college girl I've ever taken home before.
I notice he didn't say whether he's taken a college guy home before. It's not my business, so I don't ask. He pulls up in front of my dorm, coming to a stop.
Looks pretty dead around here. Shouldn't there be people having frat parties or something?
It's dead because everyone is moving out since the semester is over. I pause, feeling depressed. I haven't even started looking for a place to stay for the summer. He eyes me.
A place to stay? How long is your summer break?
2.5 months. I open the door. I shouldn't be complaining. I could be worse off.
But it still sucks.
Well, thanks for the ride, Bash. See you tomorrow. He nods and waits until I reach the door before taking off. When I get into my room, Lucy is gone. I notice she's packed up most of her stuff, and there's a pile of empty boxes on my side of the room. I should start packing, but I just don't have it in me, so I flop belly first onto my bed, putting my face in my pillow. My thoughts go to Saint and the club. Maybe I'm crazy for working there. In 2 nights, I've had 2 separate things trigger me. Saint's been there both times to help, but I can't rely on him forever. Plus, it's not good for me to feel so out of control. Sitting, I pull my phone out and send a text. The sense of relief I feel is amazing, so I know I'm doing the right thing. Next on my list, find a place to stay for the summer.
8. Bash. I try not to make it obvious as I watch Olivia go inside, but she glances over her shoulder right before she gets to her door and gives me a shy smile. She's not much younger than me, but right now, I feel a million times older. She's doing things people our age ought to do. I, on the other hand, am a poster child for what not to do. Joining the military and then going AWOL after deciding I didn't want to kill innocent people, which led to being locked up for 2 years and being dishonorably discharged? Check. Join a motorcycle club because my family disowned me for the above reason? Check. Miss out on dating sweet-as-hell college girls for both reasons above? I look in my rearview mirror. Double check. I get back to the club a little after midnight. Things are in full swing, and it Makes me glad that I didn't go out on my bike. Otherwise I'd have to park and bumfuck nowhere. When I enter the club, Razor's at the door with a chick on each arm. They're both topless and practically humping his leg. He grins when he sees me. Want to join? Wouldn't be the first time we've shared chicks before, but I'm not in the mood. No, man, I need a drink. For some reason, I can't shake the ball of stress that's right between my shoulder blades. Jess isn't at the bar, so I go behind, grabbing a bottle of tequila. Unscrewing the lid, I take a long swig that leaves a trail of fire burning down my throat. When that doesn't do the job, I take another swig, and another until I feel the numbing sensation I've been craving. Someone calls me over, so I head their way. I'm surprised to find my legs are a bit wobbly, but I man up and push through. I am almost to the table when King comes to my side. The Prez wants to speak to you. Prez? Fuck. He's not happy. I gathered that much when you didn't say his name. I take another long drink and put the bottle down. Let's get this over with. King slaps me on the shoulder. That's the spirit. I'm glad I have him to lean on as we walk. Maybe I drank more than I realized. We reach Saint's office and King goes in first. Is he with you? Saint snaps. Right behind me. I stumble in and lean against the wall for support. Saint eyes me before standing. If I were smarter, I'd feel some sense of fear with the way he's looking at me right now. He stomps in front of me, and the next thing I know, I'm on the floor, holding my jaw, where pain radiates as if my fucking face is busted open. I close my eyes. Yeah, I probably deserve that. Saint. Bash slumps over, passing out. His jaw is bright red from where I decked him, but he'll live. King curses and goes to the fridge in the corner of my office, grabbing an ice pack. Dude, what in the fuck's gotten into you? Bash said he'd keep Cy away from her. Bash comes to at the sound of his name and groans as he sits. King tosses him the ice pack, and Bash cradles it against his jaw. I was doing my job, breaking up a fight on the floor, Saint. I wasn't out there dicking around. The logical side of my brain knows he's right, but fuck that. The look of terror etched on Olivia's face might be burned in my memory forever. Bash says, She's fine, man. He didn't even touch her. Ignoring him, I turn to King. I want Psycho out of here. King's eyes widen. Saint, I mean it. He's been fucking up left and right, and I'm tired of dealing with him. Call one of the chapters and see who has an opening. I think for a moment. Start out with the clubs on the West Coast. Because I want that fucker out of my hair. The farther, the better. The only reason I've kept him around this long is because his old man was friends with mine. But I don't know any of them shit. King's jaw ticks, but he nods. I'll take care of it. I'm sure he's only thinking of what kind of favors we'll owe to get another club to take Psycho, but it's well worth it in my mind. I look at Bash. We good? Of course we are. He stands and holds out his hand, so I slap my palm into his. Did you drop her off at her dorm? A look flickers across his face, but he nods. Yeah. Good. I'm going to check on her. Saint. I turn to King. What? If she means this much to you, you need to brand her. That will stop anything else like this from happening. I swear to fucking God, the air solidifies in my fucking throat. I'll take it under advisement. King rolls his eyes and Bash looks a little shell-shocked. I've never put my brand on a woman. Hell, I've never even considered it with anyone. Not even my... Suddenly, I need to get the fuck out of here. I'll be back tomorrow. Call if you need me. I head outside to the shop and grab my helmet. A few of the guys try to talk to me, but I ignore them. I pull out and let loose once I'm on the main road. The cool air whips across my face as I speed out of town until I'm the only soul in sight. I don't know what in the fuck King is thinking, suggesting I brand Olivia. I just met her, and she's too fucking young for me. But there's something about her that's gotten to me. I can admit that much. That doesn't mean I'm going to act on any urges, though. No, I won't make that mistake ever again. The club is silent when I roll up early the next morning. I'm tired as fuck, but my mind is crystal clear. I go to Bash's room and enter without knocking. You'd think he'd learned to lock his door by now or change the code to something I don't know. He's spread out in his bed, totally nude. I'm actually surprised that he doesn't have a chick in bed with him. Bash. He sits up right away, blinking the sleep from his eyes. Bash doesn't talk about his past much, but there's something there that makes him alert, even when he's sleeping. What's wrong? He moves his head, and I can see there's a bruise on his jaw from where I decked him. Nothing's wrong. I pause. I want you to stay with Olivia at all times. No one gets to her. You bring her here and take her home each night. Got it? He looks pissed for a moment, but nods. I'll do it, boss. But I agree with King. If she means that much, then you should make sure everyone knows. Just do as I've asked, and get up. I want to go over a few details with everyone. Bash replies. Will do. Just need 10 minutes to get dressed. I dip my head and go to the conference room. This is where my inner circle handles club business, and we've got a lot of shit to talk about. Like our shipment and how we're going to make sure we won't be taken down by the cops who are watching us. My officers are there 5 minutes later, none looking happy to be awake. Razor yawns. Don't suppose this could have waited until afternoon? Nope. Didn't think so. He grabs a bottle of whiskey and sits in his spot, taking a long swig. He offers the bottle to me, and I shake my head. You sure, man? I'm sure. I stand, facing everyone. I'm not going to beat around the bush here. We're going over our plans for the run next week and at the end of the month, and then we're going to figure out how in the fuck to get out of this business. Razor groans, but King and Bash nod. I want to know who's moving what in this area. Is there another club we can take down to be the only movers of weed in the area? King says, As I said before, weed is a dying market for us, unless we want to go legal with it. The boys in Oklahoma are doing pretty good moving the moonshine for the Webb family. Bash replies, We should look into that, expanding their distribution. I shake my head. Word around the bush is old man Webb died. His daughter has taken their business legal. Not sure what our brothers are going to do once that happens. Razor takes another drink. Not sure why this is making you so uneasy. I'm getting old, boys. Gotta start thinking about a life after all this. King looks absolutely horrified. Dude, are you dying? Not today. I sigh. We're standing at a fork in the road. Weed's always been our income. I don't want to replace something that's harmless with something that kills people. Razor replies, You do realize there are other drugs we can move, right? A buddy of mine told me about some shit he took. It's new, but no one's died from it. We can get a sample of it, see if it's worth our time. I nod. Yeah, get a sample. As long as it's harmless, I'm good with trying something new. King says, I'll get with my source about the warehouse, too. See if we can get that going. Razor makes a face. A lot of the guys aren't going to stick around if that's the direction the club heads in. Then they aren't the type of men I want to have my back. I sit, leaning back in my chair. When I took over after my old man died, the club grew. Some would say we grew too fast. Might not be a bad thing to trim the fat. If that's how you feel, then fine, but know that trimming the fat means some of the other clubs in the area get bigger, like Psycho. He holds up his hand. I know he's a dick, but are you sure you want to piss off his brother? Psycho's brother is the vice president of a rival club that we've had run-ins with in the past. That makes me frown. Put some feelers out to see if they have an open spot and if they're willing to take him. If not, then I still want him as far away as possible. Razor curses but nods. Fine. And the Mississippi Club said they'll take Psycho if it comes down to that. Good. I stand. I'm going to bed. Don't bother me unless it's life or death. Bash, be at her place at 10. Feeling lighter, I head to my room where I strip down and crash, letting sleep take over.
9. Olivia. There's a tap on the door, so I go to answer it. Lucy has been in and out all day with her parents, moving her stuff out of the dorm. Maybe they've forgotten something, though it's already 8. I can't imagine why they'd still be hauling boxes from one place to another. Opening the door, I find Agent Hill looking down at me. He's pissed, if the scowl on his face is any sign. For some reason, it makes me mad that he's mad. Hi. He pushes past me, coming right in. I close the door and turn to face him. His arms are crossed as he stares at me. Can I get you something to drink? We're basically down to water. I'm not here for water, Olivia, he snaps. I'm here to find out why you're trying to back out of our deal. Calmly, I reply, I'm not. I explained it all in the text. And then I slept better than I have in years. According to my sources, you've already cashed the check I gave you. Did you think about that? I can pay it all back. I haven't even spent very much of it. You're dealing with the feds, Olivia. Anything that comes from us comes with interest. He looks around. And I highly doubt you can pay us back. This is blackmail, Agent Hill. I told you why I can't do this anymore. My eyes well, and I blink back unshed tears. It doesn't seem to affect him, though. Ms. Mayhem, it's not blackmail. We had a deal. In fact, what you're trying to do could be considered a federal crime. You made an agreement with us on your own free will. No one forced you. He exhales loudly. Now, are you going to go back to the club tonight? Or do we have a problem here? He moves the gun at his hip, and it catches the light. I know better than anyone that people will believe whatever he says and say I'm the one in the wrong. And he's right. I did agree to help him without asking what I was getting into. Once again, I'm the fool. Olivia? I nod once. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. There's no problem, Agent Hill. I'll go to the club tonight. And be sure to keep your ear to the floor. I nod again. Speaking of, did you hear anything last night that's worth mentioning? I shake my head. No, I left early. Why? Saint told me to. Any reason why? One of the guys there got in my face, said some things, and Saint punched him. Why do I feel like I'm tattling on Saint? Oh, because I am. And Agent Hill should know most of this, since I included it in my text. Agent Hill nods. Very good. You think it's very good that someone was so rude to me that someone else deemed it worthy to punch him? I let out a little huff. That's messed up. That's how those men live, Olivia. Fighting is second nature to them. And you didn't think to mention that to me before asking me to go undercover there. This cuts deep. He knows my past, and I didn't think it was important. I cross my arms. Okay, so tell me this. Why am I undercover at a gay bar? Gay bar? His voice rises with each word. Who said it was a gay bar? When I don't answer, he says, I can assure you it's not a gay bar. Not even close. Then what is it? And why am I there? And don't say just to listen. He glances at his watch as if I'm boring him. Feeling brave, I say, Agent Hill, I'm not going in until you answer me. Such courage from a scared little girl. He snorts. You want answers?
Fine. The club you're bartending at is the clubhouse and home base of the Devil's Regents, one of the biggest motorcycle clubs in the great state of Georgia. Hell, maybe in the country. He goes on, as I've said, you're there to listen, but you aren't the only eyes we have on the club. We've been trying to take them down for years. It's only a matter of time before they slip up.
But why?
Why? Because these are very bad men, Olivia. And they won't be happy if they find out that you're there spying on them.
He looks me over.
Of course, if they were to find out about your past, they might employ you in another manner.
Another threat.
So I suggest you do as I say and go to work tonight. I'll be in touch soon.
He goes to the door and pauses.
And Olivia, this better be the last dramatics I see out of you.
I try to process everything once he's gone.
I know one thing. I'm fucked.
I sit on my bed in my nearly empty room, scrolling my phone. Maybe a number will pop up and that person can magically save me, or at least get me out of the mess I'm in. But there's no one like that around, because when it comes down to it, people only look out for themselves. The little clock next to my bed beeps, and I realize I haven't dressed yet. I'm about to look in my dresser for something to wear when there's another knock on my door. My stomach churns as I cross the room. I call out, "Who is it?" I've already made the mistake once today, assuming. "It's Michelle from down the hall. Hey, there's a hot guy at the front door asking for you. I wasn't sure if I should let him in."
A hot guy?
Yeah, he rode up on a badass motorcycle.
Okay, thanks for letting me know.
I grab my keys and phone, heading downstairs. Sure enough, when I step outside, I see Bash leaning against the entryway. He straightens when he sees me.
Hey.
Hey there. Is something wrong?
Saint asked me to give you a lift, since I was on this side of town.
Oh, that's very kind. I look down at my jeans and t-shirt. I think this might be too casual to wear to work. He looks me over until I feel warm.
You look hot. You could wear a potato sack and still make it work.
That makes me laugh. Thanks, Bash.
I mean it.
He gives me another look over.
Total babe.
Not knowing what to do, I say, "Well, let's go. I don't want to be late." He surprises me by taking me by the hand. It feels normal as we walk toward the parking lot. I'm a little sad he doesn't have his car, but the bike he has is impressive. He hands me a helmet and puts his own on before climbing onto the bike. I climb on behind him, wrapping my arms around his chest. I think I'm getting the hang of this. He takes off, going slower than Saint and Razor did, but I like it. The wind blows in my face, and I tilt my head up, looking at the night sky. That's one thing about Savannah that I'll miss when I finally leave. Oh, there's nothing set in stone, but one of these days I'm finally going to get the fuck out of here and set out on my own. Bash turns his head and calls out,
"You good?"
"Yeah." He takes the road that leads to the clubhouse. As we pull up, I wonder how I didn't see it before. This is clearly not a bar or regular dance club. Motorcycles and badass cars are everywhere, along with the men who own them. The few women that I see aren't dressed like the women at the clubs I've been to either. It makes me wonder what else I'm wrong about. Bash pulls his bike into the shop, parking it next to his car. I climb off, handing him the helmet after he stands.
"I don't usually park in here, but there's a chance of rain tonight."
"Afraid your bike will melt?" He lets out a loud laugh.
"Yeah."
He's gorgeous when he laughs, and I find myself smiling up at him.
"Come on, let's go before Saint sends out a search party."
He throws his arm around my shoulder as we go toward the clubhouse. In the distance, lightning flickers in the dark clouds. Guess he wasn't wrong about a chance of rain. We enter through the side door, and Bash walks me to the bar. Jazz is leaning against it, texting. When she sees us, she stands. "Hey, you two." Her eyes dance with merriment as she looks at his arm still around my shoulder. "I didn't realize you two were a thing." "Oh, Bash cuts me off and says,
"Just enjoying the newness of it, Jazz. Didn't think it'd matter to anyone."
She replies, "There are a few women around here who might care, Bash, but good for you. You two suit each other." Someone calls her name, and she grabs a bottle of whiskey, heading to them. When she's gone, Bash laughs, shaking his head. "What was that all about?" He replies,
"Saint wants to make sure the other guys don't bother you. I figure if they think we're together, then they'll leave you alone. For a while, at least."
"Oh." I think. "Why just for a while?" His smile falters a little.
"Because eventually the guys will expect to see proof."
"As in?"
"A patch, or even a tattoo or brand."
"Oh." He shrugs.
"Like I said, it'll buy you some time."
"Well, thanks."
"No problem." He looks at his phone and says, "I have to take this, but I'll be back. And don't worry, Psycho isn't here tonight."
I nod and watch him head out the doors, phone to his ear. Jazz makes her way around the room, and a few of the guys shoot glances my way, but no one comes over. It makes me wonder what she's saying to them. Jazz comes back with a tray full of empties and says, "I just knew there was a reason you wanted a job here. How long have you and Bash been banging?"
Well, that answers that question.
Not very long."
"Is he as amazing in bed as I think he'd be?"
"Oh yeah, the best."
She grins. "I knew it. He never messes around with anyone here, so having you around is definitely a first."
I nod. "That's cool."
"We'll have to gossip more later. I'm sure Karma is going to be spitting nails when she finds out. She's had her eyes on him for years."
"Karma?"
"One of the club whores. Don't worry, Bash won't let her do anything to you." I'm really starting to feel like I should Google the dynamics of a motorcycle club. Maybe if I get a break. She goes on, "I better get back out there. Holler if you need to step away from the bar." Even though it's a Saturday night, the club isn't as busy as it's been the past few nights. I wipe down the bar top and make sure everything is restocked. Since no one's coming up to me, I have a lot of time to people watch. Again, I'm not sure how I mistook this for a gay club. Well, other than the hairy men and all the leather, that part could definitely go either way. Making sure no one is looking, I pull my phone from my pocket and Google what a motorcycle club is. Holy cow, there are a ton of results. I skimmed through the first few, trying to put together bits and pieces. There's an article about the vests, or cuts, that some of the guys are wearing. Each patch means something different, which I guess is what Bash meant when he said people would expect to see me wearing his patch sooner or later. It's basically claiming me as his, which doesn't sound as bad as one would think. There are a few books that show up in the search bar, and I download them right onto my phone. Hey, they might be fiction, but maybe I'll learn a thing or two. I then search what a club whore is. Okay, that one is more obvious. The club whores are women who hang around or live at the clubhouse. Their purpose? To service the men. Kudos to them, I guess, because I don't think I could do something like that for free. As if my search summons them, a group of women enters the club, gaining catcalls from some of the guys. I wonder why they weren't around the past few nights. They're all dressed differently. I'm not sure what I expected. Matching uniforms? A blonde and a woman with bright blue hair makes their way to the bar, eyes set on me. I stand a bit taller and smile.
"Hi, what can I get you?"
The blonde says,
I'll take a shot of tequila. Straight or with a lime? She smiles. Straight. I grab a shot glass and fill it before sliding it toward her. She downs it, leaving her red lipstick on the glass. I'm Foxy, by the way. This is Claus. Claus? Well, the blue-headed woman is aptly named, and not just because of her long, blue acrylic fingernails that match her blue hair. I smile back. I'm Olivia. Nice to meet you. Foxy lets out a cute little laugh. You haven't been named yet? I shake my head. No. Claus turns to Foxy and says, See, I told you it wasn't serious. Foxy replies, Don't be a bitch, Claus. To me, she says, I hope they pick a name that's just as darling as you are. Thanks. She winks and then goes to a table where a man pulls her into his lap, kissing her. Claus stands there, staring at me. Would you like something to drink? She opens her mouth and then snaps it shut as Saint and King come up to the bar. King gives me a megawatt smile. Miss Mayhem. I swear to God, my knees go a little weak. Maybe it's the way he lowers his already gravelly voice, or maybe it's the look in his eyes. But for the first time in my life, I don't hate hearing my last name. A nervous giggle escapes my lips. Hi. Can I get you a drink? Claus lets out a loud huff and takes off. If King and Saint notice, they don't let it show. Saint answers, 2 shots of tequila, please. King snorts, Better give us the whole bottle. I grab 2 shot glasses and a bottle of the top shelf tequila. King salutes me, picking up the items and heading toward the office. Saint stays back, watching me. Everything going okay? I'm not sure if he's asking about the club or me personally, so I say, Yeah, it's kind of slow tonight. A lot of the guys left town, but they'll be back next week. Why will they be back? He makes a face, and I think I've made a mistake. I'm sorry, it's none of my business. Grabbing a towel, I walk to the other end of the bar and wipe a water ring left from a bottle of beer. Saint follows me. They'll be back because we're having church next week. He gives me a smile. And it's okay to ask questions. Just know that not everything can be answered. I nod. Thanks for that. And thanks for having Bash give me a ride. Eventually, I'll save enough money to get a car, but for now, I'm at the mercy of ride shares or my bike. His eyebrows lift in surprise. You ride? No, I meant my bicycle. He throws his head back, laughing loudly. Nothing wrong with that. It's useful for getting around the campus. Such a baby. But his eyes are dancing, and my stomach is fluttering. I better go. King has a short attention span. I grin like a fool as he walks away, enough so that several of the guys comment on how happy I look. And then I think of Agent Hill and his threats. Just like that, my good mood is gone, and I remember why I'm here. 10. Olivia. Agent Hill blows up my phone over the next few days, but I ignore him. Well, mostly. I do send him a text on Sunday telling him the club is having church later in the week. He gets pissy when he asks when, and I say I don't know. Because I don't. But if I were to guess, I'd say it's going to be Thursday or Friday. Jazz texted me on Tuesday asking me to come in today to help unload an alcohol shipment. I don't tell Agent Hill this. In the meantime, I pick up a few extra shifts on the app, earning $1,000 and 2 return customers. Maybe I can earn enough to pay back Agent Hill with interest. I'm not holding my breath, but it won't hurt to try. Plus, the extra shifts have taken the edge off my mood. Bash sends me a text, letting me know he's downstairs. I'm not going to lie, I'm really enjoying spending time with them.
He doesn't intimidate me like Saint and King, and we have a lot in common. Plus, he's super cute. Today, he's wearing a black Henley with his cut over it. His jeans are faded but look so good on him. His black boots finish his outfit. He grins when he sees me and tosses me my helmet. "Hope you're ready to work. Jazz went crazy ordering booze in. There's got to be 100 boxes to unload."
Maybe she's thirsty.
He laughs. "That's probably the truth." I climb on the bike, wrapping my arms around his waist. As we drive through the parking lot, I can't help but notice how empty it is. I'm running out of time to find a place to stay, and I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do. One of the places I looked at is in my price range, but I just can't get over the roaches that openly roam the countertops in broad daylight. I shudder just thinking about it. "Cold?" Bash calls over his shoulder.
I'm good.
I call back. We pull up to the clubhouse. Seeing it in the daytime is always weird. It's such an ordinary building with beige brick. Bash said it used to be the headquarters for a fishing company based out of the Gulf, but the owners realized they were too far from the water and sold their lot. It also explains the kitchen inside, where they used to have seafood cookouts for the employees. There are 2 flower beds that flank each side of the walkway that look sad and pitiful. I've never lived anywhere that I could have my own flower bed, and seeing this one just breaks my heart. When I mentioned this to Bash, he said a flower bed wouldn't last long with the guys and their boots. He's probably right. Jazz is leaning against the bar, talking to Grizzly. She's wearing short shorts. I'm talking I can almost see her coochie, and a bikini top, which she manages to make look cute. I suspect she and Grizzly are getting serious, if the hickeys on her neck are any sign. They kiss loudly, and he takes off, slapping Bash on the back as he passes. Bash says to me, "Text when you're ready to go." I nod, and he winks at me before following Grizzly. Jazz says, "It's still strange to see Bash with someone. He's been single so long that we were starting to wonder." I don't reply and follow her out the side door. Bash wasn't kidding when he said there were 100 boxes out here.
Dang, Jazz. How much did you order?
It's not all booze. There's going to be a huge cookout Sunday night, the first of many to come this summer. She grins at me. Summer is the best.
If you say so.
Because all I can feel is the humid air that's making my hair stick to the back of my neck and my jeans cling to my thighs. As much as I hate wearing shorts, I might have to give in. Otherwise, I'm liable to pass out from heat stroke. As if sensing my thoughts, Jazz says, "I think we're the same size. Do you want to borrow a pair of shorts?" I'm about to say no, but then I look at the boxes.
You know what? That would be awesome.
Come on. We go back inside, and she leads me away from the bar and primary space toward a hallway with several doors on both sides. Some have nameplates, and a few have decorations around the frame. I'm really not surprised when we stop in front of a door decorated with pink fluff and One Tree Hill photos all over it. I might not know much about Jazz, but I know one thing. She's the biggest One Tree Hill fan I've ever met in my life. There's even a picture of her dressed up as a cheerleader from the show. She pulls a key from her pocket and unlocks the door, walking in first. I follow. I'm surprised at how clean the room is. For some reason, I had her pegged as the messy type. Her room is small, reminding me of my dorm. Much like the door, there are One Tree Hill posters lining the walls. Where did you find all the posters? Because that show has been off TV for a long time. eBay, baby. You'd be surprised what you can find there. She goes to her dresser and pulls out 2 pairs of shorts. The bathroom is over there. She points to the only other door in the room. I go in, closing the door behind me. Just by looking at the shorts, I can pretty much eliminate 1 pair, so I set them on the vanity.
They're as short as the ones she's wearing. Unzipping my pants, I kick them off and then put the black shorts on. They're still shorter than I'd like, but I'm already cooling down, so that's a plus. When I go back into the room, Jazz whistles. "Dang, girl, look at those legs." "They're not too short, are they?" She points to her own shorts. "You're asking the wrong person. I only keep the pair you're wearing so my mom doesn't freak out when I visit." She motions for me to follow. We go back outside and begin bringing in boxes, stacking them around the bar. I can't help but notice how dead it is, and how I keep looking for Saint and King to show up. "Where is everyone?" "They're either sleeping off whatever they did last night, or they're at their own places." She lifts another box. "But they'll all be here tomorrow, so we need to be ready." We work for the next hour, chatting easily. It's hard to believe this is the same person who didn't want to chat with me on my first night. Jazz says it's because she doesn't like opening up to new people, because in her experience, most people can't hang with the lifestyle that comes with the club. I guess I can forgive her for that. Jazz closes the door as we bring the last box inside. Thank God for air conditioner. I'm sweating in places that no one should ever sweat in. Me too. Thank you again for letting me borrow the shorts. No problem. She looks at the boxes and says, I'll unload the booze if you don't mind unloading the food. Sure. I grab a box marked as condiments and carry it through the swinging doors. Again, I'm taken aback by how unorganized the kitchen is. I put the box on the floor and then peek my head out the door. Do you think anyone would mind if I moved some things around in here? Jazz is sitting on the floor behind the bar, unloading some alcohol. She glances up at me as if I've lost my mind. I don't think anyone would mind, but it's probably pretty nasty in there, she warns me. Cool. Thanks. I go back into the kitchen, looking around. Time to make some changes. I spend the next few hours scrubbing the kitchen from floor to ceiling. Jazz wasn't kidding. It's disgusting. Obviously, the health inspector hasn't ever been here. When everything is clean and the scent of mildew is replaced with bleach, I move equipment around. The bread box goes further down the stainless steel counter, so it's closer to the walk-in refrigerator. I move the bus tubs next to the giant sinks, away from the food prep area. And then I do my personal favorite task and arrange the spice rack in alphabetical order. Jazz pops her head in and lets out a gasp. Oh my God. It looks awesome in here. I grin. Thanks. I worked in a mom-and-pop diner last year. Picked up a few things there. Can you cook? A little. I'm being modest. I can cook. Well, from what others have told me, but I don't want to sound like I'm bragging. She glances at her phone. It's almost dinner. You should throw something together for us and the girls. Get to know everyone. I hedge. I'm not sure. Claus didn't seem like she wanted to get to know me the other day. Fuck Claus. No one likes her. She's only here because she gives superb head. She grins. But seriously, get to know the others. You'll like them. That makes me laugh. Jazz does have a point. If I'm going to be here all summer, then I don't want drama with any of the other girls. I ask, do you have a nickname? Yeah, it's Jasmine, like the princess from Aladdin, but everyone calls me Jazz. She looks nothing like the princess from Aladdin. She must guess my train of thought because she throws her head back, laughing. I used to be a stripper before I started working here. Let's just say it has something to do with that and the outfit I was wearing the day I met Saint. I feel a flash of jealousy deep in my stomach. The feeling is immediately replaced with one of shame. I shouldn't be jealous of her. It's not my business what she or Saint do in their spare time, even though the thought of them hooking up makes me a bit envious. I ask, what do you think everyone would like for dinner? Anything to get my mind off Saint. She thinks, "Did we get any steaks in?" "2 cases." "Can't go wrong with steak." I grin. "Tell everyone to be here in 2 hours." "I can't wait. I seriously can't remember the last time I had a home-cooked meal." She pulls out her phone. "I'm going to text them right now." She walks away, typing furiously. Looking around, I plan what I'm going to make, and then I get to work. 2 hours later, on the dot, Jazz comes back into the kitchen. "Oh my God, Olivia!" She looks around, her mouth gaping. Not to toot my own horn, but I've outdone myself. "Is everyone here?" She nods. "Yeah. Shit. I think we're underdressed for this meal." I laugh. I may have gotten carried away. "This is amazing. Everything smells so good. I was thinking we can push the 2 big tables together. I know it's more chairs than we need, but we can put the food in the middle of the table." "I'm on it." She pops her head out the door. "Claus, Sissy, we need the 2 big tables pushed together." Someone, probably Claus, says something shitty, but a moment later the sound of metal scraping the floor fills the air. I say, "Grab that tray. We're starting off with salad and fresh rolls." I kind of cheated on the bread using a kit, but I didn't have enough time to make it the old-fashioned way. When I pulled them from the oven, where I had them warming, Jazz lets out a moan. "I've died and gone to heaven." We go to the main room, where several women sit at the table. Claus is glaring at me, and when she notices me staring back, she turns her attention to the woman next to her, whispering something. The other woman looks up, a mean gleam in her eyes. "Jazz, is this the bitch fucking bash?" I know she's trying to shock me, but it's not working. I've dealt with way worse than this. Jazz replies, "Don't be jealous, Karma." Karma is beautiful. Well, except for her horrible attitude. She has long black hair that looks almost blue and shines when the light hits it just right. Her cheekbones are high, and her lips are full, reminding me of a young Angelina Jolie. She smirks at me, as if she can sense my train of thought. "Sorry, honey. I don't swing that way." Jazz shakes her head. "Lay off her, Karma. Olivia made us an awesome meal, and I don't want to spend it listening to you being a catty bitch." Karma's eyes narrow, but she says nothing else. Jazz points to the other women. "That's Sissy, Ducky, Kiwi, Mama Bear, Pinky, and you already know Claus and Foxy." Mama Bear lights a cigarette and says, "You going to stand there or serve us?" This makes the others snicker. Mama Bear is the oldest one there, with a weathered face and eyes that look like she's seen a thing or two. She watches me as I go to each plate, serving the salad. When I'm finished, I put the bowl to the side and say, "I made homemade ranch and blue cheese dressing." They look at me like I've lost my mind. Finally, Kiwi says, "Are you serious? You made it?" Yeah. It's a recipe I picked up at the restaurant. I made a few tweaks, and it's pretty good. My favorite part is the chunks of actual blue cheese. Kiwi pushes a piece of her kiwi green hair from her face. "My ma used to make homemade blue cheese dressing." "I hope you like it." I set the bowls down and watch as they dive in. Mama Bear dips her finger into each bowl before nodding. She then pours nearly half the bowl of blue cheese over her salad. While they eat, I go back into the kitchen and grab the other bowl of ranch dressing I made. When I come back, Jazz motions for me to sit. "You need to eat too, Olivia." She serves some salad and hands me the plate. I dig in, listening to everyone talk. The girls chat to each other, but you can definitely see who hangs out with who by the private conversations. Claus, Karma, and Sissy are laughing, tossing profanities around. Kiwi, Ducky, Foxy, and Jazz are talking about going shopping when a new store opens. And Mama Bear and Pinky are talking in low tones to each other, and I can't hear what they're saying. But I don't feel left out. In fact, Ducky asks if I want to go shopping with them. I'm not sure, I hedge. I don't want to intrude. Jazz shakes her head. You won't be. It will be fun, too. Come on. Sure. That sounds like fun. Ducky says, text Jazz your address and we'll pick you up. We usually go around noon on our shopping days. From the other end of the table, Claus pops off. Noon? Ha! If I see you up before noon, I'll swallow all of Tiny's cum. Fuck off, Claus. I can get up any time I want. I just choose to sleep in late. Ducky pauses. And don't act like you don't love swallowing his cum. The others laugh loudly. Jazz leans over and says, You'll understand when you see Tiny. Pinky adds, Just don't let him get behind you. He's a pervy old fucker who likes to grab ass. Claus says, She doesn't have to worry about that. Ms. Priss dresses like a nun. Won't surprise me at all if that ends up being her nickname. I reply, Well, I did go through a phase of wanting to be a nun after watching The Sound of Music when I was younger. I lean forward and whisper, Captain Von Trapp and that whistle was very inspiring. This gets another round of laughter from everyone. Even Mama Bear grins. The thing is, I'm being totally serious, on both accounts. I ask, So, how does Saint come up with everyone's nicknames? Because Google wasn't very helpful. Mama Bear answers, The Prez picks names that fit us. Plain and simple. Some are obvious, and some are private. I think back to what Jazz said about getting her name, and just as before, get that same jealous feeling. How long does it take to get one? Depends on the chick, Karma answers. Some of us have nicknames on day one. Some never get them. The way she's looking at me gives me the impression she doesn't think I'll last long enough to get a name. Pinky says, Tell her how you got your name, Karma. There's obviously a case of envy and awe here. Pinky's looking at Karma like she's halfway in love. Karma replies, I got my name because, good or bad, I can fuck your life up just like Karma. Mama Bear snorts. Don't we all know it? This leads into banter between the two. While everyone talks, I go back to the kitchen and start bringing the sides out. Baked potatoes with all the toppings, steamed broccoli, asparagus with lemon butter, white rice, corn on the cob, and homemade kettle chips. Since I wasn't sure what everyone wanted, I tried to make a variety. As I'm bringing the last side dish out, Jazz says, Good Lord, Olivia. I grin and say, I'll be back with the steak. This tray is heavier because I cooked more than I needed and had to time everything perfectly so the steaks would be done at the right time. Again, I didn't know how everyone liked their steaks cooked, so I did a range, from rare to well done. I personally like medium rare, with a warm outside and a cool pink center. And these steaks are top-of-the-line quality. Saint didn't spare any expenses with them. When I go to the main room, the girls are already digging in. I put the tray down, explaining which steak is what. Mama Bear is the first to get a steak, choosing a rare one. She cuts into it, taking a bite. And then she lets out a moan. I've changed my mind about you. You can stay. This seems to be the seal of approval the others have been waiting for, because they talk to me like I've known them for years. And the crazy thing is, I actually feel like I'm a part of their little group. 11. Olivia. The girls are almost finished with their food, so I say, I hope everyone saved room for dessert. Sissy says, Damn, you out to make us fat? Pinky, who is curvy, shakes her head. Ignore her. The rest of us aren't going for the heroin chic look. I grin. I made a Cheerio cream pie and a fresh fruit salad. Something for everyone.
See, didn't I say she was the best? Jazz says. Everyone agrees but Karma, Claus, and Sissy. I get the feeling I may never impress them, which is fine. The feeling is mutual at this point. I go to the kitchen and grab the desserts. When I come back, everyone dives into the pie, including Sissy. Jazz says, I'm so glad you agreed to do this for us. We usually have to fend for ourselves or go out to eat, which gets old real fast. Kiwi agrees.
Feel free to cook for us whenever you want, Olivia.
I'm about to reply when Saint and Razor come into the room. The conversation dies off as each woman looks at them like they want to gobble them up. Jeez, I hope I don't stare at them like that. Razor says, See? I told you I smelled steak. Who cooked this? Saint asks. Everyone points at me and I feel my ears and cheeks warm. I hope it's okay. He goes to Jazz's plate, where she has a bite of steak left on it, and picks it up, plopping it into his mouth. Gah, even the way he chews is sexy. He swallows and says, Fuck yeah, it's okay. Is there more? Sissy and Claus trip over each other, trying to be the first one to serve him. It's Mama Bear who ends up handing him a clean plate, though, and she gives me a little wink as she says, Since Olivia was nice enough to cook for us, which one of you is going to clean up? She's looking right at Sissy and Claus. Both glare back at her. Saint says, Sissy, aren't you on kitchen duty this week? Yeah. Just didn't know we were going to have a feast that I'd be cleaning up after. I say, I can help. No, she's got this. Right, Sissy? Sissy's jaw clenches, but she replies, Of course. Claus smirks at her, as if she's won. Saint must notice, because he says, I'm sure Claus will be more than happy to help. Sissy is the one to sneer this time, as Claus nods. Good. He says to King, Let's eat, brother. They fill their plates, taking empty seats at the end of the table. There's an awkward tension that wasn't there before, and one by one, the girls slip away. I'm about to leave when Bash comes in with Razor. Bash says, I didn't know there was food. Olivia made it, King says between bites. Fucking good. I grin. Thanks. Bash says, You didn't mention that you could cook. I didn't think it was important. Guess it wasn't. But if you ever want to cook for everyone again, let me know so I can be here when it's hot. He gives me a smile that makes me feel warm inside. Bash and Razor fill their plates and sit. Bash picks the seat right next to me, even though it means he's further away from the other guys. He takes a bite and sighs. You can cook, you're cute as hell, and smart. Olivia, is there anything you can't do? Swim, I admit with a rueful shake of my head. I just can't get over the fear of not being able to touch the bottom. I can teach you if you'd like. It's an important skill to have, especially since we live by the ocean. The ocean is an hour away, and I've managed to go this far without knowing how to swim, but I nod. Sure, that could be fun. I can tell by the look on your face that it's not going to happen. That's cool, though. I'll just have to make sure I'm around to protect you. The warm feeling returns. I like that. He gives me another smile, but this one makes me aware of everything. How close he is, the way his throat moves when he swallows, how he's talking to me when he could be talking to his friends. And I know I'm going to do something reckless tonight, if given the chance. I saw what you did in the kitchen. I didn't even recognize it, with it being so clean. Thanks. I'm just glad I could help. He gestures toward his plate. I have a feeling you've created a monster. Mama Bear is the only one who tries to cook around here, and she can only make 3 things. None as good as this.
I'm sure you're exaggerating. He calls out,
Saint, tell Olivia what Mama B can cook.
Saint laughs.
Mac and cheese, ramen noodles, and opening a can of SpaghettiOs.
Bash turns back to me.
See?
Well, maybe I can cook something now and then. I'm already planning what I'll make next.
So, I've been meaning to ask, do you have a boyfriend?
That makes me snort. No.
Why is that funny?
My roommate would tell you that I'm antisocial and only leave the room to go to class. I shrug. She's not wrong. I spend my time in class, studying, or working. That doesn't leave much time for dating.
I find it hard to believe that no one has snagged you up, though.
Well, believe it. I've been on like 6 dates. Ever. I don't add this part because people tend to give me a funny look. I'm not being coy or downplaying the number of dates. It's literally 6 with the same guy. He moved too fast, and I ended up doing things I wasn't ready for. When I tried to slow things, he said I was a tease and broke up with me. After that, I decided I didn't need to date anyone. Not for free, at least. And not when there weren't set rules. Bash says,
Dating is overrated.
I smile because he's trying to make me feel better. He finishes his food and stands.
You ready to get out of here?
I glance toward the kitchen. Maybe I should help them before...
Hell no. Come on, let's go.
To the others, he says,
I'm running Olivia home.
They all tell me bye, and Bash leads me outside. It's always a bit of a surprise when I leave and realize how late it is. We go to his bike, and I get on behind him, putting my helmet on. He does the same, and then says over his shoulder,
You know, if things were different, I would ask you on a date.
He starts the bike before I can reply. I wrap my arms around his waist as we take off. Today's been a good day. The best one I've had in a long time, to be honest. We pull into the dorm parking lot and come to a stop. I hate that time seems to fly when I'm on the back of a bike. Bash looks up.
Looks pretty lonely up there tonight.
There are only a few lights on here and there. I sigh. Yeah.
Why'd the sigh?
I still haven't found a place to stay yet. I was going to look today, but Jazz asked me to come in. I hold up my hands. I'm not complaining. I had fun today and was glad to help. But now I have 2 days to find a place. Bash nods.
I get that. Maybe something will pop up.
I hope so. But I'm not holding my breath, because I gave up on miracles a long time ago. Want to come up and see it? The words come out of my mouth before I can stop them. I quickly add, You don't have to if you don't want to. I'm sure you have more important things to do. He gives me a lazy smile.
I'd love to.
We take off our helmets, tucking them under our arms. I lead the way into the building. My dorm is co-ed, so I'm not worried about anyone stopping us. Plus, there's only like 3 people still here. The elevator ride is silent, and I'm not sure if it's a good thing or not. I'm super nervous. But is he? We get off on my floor, and I go to my door, unlocking it. Lucy's been here at some point, and all of her stuff is gone. There's an envelope on my desk, so I'll have to look at it later. Bash stands in the doorway, looking in.
So, this is what it's like to be in a dorm. It's smaller than I thought it'd be.
Small? I look around. This is a mansion compared to the room I had my freshman year. It was so tight that my roommate and I had to walk sideways to get past each other. He laughs.
Guess the pornos got it all wrong then.
That makes me snort, too. I haven't seen one, so I'll have to take your word for it.
You've never seen a porno? Ever? Fuck. I don't know how to respond to that.
He doesn't know that I'm lying. Why would he?
We've only known each other for a short time. He does not know that I was trained from a very young age to lie and lie well at that, and to use people's hidden agendas against them. Like, for example, he mentioned porn. I knew that by saying I hadn't seen one, I would pique his interest. Now we get to have some fun, and I can feed the darkness inside of me. I'm sure there are a lot of people who haven't seen one, Bash. I think you're wrong about this one. He grins. Got any plans for the rest of the night? I want to point out that most people are asleep at this time of night, but shake my head instead. Not really. Why? Let's rectify the situation. He pulls his phone from his pocket. Got an HDMI cord? I do somewhere, if I haven't packed it. I pause. Are you serious? We're really going to watch a porno? He's very serious as he answers, I never joke about porn. He goes to the TV, turning it on. God, why do I suddenly feel warm? He flips the lights off, and the glow of the TV screen fills the room. Be ready to be wowed, Olivia. Then he goes right to my bed and sits on it, patting the spot next to him. My heart pounds as I cross the room to sit. I might fuck people for money, but this is different. We're close, but not too close, which is how I need to play this. I wish we had popcorn for this. He nods. Yeah, always good to have something to do with your hands while watching porn. I glance at him out of the side of my eye and find him grinning at me. I laugh. Very funny. I thought so too. Cheesy music starts, and a woman wearing the tightest outfit I've ever seen in my life walks into a classroom, going to the professor's desk. Perching on the edge, she pouts about not passing his class and then says she'll do anything to raise her grade. Let me guess. He's going to offer her some extra credit work. Bash grins. You sure you haven't seen this? I roll my eyes. I'm positive. He laughs and turns his attention back to the TV. The woman and the professor banter back and forth before agreeing to meet later that evening so she can do extra credit. When she shows up that night, she's wearing a trench coat with nothing underneath, which I know because she flashes the professor as she walks toward him. The professor's pants tent, and he beckons her closer. Do guys really like this stuff? I whisper loudly. Just wait. It gets better. The professor picks her up, placing her on his desk. He unties the jacket, letting it pull around her. Her chest heaves as he cups her very large and very fake breast. And then he covers her nipple with his mouth, sucking loudly. But the crazy thing is, I can kind of see the appeal. I mean, I'm feeling warm all over. I'm also hyper-aware of Bash's arm touching mine, of the heat coming from his body, of the scent of leather, sweat, and something slightly spicy that clings to his skin. The scene changes, and the woman is on her knees in front of the professor. He, of course, has the biggest thing I've ever seen, and she is deep-throating him. His fingers work through her hair, urging her on. Heat pulls between my legs now, and I shift, brushing against Bash. Another scene change. This time they're in a dorm room, and he's pounding into her while she's on all fours on her bed. The room is massive, which is one aspect the film got wrong. She mews as his thrusts become shallow. I swallow, not realizing how dry my mouth is. Bash is the one to shift this time, moving closer to me. I'm about to make a witty comment when the woman on screen orgasms, screaming loudly. The professor pulls out of her and their arousal drips down her thighs. It's the sexiest thing I've ever seen in my life. I clear my throat, trying to get control of the way I'm feeling. Is it over? He shakes his head. No. This one has 3 good scenes. The next part is in the library, against the books.
I move and let out a small gasp. My nipples are butted, and my bra creates a delicious sensation as it rubs against my breasts.
You okay?
He's looking down at me with dark eyes. I moisten my lips and nod. His throat bobs as he swallows, and he looks away.
This was a bad idea.
What was? He replies.
Doing this with you.
Oh, I say, hating how sad I sound. He lets out a frustrated sigh.
It's a bad idea because I'm sitting here trying not to get a hard-on. Porn gets me going, but so do you.
Oh, wow. Really? He points to his crotch.
I'm this close to needing a pillow to hide my boner.
I look down at where he's pointing. Sure enough, there's a bulge in his pants that wasn't there before. Should we, stop watching it?
Do you want to stop?
I shake my head. No. I pause. Is there anything we can do to make this less painful for you? He groans, and the sound goes straight to my core.
Fuck. I know you don't mean it the way it sounds, but my mind is making everything dirty right now.
The woman on the TV screams again as she comes, and more heat pools between my legs. I've spent my entire life trying to blend into the shadows so no one notices me unless I want them to, but I want Bash's attention now. I ask, what would happen right now if this was a porno? He leans his head back against the wall, swallowing.
One of us would make a move.
Glancing at the screen, I see the woman is straddling the man, riding him wildly. Taking a page from her book, I move and climb onto his lap. Right away, I feel his bulge pressing against my core, thanks to my short shorts. He lets out a little moan.
Fuck.
I've made the first move. What next? His hand lifts and rubs up and down my arm, sending goosebumps in his wake.
Olivia, I can't touch you. Not in the way you want, at least.
I feel a pang of hurt. Why not? His gaze meets mine.
I made a promise.
The grunts and groans from the TV fill the room, making it hard to think. Is that the only reason? He nods. Then we'll make sure you don't touch me. Leaning forward, I brush my lips against his. I'm surprised how soft they are, when everything else on him is so hard. Parting my lips, I kiss him more demanding this time. He responds by weaving his fingers through my hair, kissing me back until I'm breathless. There's a slight tug, and I gasp at the pain I feel.
Like that?
He asks, nipping my bottom lip. He's left me burning for more, so I move closer, pressing my chest against his and rock my hips at the same time. The pressure feels so good, so I do it again.
God damn,
he breathes out against my lips.
Don't stop.
Feeling bold, I grind against him, gasping at the sweet tension I feel between my legs. The bulge in his pants gets bigger, and we both moan. Bash, can I try something? He nods, eyes hooded. Reaching between us, I unzip his pants. His cock springs forward, and he doesn't have underwear on. I've seen a few cocks in my life, and his is by far the biggest I've seen. If I were to grip it, I'm not sure I'd be able to grasp it fully. He lets out a breathy sigh.
Olivia, this is dangerous ground here.
I know. I just want to see how this feels. I tug his pants, and he lifts his hips so I can pull his pants down a bit. Raising up on my knees, I unzip my shorts, pulling them down. Unlike Bash, I do have underwear on, but when I settle back on his lap, it's almost like I don't have anything on. The heat from his cock hits me right in my core.
Liv,
he breathes out. I get a rush when he calls me this new nickname. I kiss him again and whisper, "Trust me."
When I rock my hips this time, it's like nothing I've ever felt before. His cock slides against my pussy, pushing my thin panties along for the ride. I'm so aroused that I'm sure he can feel the wetness seeping between us. Glancing at the TV, I see that the woman is still riding her professor, so I do the same. Using his shoulder to brace myself, I rock against him. His hips lift to meet my thrusts until we're both moaning. Liv, we need to stop or I'm going to come everywhere. The naughty part of me wants to see him come undone, but not like this. Not when we both can't feel good. With a sigh, I climb off his lap and pull up my shorts, ignoring the wetness between my legs and the empty ache left from not having an orgasm. He stands and says, "I'll be right back." When he closes the bathroom door, I close my eyes, sighing. Did I make a mistake? My body says no, but my mind is making me wonder. The door opens and Bash comes out, minus the tent in his pants. He goes to the TV, turning it off. Bash, I'm sorry, Liv. I shouldn't have let you start that, knowing we wouldn't be able to finish. He runs his fingers through his hair. But I want to see you again. Maybe go to a movie, or to dinner. Are you asking me on a date? There's a moment where I feel a flash of fear. I don't date guys. I fuck them. But I really want to see Bash again. He nods. I am. I'd like that. I'm surprised that I actually mean this. There's something about him that makes me want to try. Good. We'll plan something. It'll have to wait until next week, though, if that's cool with you. That works with me. I pause. What about what you said? About not being able to touch me? He makes a face. Saint is the one who told me to keep my hands off. Saint? Why? Because he's not blind, Liv. You're a fucking gem, and he doesn't want anyone to lay claim to you. That doesn't make sense. It does. He's hot for you, just like I am. Hell, I suspect we're not the only ones either. But why? Because you're different from the other girls, and that's not something we're used to in our world. He stands. I better get out of here before we get in trouble. I'll see you tomorrow, yeah? I stand too. Yeah. He brushes his lips against mine. Thanks for showing me how hot dorm rooms are. Next time, we'll have to watch another one of my favorite pornos. Oh? What's it about? A biker who gets the girl of his dreams. He gives me a heart-clenching smile and goes to the door. See you tomorrow, Liv. When he's gone, I lean against the door. I like him. A lot. But I also like Saint. So what does that mean for me and Bash?
12. Saint. Tonight is the decoy run to get the feds off our asses. I should go over the plans one last time, but instead my dumb ass keeps looking at the clock, seeing what time it is. I won't get to see Olivia tonight, at least not before the run. Hell, she might be gone by the time we get back, and that depresses the hell out of me. Picking up my phone, I text Bash and tell him to come to my office. He strolls through the door a few minutes later as if he's waiting for me. What time are you getting Olivia tonight? He glances away as he sits. Not sure. Why? I was thinking about getting her myself tonight. He looks surprised. King's gonna shit a brick if you take off this close to a run. King can fuck off. King strolls through the door, a bottle of Jack in hand. Fuck, man, what did I do now? He takes a seat next to Bash, kicking his feet up on the edge of my desk. I was just telling Bash I'm going to pick up Olivia tonight. King tilts his head, laughing, loudly. I lean back in my chair, glaring. Care to share? It's nothing, he says between laughs. Just never thought I'd see the day that fucking Saint Massacre was pussy whipped. And the best part is, you haven't even had that pussy yet. My anger breaks and I slam my fist on the desk. I'm only gonna say this once. Don't fucking talk about her like that. Got it? Jesus Christ, man, I get it. You have a hard dick for this chick and I'm just teasing you. He looks over at Bash. Fuck, you have a thing for her too? I glance at Bash just as the look of anger fades from his face and is replaced with a look of indifference. Bash? He can't even look me in the eye. It's nothing. She's just really great. Really great? King snorts. Are we fucking 12? Bash glares and King laughs again. Wait, did something happen with her? He peers at Bash. Maybe when you took her home last night? Bash stills and says nothing. Bash? He doesn't say anything and I stand. You better start talking, now. He actually looks like he's in pain. I didn't touch her. But... His face pales. Saint, you know I'd do anything for you. Rage and panic wage war deep inside of my soul. Bash is one of the good guys. He wouldn't betray me by going against my word, would he? Bash, what did you do? King stands, putting his hand on my shoulder. Saint, maybe you should sit down. I think you're scaring him. I go back to my seat and wait. Bash looks up at the ceiling. I didn't touch her, but something did happen last night. King mutters, Fuck, this ought to be interesting. Bash, you better start from the beginning. Now. And don't leave a fucking detail out. I took her to her dorm last night, and she asked me if I wanted to come up. I said yes. His throat bobs. When we got up there, I made a joke about dorms looking bigger in pornos. King groans. Are you fucking serious? Bash goes on. She said she hadn't seen one, so I... You what? I spit out. I suggested watching a porno with her. Which one did you pick? King asks. Professor Fucker 6. That's a good one. King isn't wrong. It is a good one, but not something Bash should have watched with my Olivia. I snap. Go on, Bash. So we were watching it and then we kissed. Who kissed who? She kissed me. And then? I told her that I wasn't supposed to touch her and she asked if she could touch me. All sorts of images flash through my mind and I don't like a single one of them. Did you fuck her? King asks. No, I told you. I didn't touch her. Then why do you look like you ran over someone's cat? I wait for him to answer. His cheeks pinken and he says, We made out. That's not too bad, I think to myself. And then we dry humped each other. For some reason, this might be worse than if they'd had sex. King lets out a whistle. Shit, man. Didn't know you were so into this chick. I didn't either, he admits. It takes everything in my power not to punch this fucking tool right in the jaw. Saint, I swear I didn't mean for this to happen. He swallows. But I don't think I can walk away from her. Oh, shit. King breathes out. Is that supposed to be some kind of threat, Bash? I stand, crossing my arms. Not a threat, but she hasn't been claimed by anyone, and we all know it's going to happen eventually. Hell, the Club of Whores already think we're dating. And why in the fuck do they think that? What I'm getting at is it really bad for people to think we're together? My damn teeth are going to crack from gritting my jaw so hard. King says, He's got a point, Saint. You didn't brand her. She'll be protected if the others think she's with one of us. That's not what he's saying, though. I turn to Bash. He's saying he wants to fuck her. Isn't that right, Bash? Bash surprises me by standing too. With all due respect, Saint, you don't get to talk about her like that either. I'm not sure what I want, but I do know I want to get to know her better. King says, Holy shit. What kind of fucked up alternate universe have I stepped into? The only thing missing is Razor losing his mind over this chick. I'm kind of wondering the same thing. Two things just happened that have never happened since I've known Bash. One, he just put me in my place. Two, he's saying he wants more out of a female than sex. The crazy thing is, I'm not sure how to proceed from here. King says to me, What it boils down to is, what do you want, Saint? You're the prez. What you say goes. If she's off limits, then Bash will respect your word. Right, Bash? Bash nods, but looks madder than hell. I sit, groaning. Who the fuck am I to say who can or can't have her? She's not a fucking piece of property. King's mouth gapes. This chick must have magic pussy or something to have both of you acting like this. Bash and I both glare and King laughs. See, I've never seen either of you acting like this. Sighing, I say, I don't know what to do. Bash and King look surprised. Bash says, Saint, if you like her, I'll back down. As I said, who am I to say who can or can't be with her? Ignoring the ache in the pit of my stomach, I go on. It's up to her, and I'll support whomever she wants to be with. Besides, it's not like she'd actually be interested in an old fucker like me. I think you're wrong about that, Bash replies. Oh? When I told her I couldn't touch her, she asked why, so I told her. When I said it was because I thought you had the hots for her, she got this starry look in her eyes. He shakes his head. I'm just saying, don't count yourself out. I gave up on fairy tales a long time ago. I sigh. You have my blessing to date her. Just don't flaunt it in my face. This might be a dipshit move on my end. I'm into this girl, but it's not fair to either of us to pursue anything. I'm done talking about Olivia and turn to King. We good to go tonight? Jesus is topping off the fuel on the bikes. We're on schedule. He pauses. You sure you don't just want to claim this chick? I'm sure. I'll only fuck up her life. Hell, it has happened before and it nearly ended me knowing I broke someone to that extent. I swore then that I wouldn't hurt an innocent person's life ever again. So, as much as I like Olivia, I won't start something with her, even though it's gutting me thinking about letting her go. Bash clears his throat. You might not want to hear this right now, but since you told me to keep an eye on Olivia, you might want to know. Again, all sorts of thoughts flash through my mind. Does she want to quit already? Is she scared of me? Does she have a fucking boyfriend? I snort to myself. Of course, that's the worst thing I can imagine right now. What is it? She needs a place to stay for the summer. 2.5 months. Might be easier to keep an eye on her if she's here with us. My cock twitches, liking the idea. And then I remember I basically gave Bash the go-ahead with her. Just like that, my boner dies. King snorts. That's a terrible idea. Half the guys will be breaking down her door thinking she's a club whore. King's right. Having her here will be worse. Bash rolls his eyes. Just thought it would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. She needs a place to stay, and you want to keep an eye on her, plus the others will leave her alone if they think she's with me. King surprises me by saying, We do have an empty room on our side. Till we find a new club treasurer. No one will bother her there. He's right. The men have free room with their area and the hallway where the club whores stay. But they know better than to step down our hallway. Plus, we've got a security system that few know about. Helps keep my inner circle safe. You sure this isn't just an excuse to have her here with you? Bash shrugs. I was going to bring it up even before last night happened. Just waiting to see if King found anything on her. This makes me pause. As much as I'm hot for Olivia, I still don't know shit about her. And we've been burned by a hot chick before. King replies. Not much came up when I searched her name. She won some award her senior year of high school for a poem she wrote. Got a state-sponsored scholarship. I hacked her records. She's a straight-A student on the dean's honor roll. Pretty much what we already knew. Any ties to anyone we know? I hate that I even have to ask this. My gut says she's not a spy from another club, but people can't be trusted. Hell, she could be working with the feds for all we know. Not that I can tell. The only odd thing about her is there's no family mentioned, not even on her records. King goes on. There were 2 medical records on her around age 16. They're locked, though. I have someone working on it. I ask Bash. Has she mentioned her family before? No. Want me to dig around? I nod. Yeah. On it. He grins. So, do I get to tell her the good news tonight? I'm probably making another mistake, but I say, yeah, you can tell her when you get her. I glance at my watch. Better go now. You need to be here, ready to go by 7. Bash is out the door before I finish speaking. I look at King. I know what you're thinking, so there's no need to fucking say it out loud. King gives me a lazy grin. I don't know what you mean, friend. When he gets to the doorway, he says over his shoulder, You need to figure this out. It won't do any good if you punch Bash every time you see them together. He leaves with a wave of his hand. I lean back in my chair, reaching for a cigar. The fucker's right, and I hate it when he's right. So what to do?
13. Olivia. I finished taping the last of my boxes. There. Not that it does any good. I still don't have anywhere to go. Sighing, I get dressed. I'm nervous about going in tonight, and it all boils down to one thing. Last night was a horrible mistake. That's not the kind of girl I am. I don't watch porn and then dry hump someone I barely know. Not for free, at least. And that's what makes it dangerous. I did it because I wanted to. Did I like it at the time? Yeah. But that doesn't mean it's right. I'm worried about what Bash will say when I tell him. So worried, in fact, that I thought about calling in. But Agent Hill must have a sixth sense or something, because he texted me, reminding me of what my job is. I sit at the end of my bed. He says he wants information, and I haven't done my part in delivering said information. I have to wonder how long he is going to make me work there. I seriously doubt he'll let me walk away after a month if he's not satisfied with the information I've provided. Again, I'm really regretting not asking for more details before I agreed to help. There's a knock on the door, and I fear I've somehow summoned him. When I open the door, I find Bash standing there, dimples showing as he smiles. "Liv?" he says, leaning down to kiss my cheek. I sidestep him and say, "Bash, I didn't realize it was that late." "I'm early. I've got some business to take care of this evening, so it was now or never." He's looking at me like he's trying to figure me out, and it makes me nervous. I move into the room, staying far away from the bed. He follows, looking around. "Damn, you've been busy. Does this mean you found a place?" I frown. Sadly, no. I have to be out of the dorms by Monday. My roommate said I can leave my stuff with her until I find something, which I really don't want to do. "I might have a solution for you. I mentioned your predicament to Saint. He said that we have a room available at the club. It's yours for the summer, if you want it." Thinking back to how big and nice Jazz's room is, I say, "I doubt I'd be able to afford a room there." "There's no rent." I raise my eyebrow. "Then how would I pay for it?" Because in my experience, nothing is free. "Whoa, nothing like that. It's just for a few months, and we aren't even using it. You'd be doing us a favor just so we don't have to clean it while it's empty." I don't know. "If it makes you feel better, you could always cook for us in exchange. I'm sure everyone will agree to it."
His offer is tempting. I literally don't have anywhere to go and I'm running out of time. But to be there where he lives, I'm not sure it's a good move.
You keep frowning like you don't believe me. I swear I've got nothing but good intentions.
It's not that I don't believe you, Bash. I sigh. I think we made a mistake last night, and I'm worried that it will be weird if we're living in the same space. Emotions flicker across his face, but are quickly replaced with a neutral look.
I understand, Olivia. I would never do anything to make you uncomfortable. If it makes you feel better, I have my own place. I usually only stay at the club if something's going on or if I'm too hammered to ride.
He's being sincere, which kills me because I think I've hurt his feelings. But I really need a place to stay. Maybe I can stay at the club until I find something else. If you're sure it won't be too weird. He grins, and his dimples are back.
Not at all. Come on, I brought the car. We can load a few boxes to bring with us and get the rest tomorrow.
It's crazy, but I feel better already. Lighter, even. He points to a box marked clothes.
Want to bring this one?
Yeah, and I'll grab my bag, too. I think I can get by without the rest, at least until tomorrow.
Good deal. I'll get both.
He tosses me the keys.
When we get downstairs, will you start the car so we're not melting?
Sure. I watch as he lifts the box and bag. He's not as bulky as Saint, but his muscles ripple nonetheless.
Ready?
I close the door behind us, leading the way downstairs and outside. He's not wrong. It's humid and hot, a typical summer day in Georgia. I'm glad I wore shorts again. As much as I hate them, I'm going to have to get used to it. I can already tell we're in for a hot summer. While Bash puts my stuff in the trunk, I get in the car, starting it. The engine hums, and I let out a little sigh. Such a pretty sound.
Want to drive?
I look up and find Bash grinning at me. Are you serious?
Dead serious.
I grip the steering wheel and nod. Bash goes around to the passenger side and gets in.
You know how to drive a stick, right?
I snort. Please.
Okay, just making sure.
I take off, shifting with ease. The clutch is a little sensitive, but I figure it out and manage not to embarrass myself. Bash leans forward, flipping on the radio.
Shit, I didn't realize it was so late. Saint's going to kill me if I'm not there by 8.
I press on the gas and speed up. I don't get to drive very much, so I really enjoy getting to cruise around in his badass car. I only wish we had more time. Why 8? At his confused look, I clarify. Things don't usually pick up at the club until 10 or so.
The guys and I are going on a run. We have to stay on schedule or Jesus will lose his shit. And we're short a guy since Psycho was transferred to the Mississippi Club.
I'm glad to know I won't have to see Psycho around the club, especially since I'll be staying there. Do women ever get to go? He shifts.
Not on this kind of run. We do rallies and rides during the summer where anyone can come. Saint's even been talking about doing a charity run at some point to support local low-income families.
That's a great idea. Hopefully it happens this summer so I can be there.
I hope so too.
He gives me that grin that still makes my heart race, even though I've told myself he's off limits. Sure wish my body would respect my brain on this one. We arrive to the clubhouse. The parking lot is packed, and men wait on their bikes. They're dressed in all black. When I glance at Bash, I realize he is too. He says,
"Just pull up in front of the club. I'll make sure someone parks the car later."
Don't trust me.
It's not that. I just want to make sure you're inside, safe and sound before I go. There are a lot of guys I don't know much about here tonight. Plus, I've got to carry in your stuff.
I do as he says and park in front of the club. We get out and grab my things from the trunk.
I'm surprised when he takes me down a different hallway than the one where Jazz's room is. I voice my thought, and he replies, Saint and the club officers have rooms in a different part of the club. But I'm not in his inner circle, even though it sounds appealing as hell. It's the only room we've got. You'll like it. Plus, it's quiet on this side of the building. He goes to the second-to-last room at the end of the hallway and punches in a code on the keypad. You can change the code to something only you know tomorrow. Just let Razor know and he'll fix it. For now, the code is 6969. I snort. Very original. He grins and opens the door, letting me enter first. This room is massive. A king-size bed is the centerpiece, sitting on a pedestal platform bed frame that reminds me of something I saw on TV once. I'm halfway expecting it to rotate or vibrate if I drop a quarter somewhere. The wall behind the bed is painted bright red and matches the bedding. Beaded curtains surrounding the bed are tied back with red ribbons. There's a large window that has a nice view of the front yard of the clubhouse, which is currently filled with motorcycles. I imagine it's quite a sight at night, when the lights from the city can be seen. Bash points. The bathroom is through that door, and so is the closet. I've got to go. Just make sure to lock your door from the inside tonight, and you should be good to go. He puts my stuff on the little table and gives me a wave as he leaves. When he's gone, I go to the bathroom to look around. Holy freaking God! The bathroom is bigger than my dorm room. Hell, the walk-in shower might be bigger than the dorm room. It will easily hold 8 people with 4 shower heads mounted on the wall. The tile is white and blue, reminding me of photos I've seen of Greece. In fact, the entire bathroom has a very Grecian vibe to it. There are even 2 white pillars surrounding a door that I assume is the closet. I peek inside and laugh. Or the commode. The closet door ends up being on the opposite wall. It's decent-sized, and I can walk into it. Who am I kidding? The closet is amazing. Built-in cedar shelves line both sides of the wall. There's a display area for shoes or handbags. Not that I have either. But a girl can dream, right? The floor in here is a fuzzy white carpet that looks so soft. When I lie down, I let out a sigh. It's what I imagine a cloud would feel like. My phone dings and I pull it from my pocket. Douchebag. Anything to report? I glare at the phone as 3 dots appear. Douchebag. I received a report that you were seen carrying boxes from your dorm with one member of the Devil's Regents. Me. If you know this, then why are you asking? Douchebag. Is there anything else I need to know? Douchebag. We're getting reports that there's a lot of activity at the clubhouse tonight. I'm not sure what to do. He's obviously not lying when he says someone else at the club is working with the feds. Douchebag. Olivia? Me. They're letting me stay at the clubhouse until school starts again. Douchebag. Interesting. We'll talk more about this later, but for now, I think you should be safe there. Douchebag. Anything else? Me. Someone mentioned they were going on a run. Douchebag. Who mentioned it? Was it Saint? Me. I don't remember. Douchebag. Did they say when? Me. I don't remember. Douchebag. You have to do better, Olivia. But this information helps. I don't hear back from him, and I let out a little sigh of relief. I didn't tell on Bash, and I didn't say when the run was, but I was also able to give Agent Hill information. A win-win, if you ask me. Now I can sleep knowing I didn't do anything wrong. Not today, at least.
Saint. All hell broke loose on the decoy run tonight, and 2 of my guys were hurt. We finally get back to the clubhouse, and I call a meeting with my inner circle. Razor is the first to arrive, blood spattered across his tan face. What in the fuck happened out there? He slams his fist on the table. They fucking knew what we were up to. King comes in and throws a cut down. This was on one guy we got. A fucking infernal bastards patch. I want to know how they knew, I say, spitting on the cut. Bash, who's in the doorway, replies, I'm on it. Razor adds, we'll make this motherfucker pay. Anyone know how Big E and Willie are doing? King answers, Big E wasn't doing too well. Someone needs to call his old lady. Tell her we're doing what we can, but that she might need to get here. King makes a face. I don't think they're on speaking terms. She'd find out he's been fucking with Mama Bear. Call her, and if she doesn't come, let Mama Bear know so she can be with him. I go on. We need to send a team out there to make sure we can't be incriminated at the scene. Razor answers. It's being taken care of. I don't think anyone saw us in the area, and we're making sure there weren't cameras. I rub my temples. If this was the infernal bastards, this means war. The men freeze, knowing I'm right. And find out how in the fuck they knew. If we have a mole, they're going to pay.
14. Olivia. The club is eerily silent as I make my way to the kitchen. I'm not usually here this early, so maybe this is how it always is, but it's creeping me out. When I woke up in my new bed, I decided to do something to show everyone how appreciative I am of my new room. So I'm going to make omelets, since there are a ton of eggs in the walk-in refrigerator. Really, someone must be on a high-protein diet to justify this many eggs. I've made 12 omelets and started a pot of coffee when Jazz stumbles into the kitchen. Damn, I'm going to enjoy having you around, she says after yawning. I point with the spatula. The ones on the left are ham and cheese, the right are bacon and cheese, and the center row is veggie. She grabs a plate and gets 2 omelets. I'll let the other girls know. With my back to her, I ask over my shoulder, Do you know what time the guys get up? She grins. You should know Bash isn't a morning person, but if you mean the others, it's hit or miss. But as my Grammy used to say, the scent of bacon and coffee is enough to wake the dead. She pads away, leaving me to my thoughts. I never heard any more from Agent Hill, so that's a plus. But I wonder when he will want to meet. I don't like the position he's putting me in, but I don't know what to do. I don't know Saint and his men well enough to tell them. Besides, who will believe that I didn't know what I was getting into? That's the $1,000,000 question. Or in this case, $2,000. I'm deep in my thoughts when Bash comes into the kitchen. Good fucking God, I knew I smelled bacon. He goes to the stove and grabs a piece from the pan, shoving the whole strip into his mouth. The moan he lets out goes straight to my core, reminding me of what we did the other night. I clear my throat. Thought I'd show my appreciation for the new room. Are you settling in? He turns and I gasp. Bash, what happened to your face? He has a shiner on his cheekbone and his lip has been split open. He shrugs as if it's no big deal. I had to take care of some business last night. I go to the fridge and grab a bag of frozen peas, handing it to him. He gives me a sheepish smile, putting the bag on his cheek. Thanks. Was this, expected last night? I'm not sure what all he can or can't say. No, we ran into some problems. Razor comes into the kitchen and snorts. Problems? More like we were ambushed. He goes right to the stove, grabbing bacon. I want to warn him that he shouldn't stand too close to the pan since he's not wearing a shirt. But then I get distracted by the intricate tattoo that peeks across each shoulder, disappearing to his back. He catches me looking and grins. It's a devil. Turning, he shows me the black and red devil that is literally covering his entire back. The 2 pieces that peek over his shoulder are the horns. That's, interesting. He winks over his shoulder. You ought to see where the tail goes. My gaze goes to his waist, where the tattoo disappears. I can only imagine. The ladies love it. Let me know if you want to see more, sugar. Bash sighs. Ignore him, Olivia. Oh, that's right. You have the hots for her. Razor turns to me, bowing at the waist. Forgive me, Olivia. Well, this just took an awkward turn. I'm saved from replying because King comes in, scowling. If you two are finished, we have work to do. Calm your tits. We have to eat, you know. We're not all robots like you. King replies, I'm more focused on finding out who in the fuck ratted on us. The only people who knew we were going out were members of this fucking club. So no, I don't care if you're fed or not. What I do care about is answers. I get it, man. I want answers too, but we're at a stopping point. Everyone is doing what they do best, so Bash and I took a moment to eat. Razor points at the stove. You can't blame me. I know you could smell the bacon too. King sighs. Sorry, I'm just... Dude, I get it. We're all feeling the same way. We'll find out who turned on us. My entire body feels like I've been drenched in ice water. They were hurt last night, and I'm fairly certain it's because of me, more specifically what I told Agent Hill. King asks Razor, Did we hear anything about Big E? His old lady refused to go to the hospital to see him. Mama Bear is pretending to be her so she can sit with him. He pauses and shakes his head. It's not looking good. My hands shake, and I can't tell if this is a panic attack or something else. Either way, I need to get the fuck out of here. I get Bash's attention. Are you going to have time to take me to my place to get the rest of my stuff? If not, I can find someone to help. It's only a few boxes. He looks hesitant and replies, Better plan on seeing if a friend can help. I've got some other things to take care of. Razor bumps his fists to Bash's. Damn right, brother. We're going to sort this out and find out who the mole is. Now I feel like I'm going to pass out, or vomit, or both. I walk away and call out over my shoulder, Don't worry about cleaning up. I can do it when I get back. I manage to make it to my bathroom before I vomit. When I'm finished, I curl into a ball on the cool tiled floor. Oh God, this happened because of me. And now someone might die? Sitting, I pull my phone from my pocket and send Agent Hill a text. And then I open my app. The reasonable side of my brain tries to remind me that I just did this the other day, that I shouldn't need to do it again so soon, that I'll hate myself when it's over. But I never listen to that side of my brain. Instead, I find a match near the campus and hit send. The guy replies back right away with his room number at an apartment complex a few blocks away from my dorm. I grab my bag and go outside to wait for my Uber to arrive. The driver is older and wants to chat, but I'm not in the mood. I keep looking at my phone, willing Agent Hill to text back, but he doesn't. By the time I arrive at the apartment complex, I'm in a terrible mood. I go to the apartment number the guy sent me and knock 3 times. He opens the door, and I try not to let my surprise show. He's one of my professors from last year, and he's clearly used someone else's photo on his profile. Judging by the way his throat bobs, he knows who I am, too. Are you Olivia? He asks, as if he doesn't know. I smile at him. I am. Are you Richard? Yes. Please come in. My nose is assaulted by the scent of ammonia, and I try not to cough as I move further into his lair. Are you a cat person, Richard? He closes the door and nods. Will that be a problem? He looks as if he's halfway hoping I'll say yes. But I won't, because I need this more than he does. I move closer, rubbing against him.
Not at all.
So, Olivia, how does one get into this profession?
I want to snort. He acts as if this is my job. Wonder what he would say if he knew why I really do this. Would it make him run away, screaming, or would it turn him on? Something about this question gets me going, and I wrap my arms around his neck, pulling his head down for a kiss. He's not a terrible kisser, but when I take over, he moans in my mouth. Without missing a beat, I move my hand to his chest and lower, to his jeans. He's not hard yet, but he will be. I shove down the wave of guilt I feel as I drop to my knees. I've done worse than this before, and it will be worth it once I'm finished. At least that's what I tell myself. Literally 4 minutes later, Richard goes to the bathroom and I get dressed. Ignoring my juices running down my inner thighs, I pull on my pants and shirt. I need to get the hell out of here before it gets awkward. Thanks, Richard. I had fun, but I've got to get going. I make my way to his door, but I'm not fast enough. He rushes from the bathroom wearing a little bathrobe with cat hair all over it. Wait. Fuck. I stop, not knowing what to expect. Do I have your word that no one from the school will hear about this? That makes me snort. Isn't it a little too late to be asking that? His eyes narrow. You're attending on a scholarship, aren't you? I'm certain this would be grounds to have the scholarship stripped. And you just paid to fuck a student, Richard. Don't threaten me. I have no problem bringing you down with me if I fall. It's just, I've been seeing another faculty member. If she finds out... Look, dude, your dirty little secret is safe with me. Next time you open the app, don't swipe right on me, and we'll be dandy. His mouth gapes. I didn't... With a wave over my shoulder, I walk out of his shitty apartment and head toward my dorm. Not only do I feel unsatisfied, but I'm also pissed at myself. If I had just waited, I wouldn't be feeling like this. Bash's face crosses my mind, and I let out a small groan. Damn him, and damn Saint. When I get to the dorm, I grab the only change of clothes I have and take a shower, washing all of Richard's scent off me. It doesn't help, though. I still feel dirty, and it makes my stomach churn. Reaching for my phone, I curse. Agent Hill hasn't texted back either. Can this day get any worse? There's a knock on the door, and I'm actually scared to answer it. When I do, it's just the building maintenance man reminding me that I have to be out of my dorm by the end of the day. I'm almost finished packing. Is there any way you can help me with my stuff? He rolls his eyes but says, Let me find a dolly. I finish throwing the rest of my stuff into the boxes Lucy left. Speaking of, I ought to send her a text, but that'll have to wait until I get back to the clubhouse. Thinking about the club makes me pause. I'm freaking nuts for going back there. Razor and King said they knew there was a mole, and they won't stop until they find out who it is, which means my days there are numbered. Maybe I should send Lucy a text and see if I can go to her place. There's another knock on my door, and I open it, expecting to see the maintenance man. Instead, Agent Hill is there. I probably should have expected this. I move aside, already knowing he's mad. Agent Hill, we've got to stop meeting like this. He waves his phone in my face. Care to tell me what this is about? As if you don't know. Pretend I don't, and enlighten me. I let out a huff. If I had known you were going to send another club to ambush them, I wouldn't have told you what I did. First, you're being paid to do exactly that. 2, we didn't send anyone to ambush the Devil's Regents. Why on earth would you even think that we'd do something like that? Don't try to act like that's not beneath you. You're paying me to spy on them, and you implied there are others there doing the same. Spy, yes,
but we certainly wouldn't pass on any information to a rival club.
He points to his head.
Think about it. That doesn't make sense. If anything, we try to take down both clubs.
There's a little vein popping out on his forehead. It strikes me as funny, and I let out a little laugh.
This isn't a laughing matter. I think you need to tell me everything you know, Ms. Mayhem, starting with what prompted you to send the text today.
The look on his face sobers me up, and I start from the beginning. I hate that, again, I'm telling on the club. But if it wasn't the feds who sent the other club, then that means I'm not the only mole on the inside. So I'm going to do what it takes to find out who it is.
15. Saint. This fucking day can fuck off. I tossed my phone onto my desk. The prez of the infernal bastard swears to God he didn't have anything to do with the ambush. I'm not sure I buy it, but if it's true, he has a big problem on his hands. Standing, I go to the window to look out. Another car I don't recognize pulls up and Olivia hops out, going to the trunk. The driver gets out too and helps her unload several boxes from the trunk and back seat. Bash joins me at the window and says, "Shit, if I had known she didn't have anyone to help her, I would have gone." "You were needed here," I reply. "And she seems to be managing." One prospect sees her and offers to carry some of her boxes inside. He's a good kid, so I'm not worried about him going to her room. Speaking of, did you tell her to have Razor change the door code? I did. If she hasn't done it herself by the end of the day, have Razor do it. Do what? Razor asks as he comes to the window. Change the door code to Olivia's room. He grins. She doesn't like 6969? That's too bad. It's hard to find a chick who's into it. Bash replies, "You do realize that double 69 implies 4 people are involved, right? Don't diss it until you tried it, my man." I shake my head and go back to my desk. Has the fucker said anything yet? Razor and Bash exchange a look. What? He's very loyal to his club. What in the fuck does that mean? He'll talk. We just haven't found the right source of pain yet. He pauses. He did mutter something about the feds. Still trying to get more out of him about that. Bash is the best at what he does. He'll get the prick to talk. And soon, if I were to bet. I want answers by tonight, Bash. Do whatever it takes to get them. Bash and Razor both nod and leave to do my bidding. When they're gone, I lean back in my chair. Sometimes I wonder how I got here. I didn't start out wanting to be in charge of one of the biggest motorcycle clubs in the South. No, I had other plans and dreams. That makes me snort. Okay, I was never the one with the dreams. That was her. There's a knock on my door, and I shove my memories into the past where they belong. Thinking of her never bodes well for me. Not when there's nothing I can do to bring her back. Who is it? King strolls in. I heard something today that we might want to look into. What is it? I was talking to one of the Oklahoma boys. He mentioned that Emma Webb's new man is former FBI. Dimp's girl? I snort. Bet he's rolling in his grave right now. Imagine a moonshiner's daughter ending up with a federal agent. She's not just with him, from what I hear. She, him, and all of the Thompson boys have a cozy situation going on. But that's not the point. My source seems to think we should talk to her man. See if he knows anything. I think this over. What could he know that would help us? He might still know people and have heard something. I don't think he'll turn on his own. Once a cop, always a cop. King snorts. I beg to differ. You were in the Army, King. You never made it to the streets. He frowns, and I feel like a dick for even mentioning it. It's not his fault he was hurt in the Army, landing him on full disability. He, too, had dreams once upon a time. You're right, but it's still something worth looking into. Any idea when we might run into them? They're supposed to be attending the rally in June, going to be selling their new legal brew. I nod. Reach out to your source and see if we can set something up. Will do. He grins. Not gonna lie, I'm looking forward to this rally. I'm ready to let loose. Don't get ahead of yourself. We still have the run to get through. And after last night, I'm having even more doubts. It's going to be fine, Saint. We've dealt with worse. This feels different. I can't explain it. I just know. King says, I'm going to make a few phone calls. You should try to get some sleep. He's right. My eyes are gritty from lack of sleep plus the stress of last night. And, if I'm being honest with myself, it'll do me some good to get out of this office for a bit. I leave my office and swing by the kitchen first. I'm not even going to lie. My sole purpose is to see Olivia, but she's not there, so I head toward my room. The hallway is dark, but there's a light on under Olivia's door. It's risky having her this close to me. Knowing this, I ought to go to my room, but I don't. Instead, I knock on the door. Who is it? It's Saint. The door swings open and she smiles up at me. Her red hair is in a messy bun on the top of her head, and she has a pink bandana tied around the bun. She looks fucking adorable. Hey there, she breathes out. My cock likes the way she sounds when she's out of breath, and I shift, trying to act cool. Just checking on you. Settling in all right? The room is amazing. She glances over her shoulder. It's too much, really. I'm definitely going to enjoy staying here this summer. Glad you're able to use it. We were all getting tired of listening to Bash complain about having to clean in here. She grins. Why not make a prospect do it? We don't let them in this wing of the building. Only the inner echelon, so to speak. I'm honored to be here, then. There's a pause in the conversation, so I ask. Need any help with anything? Actually, yes. I'm trying to hang a curtain over the window, but I can't reach the top. I follow her into the room. There are empty boxes piled up near the door. I make a mental note to have someone get them for her. We go to the window and she shows me what she's trying to do. Should be easy enough. I take the rod from her and put it on the metal brackets on the wall. Thanks. You're a lifesaver. This room is great, but that sun in the morning is too much. She moves around me and fluffs the curtains to her liking. Trying to get out of her way, I take a step back and knock a box over. When I turn to pick up the contents, I freeze. There on the floor is a variety of little lacy thongs in every color imaginable. It's like a fucking rainbow of lace. If that wasn't bad enough, next to the thongs is a cheetah print box and a bright pink dildo that's somehow turned on and is vibrating on the carpet. She lets out a horrified sound, reaches for the dildo. In her haste, she launches it right out of her hand and it hits me square in the crotch. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. She shrieks. She grabs it this time, turning it off and hiding it behind her back, as if I'll magically forget what she's holding. I chuckle. No big deal. Says you. Her cheeks turn even redder than they were. My vibe just hit your crotch and you saw my pussy box. Her voice rises with each word and I bite back another laugh. Pussy box? I like to keep my goodies tucked away in a discreet box that just so happens to be cat-themed. Right. Pussy box. I do grin this time. Well, it could have been worse, right? Oh, God, I can't even think about what that would have entailed. I mean it, Olivia. We're good. And I won't tell a soul. That seems to ease her discomfort a bit, and she lets out a small laugh. God, this moment is going to haunt me for the rest of my life. I'll be on my deathbed and remember it. Well, I'm honored you'll be thinking of me. She looks up at me with those big green eyes. I think about you a lot. The mood shifts, and I know I'm in fucking dangerous territory, but I can't stop myself. Oh, yeah? She nods.
I know I shouldn't.
At least one of us knows it. She goes on.
I have a confession. Sometimes it's naughty thoughts.
My cock is throbbing in my pants now. Like what? Her cheeks flush again and she shakes her head.
I can't tell you. You won't look at me the same way again if I do.
Well, shit, now I'm intrigued.
Promise you won't judge me?
I nod once, because my damn throat is so dry that I can't speak.
I have this one thought about us riding on your motorcycle.
I relax. That's not too bad.
And I'm giving you a hand job while you drive.
She swallows.
When we pull over, you take me right there on the side of the road, bent over your bike.
I bite back a moan, because I can see it too.
Saint?
I meet her gaze and I see it. If I were to act right now, I could fuck her. But I know it would be wrong, and for the first time in my life, that sobers me. Olivia, this can't happen between us.
Why not?
Because I'm too old for you. Because Bash has the hots for you. She frowns at that.
But
look, it's not you. It's me. She physically looks pained.
Sure. No worries, Saint. Forget I even mentioned it.
I tip her chin so she's looking at me. In a different life, I would act on this. We'd fuck once, and it would be great. But then I would move on, and you would hate me for it. Her eyes water.
I don't think it would be just once.
She's fucking right. It wouldn't. But I need to squash this now, for both our sakes. Olivia, I value you. That's why I'm going to walk out of your room and we're going to both forget this. She doesn't make a sound until I get to the door.
Tell me one thing, Saint. If this is a bad idea, then why are you hard right now?
She's looking right at my crotch. Making a dick hard doesn't mean anything, Olivia.
Olivia. Making a dick hard doesn't mean anything, Olivia. He walks out of my room, closing the door quietly behind him. I'm torn between wanting to go after him and breaking something. I settle on kicking the box that held my panties in it across the room. The rest of my thongs fly out everywhere, and I glare at them as if they're the ones who just messed up. This thing I feel for Saint is dangerous. I know it. But I can't stop myself from wanting to act on it. For fuck's sake, I actually told him that freaking fantasy I keep having about him. Most shocking of all is that he refused me. I know he wanted me. His dick was hard and his eyes were on fire. But he said no. Gritting my teeth, I plop on my bed, where my vibe pokes me in the bottom. Rolling over, I pull it out of my pocket and toss it on the bed next to me. Really, I should be glad that he stopped me before anything happened. But I'm not. I was honest when I told him I thought about him all the time, and he shot me down, which stung. I don't put myself out there, and this is why. Because I didn't have control over the situation. Because this wasn't a business transaction. But now I'm all hot and bothered, so I'm going to take care of myself. Lying back on my bed, I imagine what it would be like for Saint to walk back into my room right now. Would he make the first move? Or would he want me to beg for him? To scream his name out of need? After what just happened, I think it would be the latter. I unzip my pants, kicking them off, and reach for the vibe that Saint saw. Turning it on, I close my eyes and reach under my shirt. His cock is huge. I can tell by the way he carries himself. Big dick energy is a real thing, and he has it. Plus, that bulge in his pants looks like he's packing a fucking iron pipe. A pipe I'd like to impale myself on. My skin tingles as I trace a path on my stomach up to my breasts. My nipples are always sensitive, and it gets me going to play with them. Slipping my hand into my bra, I rub my thumb over the peaked flesh. Goosebumps lift on my skin and my nipple pebbles. I rub it a few more times before flicking it. Air hisses through my lips, and the sensation goes right to my core. I pay attention to the other one until the throb between my legs can't be ignored. Moving my hand lower, I picture him standing at the foot of my bed, stroking himself. He likes to watch, I'm sure of it. His eyes will follow every movement I make, but he won't say a word. Sweat beads on his chest, begging to be licked. My fingers circle my clit, rubbing until my hand is drenched. He won't let me come. Instead, he moves over me. The vibe comes to life, licking at my clit, making me moan. He says something dirty, his beard scraping against my sensitive flesh. And then the tip of his cock brushes against my opening. Spreading my legs, I work the vibe into my drenched folds, slowly. My body is begging for me to go fast, but that's not what Saint would do. Instead, I pull back, and then do it again. My hips lift on their own accord, needing more. I do this until sweat coats my skin. He would do something naughty now, and we'd truly begin to fuck. Cranking up the speed of the vibe, I fuck myself like I'd let Saint fuck me. The vibe is slippery, covered in my arousal. Gasping, I clamp my legs around it while it pulses inside of me. With my free hand, I rub my clit as my orgasm builds. He'd look at me with those eyes that haunt my dreams and tell me to come for him. And I do. I come so hard that it takes my breath away. White sparks fire behind my eyes, and I call out his name as if it will somehow save me. And then I ride out my pleasure until my body stops shaking.
Saint. I come all over my hand when Olivia calls out my name and I let out a curse. When I left her room, I went to mine knowing it was next to hers. I should have fucking left, but I didn't. I never knew the walls were so fucking thin, but I learned this the hard way. When that vibe came to life and I pictured her fucking herself, I couldn't help but jack off too. But that's not the worst of it. Whether or not she knows it, she has me. 16. Razor. Bash and I wipe our hands with old oil rags as we leave the tiny shed that sits on the edge of our property. Saint's not going to be happy. I glance at Bash. No shit, Sherlock. He shakes his head. I've never seen anything like that in my fucking life. I know how he's feeling. The man we caught literally just committed suicide in front of us in the most fucked up way after saying again that the feds were involved with the sabotaged run. I didn't know it was possible to bite through your own tongue. Bash lets out a shaky laugh. Neither did I, which makes me wonder what in the hell he didn't want us to know. We were close, man. I could see it in his eyes. He's right. The guy was about to tell us everything. Instead, he bit his own tongue off and choked on it, just so he didn't have to say anything. I'm going to watch the tapes in a bit, see if we missed anything. I don't think we did, Bash. Maybe. He sighs. Do you want the honors of telling Saint, or do I get them? I'll do it. You should shower. There's blood spattered across his face and clothes. He looks down and nods. Yeah, that's a good idea. Bash walks away, shoulders slumped. I know the feeling. We were so close to getting answers, and now we're back to square one. Inside the clubhouse, I go to Saint's office. King is sitting at the desk, his feet propped up. Does Saint know you're in here? King gives me a lazy smile. Are you my fucking mom now? No, but I've fucked your mom before. King snorts. You and half the club. The funny thing is, neither of us are joking. King's mom recently retired as a club whore. Where's Saint? He's in his room. Told him he needed to rest. I sit in the chair opposite of the desk and say, the guy killed himself before we could get any answers. Fuck. Yeah. What's next? Bash is going to watch the tapes and make sure we didn't miss anything, which I'm certain we didn't. Anything I can do? Actually, there is. Do you have any sources who knew the guy? King runs his fingers through his hair as he thinks. Let me make a few calls. I'm going to think outside the box on this one. I don't even want to know what that means. Then don't. I stand. I'm going to grab some food and make a few calls myself, make sure everything is still on for next week. I head out of the office and go to my room. Olivia is coming from her room, and her face is glowing. Damn, babe, what's putting that big-ass smile on your face?
Was I smiling?
She shakes her head.
Just feeling good?
Wish I had something that made me feel as good.
Maybe I'll tell you my secret later tonight.
I swear to fucking God she moves close enough to brush against me as she passes. Damn. I thought she was hot when I first saw her, but now I'm thinking I should get to know her a little better. The guys all give me shit for having a type, and she definitely fits the bill. The only thing missing is her being as horny as me. I snort. After that brief exchange, I'm wondering if I brushed her aside too fast. But business calls, so I go to my room, unlocking the door. My room is my personal sanctuary, and no one comes in here but me. King keeps saying I should get my own place away from the clubhouse, but I don't see that happening. Why would I leave when everything I need is here? A bed, food, booze, and pussy. It's practically heaven. I go to my desk and log on to my laptop. There aren't any responses from my sources, but that's not surprising. No news is good news in this case. Saint's going to want to make sure everything is tight on the run next. Hell, I think we all want the sense of security. Which means I need to turn over some stones and see what I come up with. The guys we're getting the weapons from came with a good recommendation, but that's the first place I'm going to look. Who's to say they didn't fuck us over to help the Inferno bastards? I spent the next few hours searching and making calls. When I'm finished, I don't like what I'm looking at. The only logical explanation is that someone from our own club leaked information. While we suspected this earlier, I didn't want to believe it. How could one of our own do this? Standing, I know what I have to do, and it's going to fucking suck.
Olivia. Saint might not have fucked me, but he helped me reach the best orgasm I've had in, well, a very long time. I'm still feeling the euphoric effects of it. Razor's surprised expression during our interaction in the hallway crosses my mind, and I let out a small giggle. I shouldn't tease him like that, but it was worth it when I saw the look on his face. Jazz is already at the bar, getting some drinks set up. Was I supposed to get here early? She looks up. No. After last night, the boys will be ready to let off some steam. Figured I'd get a few trays of shots ready. She pours one and tosses it back before resuming her task. Can I help? Yeah. Grab another tequila bottle and start pouring. We have 6 trays ready when the guys trickle in. She's right. The mood is tense, as if one wrong move could start something. But they all toss back drinks until laughter fills the air. Someone puts on music, and it's almost like nothing ever happened. Until Jazz pulls me aside. I just got a text from Mama Bear. Big E didn't make it. She's pretty upset. Do you mind working the bar so I can go check on her? My breath hitches as I have to force my words out. Of course not. Go. And please tell her how very sorry I am for her loss. Jazz grabs a bottle of whiskey and heads out. Again, I think this may be my fault, even if Agent Hill says it's not. I mean, I don't know him. He could be lying to me just to get more information. And what I'm feeling right now sure feels like guilt. Saint, King, Razor, and Bash come into the room. Right away, I know they know that Big E didn't make it. Saint says something to Bash, who goes toward the jukebox, while Saint comes toward me. Hey, Olivia. He smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Can you grab me 4 bottles of tequila and start pouring more drinks? Sure thing. I grab the bottles and he takes them from me. He looks so tired as he goes back to Razor and King.
They uncap their bottles, holding them. Shit. I grab empty glasses and start pouring as fast as I can. Bash turns the jukebox off, and people yell out their dislike for this.
Everyone listen up,
Saint says, not even raising his voice. The room quietens immediately, as if his tone is worse or more serious than if he were yelling.
I want you to hear it from me first. Big E didn't make it.
He holds up his bottle.
Tonight, we drink to our fallen brother.
Looking around, I take drinks to those who don't have one. When everyone has a glass, Saint says,
To Big E. To Big E.
Saint takes a swig from his bottle.
We'll make sure the fuckers who did this pay. For now, we need to keep our heads on straight.
King adds,
Tonight we grieve. Tomorrow we kick ass.
Rowdy cheers fill the room, and I deliver more drinks. At one point, I take entire bottles to the tables so the guys can serve themselves, because there's no way I can keep up with them. Razor saunters over to the bar and gets my attention.
Hey, babe.
Hey.
Still feeling good?
He winks, and I grin. You know it.
Good. We could all use a little sunshine right now, even though you're looking a little stressed.
I'm not stressed. I just want to make sure everyone is good. Jazz went to be with Mama Bear. I pause. I'm so sorry that Big E didn't make it.
We all are. He was one of the good guys. Didn't deserve a fucked up ending like this.
He takes a long sip from his bottle, but I don't miss the tears in his eyes. I wish there was something else I could do to help.
Just keep the drinks coming and keep on smiling. That's about all you can do.
I really hope I'm not about to overstep or make things weird. I'm here if you need me, Razor.
Thanks, babe. I'll keep that in mind.
He walks away, and I get back to work, trying not to let my guilt get to me too much. Again, I have to ask myself if I'm responsible for Big E's death. I serve drinks until 3 in the morning. Most of the guys have either passed out or left, but a few still hang on. They're older members who knew Big E the longest, and they share stories about him that make everyone smile in remembrance. Everyone, I'm heading out. I'm leaving bottles on the counter. I'll see you tomorrow. I put 10 bottles on the bar top and lock up the rest of the booze. One last look around, and I leave the main room. My feet ache, but I know the guys are feeling worse than me. They lost one of their own tonight. The magnitude of this can be seen by the haunted looks in their eyes, even as they shared stories of their friend. They wanted to drink their sorrows away, and some wanted to fuck away their pain, which means I never saw Jazz or any of the club whores for the rest of the night. Razor passes me, stumbling a bit. I go to his side, putting my arm around his waist to balance him. Easy there. You're going to fall if you're not careful. He gives me a lazy smile.
Making sure I don't fall. I'm touched.
Come on, big boy. I'll help you to your room. We make our way slowly down the hallway. When we get to his door, he has to enter his code twice before it opens. His room is as big as mine, but there aren't many personal items. There is, however, enough electronics to make my head spin. He has a gaming system with 2 large screens that has me itching to sit and play, especially when I see an original Nintendo system. But Razor needs help getting to his bed right now. We cross the room, and he climbs onto his massive bed, pulling me with him. Hey there, what are you doing? His eyes are already heavy with sleep.
Just cuddle with me. I don't want to be alone right now.
He falls back into the mountain of pillows and fluffy bedding. Just sleep? He nods, eyes closing. I guess it won't hurt. So I move next to him, pulling the blanket around both of us. He puts his arm around my waist, pulling me close to his body. I'm not mad, though, because this is kind of nice, even if it's just because he's drunk and in pain. So I'll just enjoy this bit of contact until he falls asleep, and then I'll go to my own room. Something presses between my legs, and I rock closer to it, letting out a little moan when I feel a delicious friction.
Easy there, Razor says in a gravelly voice. Keep doing that and we'll both be sorry.
I open my eyes and gasp. We're wrapped around each other intimately, and that thing pressing between my legs, well, I'm pretty sure it's his morning wood. I say, sorry. I meant to go to my own room after you went to sleep. Guess your bed is just too cozy, though.
Don't be sorry. I'm not complaining about waking up like this. I just don't want to come in my jeans, which I will if you keep rubbing on me like that.
There's a simple solution for that. Take off your jeans. The words come out before I can stop them. I quickly amend. I didn't mean it the way it came out. He grins.
I like the way you think, babe.
He pulls back and kicks his jeans off. His woody tends his boxers, but he does not try to hide it. Instead, he pulls me close again. Kind of hard to act cool right now with that massive thing between us.
Massive thing? Never heard it called that before.
He grins.
Know what would make you feel better?
What?
If you took your pants off, too. Had a little skin-to-skin contact.
I let out a little laugh. That doesn't sound like a very smart idea. But I pull back and tug my jeans off, too, because I crave this kind of danger. His eyes roam over my lower half. The thong I'm wearing doesn't leave much to the imagination. Like what you see?
Fuck yeah.
I move back into his embrace. His cock rubs against my lower stomach, sending a rush of desire to my core.
We lie like this for a few minutes before I decide to be bold.
I still think we both have too many clothes on.
Oh, yeah?
Sitting, I pull my shirt over my head and then unclasp my bra. He yanks his shirt off, tossing it to the floor.
Ball is in your court, babe,
Razor says with a grin as he lies back. I run my hand over his smooth stomach, down to his boxers. These need to go too. I help him tug them off. His cock is hard and rests on his stomach. Pre-cum glistens the tip and I lean down, licking it off. He watches me as I take him into my mouth, bobbing my head back and forth. When he lets out a moan, I pick up my pace. When I cup his balls, his hips rise, pushing his cock further down my throat.
Fuck,
he breathes out.
Don't you have a gag reflex?
I meet his gaze and hum.
God damn.
I pull back and wipe the spit from my chin.
Not going to give me a happy ending?
I shake my head. You're going to give me one. I grab one of the condoms from the nightstand and put it on him. Moving over him, I grasp his cock and settle onto it. I don't even take my thong off. No, I just pull it aside. We both let out moans as he fills me, stretching me. Rocking my hips, I find a stride that sets both of us on fire. His fingers dig into my skin, sending sparks of pain that make my nipples hard. Leaning forward, I capture his mouth in a kiss.
Fuck,
he groans out.
I'm close, babe.
Me too. Reaching between us, I rub my clit until I come. I rock and grind against him, trying to savor every ounce of pleasure I can get. And then he comes, crying out my name. There's something magical about seeing a man come undone, and this is no exception. His head is tilted back in bliss as he finds his release. If I were to flex my pelvic muscles, he would moan. I know this like I know the back of my hand. He surprises me by rolling over and pulling out, even though I'm certain he's not totally finished. He goes to the bathroom and comes back a moment later, sans condom. But he's still nude, so that's something.
Damn, girl. That was a good way to wake up.
I grin, stretching out on his bed. I agree. He gets on the bed next to me, but I notice he avoids touching me. This isn't the first time a man's had this reaction after fucking me. He's feeling guilty about what we did. I get it.
Bash is going to shit a brick when he finds out we fucked.
And there it is, the source of his guilt. Then don't tell him.
That's not how it works around here, babe. He'll be able to tell we fucked.
Oh? How?
Because you'll get stars in your eyes every time you're around me.
I snored. Sounds like you've done this a time or two. I promise not to get stars in my eyes.
What is the deal between the two of you? He told Saint he wanted to date you, and now the two of you act like you don't even know each other.
My post-sex high is wearing off from all this serious talk. Nothing. He's just a good guy, and I don't want to hurt him. I point between us. I think we both understand that this is just sex. With him, I think he'd want more.
A chick who's down with casual fucking. I've died and gone to heaven.
Sex is sex. No need to make it complicated.
Well, shit. Anytime you want to have sex, let me know.
I grin. I will. In fact, ignoring the barrier he's put between us, I roll on top of him, ready to satisfy myself again.
17. Razor. I've never fucked the same chick twice in my 33 years on this planet. Ever. That's changed now, because Olivia and I have fucked more times than I can count over the past week. And, well, we both agreed that it's just sex. I can't help but to want more. It's the way she fucking looks at me, like she needs me to save her or something. It brings out feelings I didn't know I was capable of, which is crazy because we've only been doing this for 7 fucking days. On the plus side, it's helped me keep my mind off the shit show we're facing. The Inferno bastards swear their man went rogue, but we know there were at least 3 other men wearing their cuts that night. Saint's been in a shit mood. King's been out of town, and the one person I could normally talk to is acting like a little bitch because of Olivia and me. As if I summoned him, Bash enters the club. He sees me at a table and makes a beeline to get the hell out of there. I follow him. You still pouting? Fuck you. I grab his shoulder. Come on, man. It's just sex. That makes it even worse. He jerks out of my grasp. I would expect this from King, not from you. King says from behind us, I'm wounded. I would never steal a girl from you, Bash. I'd do it in front of you. But he's grinning, and we all know he's done way worse. Fuck you too. Bash shoves past both of us and leaves the club. King shakes his head. That boy needs to get laid. Pronto. For the love of God, don't say that to him. He's already bent out of shape about the whole Olivia thing. He's not the only one. Saint walks away every time she's mentioned. Why doesn't he just claim her? Saying it makes me sick, but I'd do anything for my prez, even giving up a girl I really like. He says she's free to be with whomever she wants. He looks at me. Obviously the bar isn't set too high. Fuck off. He grins. I might have to see if she wants to hang out. She won't. She has better taste than that. He eyes me. Seriously debatable, my man. Seriously debatable. He walks away laughing, and I want to punch him. Fucker.
Olivia. I move away from my door when Razor's footsteps fade. I shouldn't have been listening, but once I heard my name, I couldn't help it. The last few days have been interesting. Sex with Razor is amazing, and I feel better than I have in a long time. But sometimes he gets a look in his eyes that scares me, like he's wanting more than I'm capable of giving. My stomach churns. I should end this with him, but I'm not ready to, not right now. Grabbing my purse, I head to the main room where the girls are. Jazz grins. We were wondering if you were coming. Sorry, had a late night. Claus sneers. From what I hear, you and Razor have been having a lot of those. Poor Bash. I don't miss the looks Claus, Karma, and Sissy exchange. Karma says to me, Honey, if you wanted to be a club whore, you should have just said so. No need to act all innocent. No one is buying your bullshit. Foxy holds up her hand. If the three of you are going to be cunts today, then take your own car. Claus replies, That sounds like a great idea. Come on, girls, let's go. They walk off, laughing loudly, and my cheeks flame. Kiwi touches my arm. Ignore them. They're just pissed that you've had two of the top guys. Not many girls can say that. I want to tell them that I never had Bash, but don't. Jazz pulls her keys from her purse. Let's go. I've got money from Grizzly that's burning a hole in my pocket. We go outside, where the humidity immediately makes me feel like I'm suffocating. Looks like we might get rain tonight. Hope it clears up before the weekend, Foxy muses. No one said anything to me, but from what I've gathered, the guys are going on another run. It's strange seeing Razor every night, knowing there are certain aspects of his life that he can't or won't tell me. But we've all got secrets. We pile into Jazz's car, which is super nice. I say this, and she grins. I bought it when I was still stripping. Made a lot more money then, but I had less control over who I fucked. Kiwi says, You can thank Mama Bear for that. She really looks out for us. I ask, How is she? She hasn't been back to the club since Big E died. Jazz replies, Not good. Ducky is staying with her until she's better. Foxy says, She'll pull through. She's a tough gal. We arrive to the news store that the girls have been talking about. It's packed, and the clientele all look the same. I ask Jazz, Is this a stripper store? She grins and pulls me through the doors with her. I've never been to a stripper store before, but right away I see the appeal. We each go off in different directions. The store is arranged by colors, which is seriously pleasing to the eye. A sales associate comes over to me. He's wearing heels that make him over 6.5 feet tall, but he's rocking the hell out of them. I love your shoes. He pops his brown leg to the side and says, Aren't they to die for? We have them in 8 colors. I don't know if I'm brave enough to wear them. Girl, I saw your legs when you walked in. The shoes will give you courage and bring your man to his knees. Several faces cross my mind, and I grin. Lead the way. A few hours later, the girls and I arrive at the club and park in front. It's early, so there's no one to help with our bags, but we manage. When I drop everything on my bed, I laugh. I didn't realize I'd bought so many things. I quickly cut the tags off the clothes and put them away, but leave out my new shoes, a pair of shorts, and a bikini top. I might not be as bold as the other girls, but I'm going to give this a try. My phone dings, and I glance at the screen. Agent Hill. The club's been quiet, and he's been pissed that there's no news. He just can't seem to fathom that nothing is going on. Well, that's not true. Something's going on, but after last time, I'm scared to say something. What if someone else dies because of me? Besides, I don't have concrete information for him. Douchebag. My sources say you left the club today. Where did you go? Me. If your source knows I left, then shouldn't they know where I went? Douchebag. I'm in no mood to play games. Me. That makes 2 of us. Me. For your information, the girls and I went shopping. I snap a picture of my shoes and hit send. Me. See? Nothing wild. Douchebag. Was anything said? Me. We mostly talked about how one girl might not get over losing the love of her life who was murdered during the run. He doesn't reply, and I toss my phone on the bed. Prick. I go to the bathroom, undressing. When the water is hot, I step in, letting the steam surround me. Strong arms wrap around my waist from behind. I grin over my shoulder at Razor. How do you always know when I'm in the shower?
You're predictable. And I'll take any chance I can get to see your fine ass naked.
Turning so we're chest to chest, I kiss him. He's already hard, as he usually is. I thought I liked sex. I think Razor's sex drive might just beat mine.
I want to try something different this time,
he says against my lips. I already told you I don't want to do anal. He grins.
As much as that breaks my heart, I was thinking of something else.
Reaching between us, his hand goes between my legs, where he rubs my clit until I'm gasping.
I had a test done today, and I'm clean. How would you feel about letting me go raw?
Suddenly, the shower is too small, and he's too close. I lie. I'm not on the pill, Razor. It's too risky, and I don't want a kid right now.
Or ever.
He nods.
No biggie. It was just a thought.
I'm not in the mood anymore, but he is, so I drop to my knees.
No, babe. I don't want to do this if you're not into it.
He pulls me to my feet, leaving me feeling even more conflicted. Why am I so worried about how he feels? And why does it bother me that I think I might have hurt him? I decide to be honest. Razor, I've never had sex without a condom. Not using one seems too serious, and I thought we were just having fun. Sex is sex, remember?
I know. I guess I've been getting caught up in my own thoughts.
Such as? He shrugs.
I don't know. Why can't we make this more serious? I like you, and I think you like me.
It's not that simple, though.
Because of Bash?
And Saint, and maybe even King. Yes, because of Bash. I blew him off because I'm not looking for a relationship. It's not fair of you to ask the same thing.
You're right.
He pauses.
You're the only person I've ever slept with more than once. I usually fuck him and leave him.
I nod. Me too.
Then how in the fuck do you explain what we're doing? This is something neither of us does, and yet here we are.
I don't know, Razor. The only thing I know is I don't want anything serious.
If this is about Bash, then I don't have a problem sharing with him. I want you to be happy. If that means you're with him too, then I'm down with that.
I'm not sure what I want. He sighs.
I guess let me know when you figure it out.
He leaves me standing there feeling like the world's biggest bitch. Maybe I am. Maybe this is what I get for going against the rules I've set for myself. Maybe I'm too fucked up to ever be happy.
18. Bash. I debate going to the club tonight. There's no need other than I must enjoy torturing myself by seeing Olivia and Razor together. When I arrive, the air is thick and storm clouds loom in the distance. I stop by Saint's office to check in, but he's not here. King says, "Hopefully he's out getting his dick sucked. He's been in a worse mood than you have. Fuck off." King snorts, and I head to the main room. Karma passes me wearing a matching black lace bra and panty set. "Hey, big boy, you should come find me later." She saunters off without waiting for a reply. I know she's wanted me for a while. Maybe I should fuck her just to get over Olivia. But the thought makes me cringe. One of the other whores passes me wearing a similar getup as Karma. There must be some kind of theme going on tonight. When I get to the main room, I stop dead in my tracks. Olivia is serving a table, which isn't unusual. What is unusual is what she's wearing. She's got on these fucking short shorts that make her legs look like they're a mile long. She moves and I let out a groan. She's wearing heels that ought to be illegal. They're so tall that it looks like she's walking on toothpicks. Her ass sways as she goes to the next table. She's not wearing a lacy bra like the others are. Instead, she wears a red crop top with fringe that jiggles as she moves. She's like a walking wet dream. Razor bumps into me and says, "Sorry." His eyes are on Olivia, not that I can blame him. "You must be thrilled. She looks ready to be unwrapped." "I think we broke up today." He runs his fingers through his hair. "Hell, I'm not even sure if you can break up with someone you're just fucking. Sure feels like a breakup." Avoiding her, he goes to the bar and gets a drink from Jazz before taking off. Liv looks up as he leaves, a frown forming on her red lips, but then she looks at me and smiles, which sends all kinds of confusing messages to different parts of my body. "Bash!" When she throws her arms around my neck, I get a whiff of her sweet scent. God, I've missed her. "I didn't know you were coming tonight." I wasn't so sure myself. I pull back. "You look good." "Thanks. The girls thought it might help morale." I look around, noticing all the whores seem to be occupied. "Looks like it's working." She grins. "I'm glad. It's nice to see everyone having a good time." "Yeah." Suddenly, it feels too warm in here. "It was good seeing you. I've got to go." She calls out my name as I leave, but I ignore her. Instead, I go outside into the pouring rain. My bike's out front, so I hop onto it and start it up. I'm surprised when Liv gets on behind me. "Liv, Bash, just drive." Cursing, I slowly pull out of the parking lot onto the main road. It's late and most people have enough sense not to be out in this weather. I drive slowly, heading away from town and out of the storm. I don't even realize where I'm going until I park. She gets off the bike, her hair and clothes drenched, but she's never looked more beautiful. "Why did you follow me?" I ask, feeling tired. "Bash, I'm so sorry for doing this to us. I know I messed up." The pain in her voice mirrors what I feel. "You didn't mess up, Liv. You're not into me, I get it. It's just been hard as hell seeing you with Razor." "I know, and I'm sorry for that." She pauses. "The really fucked up thing is, I'm not sure why I even did it. I like you. A lot. But I got scared." "I don't know what I did to scare you. You were the one who came on to me at the dorm. I took it as a sign that you were interested in me, too." "I know." She runs her fingers through her hair. "I'm fucked up, Bash. I'm not a good person. I've got skeletons in my closet that most people wouldn't be able to handle. But I'd have hurt you." Her voice breaks, and I pull her into my arms, holding her close. "Olivia, you didn't hurt me." "Yes, I did." She sniffles. "I somehow managed to fuck up everything in my life." "I'll be fine, I promise." She looks up at me. "Bash." It's the way she says my name that gives me hope. "Liv, can I kiss you?" "Yes." Lowering my head, I brush my lips across hers. Just like the last time we kissed, I feel that same sense of magic. We stay there like that until a fat raindrop lands on my head. We look up as the sky breaks open and cold rain pours down on us. Taking her by the hand, I lead her through the trees. Thunder booms in the distance and lightning webs across the sky. "Pesh, where are we going?" She calls out over the wind. She stumbles, tripping over her heels, so I pick her up, carrying her. The cabin comes into sight. I hope like hell the spare key is in the same place. I climb the wooden steps 2 at a time and put Liv on her feet. She shivers, rubbing her arms. "What's this?" "It used to be a camp for misled youth. They went out of business a few years ago and I bought it. Haven't done much with it since then." Reaching above the door frame, I feel around until I find the key. I unlock the door and go in first. "Stay right there until I get this fire going." Thank God the matches are still next to the fireplace. The wood is old, but I get a fire going within minutes. She comes in looking around. "Wow, this place has so much potential." "I thought so too. Plus, the 20 acres and lake access aren't bad either." "Can't wait to see it when it's light." She moves toward me. "Now, where were we?" "You're amazing, you know it." A shadow of doubt flickers across her face. I tip her chin. "You are, Liv." "You don't know me. Not really. I know enough, and I'm going to tell you how amazing you are until you believe me. Her lips crash against mine and she kisses me until I'm fucking lightheaded. The storm rages on around us, but all I see is her. She looks up at me, heat in her eyes, and I know I'm a goner. Think that couch is safe? There's no mistaking what she means. I've got one better. Scooping her into my arms, I carry her upstairs to the loft. The other rooms are still being remodeled, but there's one spot that's ready. She lets out a little gasp as she sees the large bed facing the window that overlooks the lake. Even through the storm, the water from the lake can be seen. Bash, this is beautiful. I put her gently on the bed, kissing her again. You're beautiful. Bash, get over here. She pulls off her shorts and top, leaving nothing on but her heels. I undress too and move over her. She shivers when we touch, and I kiss her. We don't have to do this now. We can wait, I say. I don't want her to have regrets. We're both caught up in the moment, but I can wait because she's worth waiting for. Bash, I want to... Do you have a condom? I reach for my pants, grabbing the one I keep in my wallet, and snort. What? I hold it up. I'm not like other guys, especially at the club. This is the first time I've had to use my emergency condom. She grins up at me. I'm honored to be the first. And the last, I hope. I don't say this because I don't want to scare her, but she's a forever kind of girl, even if she can't see it herself. Reaching out, she takes the condom from my hand, tearing the foil. She strokes my dick until I'm hard and rolls on the rubber. Your dick is amazing, she says. Truly a work of art. I grin and move over her. Keep saying things like that and I won't last very long. She wiggles her eyebrows. Then we'll have to think of other naughty things to do. I move over her, kissing her. Her hands roam up and down my chest as if she's memorizing my body. I do the same, cupping her breasts and then moving lower. When I reach between her legs, she spreads them wide, allowing me better access. I've thought about this a lot since that night in your dorm, I admit, as I run a finger through her slick folds. She's so fucking wet. I lick my drenched digit and she moans. I've thought about it too. We kiss until I can't take it anymore. With one hand, I guide myself to her opening. She lets out a throaty moan as I slide into her. When we're connected, I look down, loving how well we fit together. Slowly, I make love to Liv, whispering sweet nothings into her ear. Her hands scrape down my back until we both need more. When my pace increases, she becomes wild beneath me. Together, we seek our pleasure in each other. Bash, she breathes out. I'm close. Then come for me, Liv. Her body tenses and orgasms so hard that I come too. We ride wave after wave of bliss until we're both spent. I fall next to her on the bed, putting my hand on my chest. I knew you were worth the wait. I mean it with all of my heart, too.
Olivia. I snuggle closer to Bash. We've just had sex again, and I feel safe. Maybe even loved. It's the way he looks at me while we're having sex, like I'm the most important thing in the world to him. He moves and I look out the window. The rain has stopped for now, and I know we need to head back to the club, but I don't want to leave.
What's that sigh for?
I'm scared, I admit. Bash, I was serious when I said that I ruin everything good in my life. I don't want to hurt you, or Razor.
Do you have feelings for him?
It's hard to hide my true feelings when we're both lying here together, naked. Maybe that's part of my problem. Maybe I should be honest. I mean, what's the worst thing that can happen? I do. Which is why I probably overreacted earlier today with them. He's moving too fast for me, and I got scared.
Did you tell him that?
Not really. He rubs my arms.
Liv, I want you to be happy. If that means you date both of us, then so be it.
I snort.
He said the same thing. Did he? Fuck. He must really like you.
I think he does, which is crazy since we barely know each other. But I can't deny the pull I feel toward him and Bash. I sigh again. Bash, I'm worried there's something wrong with me. How can I have feelings for you and Razor at the same time?
And King and Saint. Ugh. Have you talked to King very much?
My cheeks feel warm. King? No, why?
His mom used to be one of the club whores.
Oh, wow.
She never wanted to settle down, and I asked her about it once. She said she wasn't meant to love just one person. I believe her, too. She was with King's dad, another club member, and his wife until King's dad died. Now she's with the club member and his wife. It seems to work for them. They all seem happy and equally in love with each other.
I think about it and ask, but how do you feel about it?
Honestly,
he looks into my eyes.
I want you to be happy. That doesn't mean I'm going to jump into bed with you and Razor, but I think we can make it work.
I moisten my lips. What if there are more?
Saint?
I nod once.
Like I said, as long as you're happy.
It sounds good in theory, but I just don't know.
What's the point of worrying about the what-ifs? Are you happy right now, in this moment?
Yes.
Then that's all that matters. We can deal with everything else when we get there.
I kiss his chest. You make it sound so simple.
It is simple. I like you. I want to be with you. The end.
That makes me grin. I like you too. I want to be with you too. And I'll try to communicate better instead of just freaking out.
If you mean that, then we should go back to the club and talk to Razor.
Okay, let's go. I'm tired of being the girl who fucks up everything. It's time to give this love thing a real go. Razor is waiting when we get back to the club. He puts down the bottle in his hand and stands.
I saw the two of you take off right before the storm hit. Wanted to make sure you made it back.
I glance at Bash and take a step forward. Can we talk? The three of us? Razor searches my face before nodding.
Sure. Let's go to my room.
He leads the way, holding the door open for me. I go to the bed and sit. He stands, and Bash sits in a chair. First, I want to apologize. I got scared earlier today, and I reacted badly. He shakes his head.
Olivia, I'm the one who should apologize. Hell, if a chick told me a week into fucking that she didn't want to use protection, I'd flip my shit too.
Bash makes a sound.
That's what he said that freaked you out? Holy shit, Razor.
Razor flips him off and says to me,
I don't know what I was thinking.
Part of what scared me is that I actually considered it for a second. I shake my head. I'm saying this to both of you. I've been in one serious relationship, and I was 16, so I don't think it counts. You're both going to have to be patient with me.
Wait, both?
I nod. I like you, Razor. I have fun with you, and you make me laugh. But I like Bash, too. If you're still willing, I'd like to date both of you and see how things go.
Bash, you on board with this? I am, brother. Are you?
Razor looks at me before nodding.
Hell yeah, I am.
And just like that, the shittiest day of my life has turned around.
Saint. The club is quiet when I roll in around 4 a.m. My back aches from being on edge, which isn't surprising since no one knew what I was up to. King's going to shit a brick when he finds out, but it was worth it. Entering through a side door, I go right to my office. King's at my desk, playing a game on the computer. Where have you been? He doesn't show any signs of moving from my seat, so I sit across from my desk. Took a meeting tonight. This gets his attention.
With whom?
The infernal bastards.
Jesus fucking Christ, are you serious?
Yes. He lets out another string of curses.
And you didn't think it necessary to let your fucking club officers know where you were going?
It was risky, I'll admit it, but Crow wanted to meet alone. I had to show that I trusted him so he'd be able to trust me.
What in the fuck would you have done if it had been a trap?
I sigh. Stop acting like my father.
Then stop acting like a fucking child.
I point to my computer. For your information, I emailed you with all the information in it. It's set to send in an hour. If it had been a trap, then you would have found out and saved my ass.
And if they shot you on sight?
We all die, King. He's always been weird about death. Now is no exception.
Fucking stop with the dying talk. You're not dying, neither am I.
Glad to hear it. He leans back in my chair.
So, what did you find out at this super secret meeting?
Crow doesn't know who the mole is in his club. The guy we caught was a transfer member. He's going to look into it. See how the guy ended up here.
What about the other men we saw wearing their cuts?
He had an answer for that, too. They're in the process of getting new cuts with their new logo. All the old ones were in a locked room of their clubhouse waiting to be burned.
Sounds like their sergeant-at-arms needs an ass-whooping.
The interesting thing is, Crow says his guy got a message saying someone else was going to take care of it. King sits up at this.
Fuck.
We both know there's only two people who could send an order like that. Crow's going to see where Maniac was that night.
This is fucking unreal. Do you think it's because we sent Psycho away?
I think that's exactly what this is. Sign knew when the runs were. It makes sense.
Have you?
I reached out to the Mississippi Club. They're going to hold him until we have answers. And if it's him, he's dead.
He knew what game he was playing if he's behind this.
I rub my beard. I still can't shake the feeling that we're missing something. The feds have been hot on our trail for months. What if it's them? They haven't exactly made their presence a secret either.
Time will tell on that. Just make sure the retainer fee is paid on the lawyer.
I snort at that. I'll make sure to look into that tomorrow. He turns back to his game. Did I miss anything around here?
You sure you want to know?
He hasn't looked up from the computer, so it's hard to read him. Yes.
While you were gone, Razor and Olivia split up.
I feel like a weight's been lifted from my shoulder, and then he has to ruin it by going on.
Bash and Olivia went off during the storm. When they came back, they were together, as in just had sex and couldn't keep their hands off each other.
Fuck. He looks at me.
And now Bash and Razor are both seeing Olivia.
Good for them. I stand. I'll be in my room. He snorts, muttering something under his breath as I leave. I go to my room and look around. I can't be here tonight, so close to Olivia. So I'm going somewhere I haven't been in years. I'm going home.
19. Olivia. Agent Hill keeps blowing up my phone. Even on silent, my phone still buzzes as text after text comes through. Razor rolls over, muttering in his sleep. Slipping from the bed, I go to the bathroom. Douchebag. We need to meet. Be at this address by 10. I groan when I look at the clock. Again, he's leaving me just enough time to get there without enough time to shower. I throw on some clean clothes and quietly leave. Razor never stirs, which I'm thankful for. Bash, however, is in the main room at the bar. You're up early. I kiss his cheek. Morning. I have to run by the campus. Need a ride? As much as I want to say yes, I can't. I'm going to Uber there. My roommate wants to get coffee and catch up. It's only a small lie. Lucy did say she wanted to meet up, just not today. I give him a playful poke in the side.
I've been a rotten friend because you and Razor have been keeping me so busy.
Can't say that I'm sorry.
The truth is, neither am I. The past few weeks have been wonderful. The amazing thing is, I haven't felt the need to self-sabotage by having sex with strangers. My therapist would say I've made a breakthrough, but I'm trying not to look too much into it. For now, I'm content with being happy. I kiss Bash again and say, I better go. When I get outside, my car is waiting. I send a text to Agent Hill, letting him know I'm on my way. The car drops me off at a little Italian restaurant, which is ironically Mafia-themed. Agent Hill is at a table near the back. I sit across from him. Agent Hill?
Anything to report?
No. It's been quiet.
And why do you think that is?
I sigh. I'm sure you're about to tell me.
It's quiet because they're planning a run in 6 days.
This is news to me. If you know this, then why are you asking me?
Because we need to be sure before we act. Last time, we were made to look like fools when we found a warehouse full of...
He clears his throat.
Just do your job and get information for us. It's not really that hard to do.
Apparently it is, if your other source can't give you specifics.
They don't have the same clearance as you.
He eyes me.
You're involved with 2 of the club officers, are you not?
My face feels warm, and I feel a surge of protectiveness. What does that matter?
My source says your room is in the same area as the club president.
I can see where he's going. Agent Hill, they're smarter than that. There are cameras everywhere.
Oh, yes, I'm aware. For the sake of arguing, let's say that the cameras will be off tonight, at midnight. Could you get into the president's room?
I feel all sorts of emotions, but the one that stands out the most is guilt.
Midnight, Ms. Mayhem, and I'll expect information tomorrow. Understand?
He stands and tosses down some bills for his meal. When he's gone, I pull out my phone and open the app. I haven't had to use it in the past few weeks, but I feel the urge to use it now. Bash and Razor's faces cross my mind. Fuck. For the first time, I can't do it. It's one thing to be dating both of them. It's another to do this. I log out and toss my phone on the table. What in the fuck am I going to do? I leave the restaurant and wander around aimlessly. I have 2 choices, really. One, I tell Bash and Razor everything. I'm sure they'll want me to tell Saint, too, but I want them to hear it from me. They deserve that much. And then I'll face the consequences. 2, I do what Agent Hill is suggesting and sneak into Saint's room. No one is ever in that part of the club at that time of the night, so I should be safe. Plus, Saint's been avoiding me, which hurts. If I do this and find something worth telling Agent Hill, then maybe I'll finally be finished with them, and I can forget all about lying to the guys. The thought sours my stomach. Of course, not telling them is still lying, but this is the tip of the iceberg of things I haven't told them. Things I'd rather die over than to say out loud. Turning the corner, I pass the campus bookstore. I really do need to call Lucy and check in. She usually travels with her family during the summer, but I need to make sure she's still wanting to get an apartment. Of course, if she doesn't, maybe I can stay at the club with Bash and Razor. That actually makes me smile. I dial Lucy. When it goes to voicemail, I leave a message. Hey, girl. Sorry I haven't been around. The new job's keeping me busy. Plus, I've been seeing someone. We need to meet up soon and catch up. Bye. I end the call just as my phone buzzes. Lucy. Sorry I couldn't answer. I'm with the fam. You're seeing someone? OMG. Yes, let's plan on dinner Friday night at 6. Bring the boy toy, and I'll bring mine. Me. Andrew? Lucy. I don't kiss and tell. Me. Get it, girl. See you on Friday. I send a group message to Razor and Bash. Me. My old roommate wants to do dinner on Friday. Do you all want to come?
Bash. What time on Friday?
Me. 6. Bash.
I'm down.
Razor doesn't reply, which means he's still sleeping. I grin to myself. Lucy is going to shit a brick if I show up with both of them, but I really want her to meet them, which says a lot. I'm about to turn the corner when someone calls out my name. Glancing over my shoulder, I see Chase jogging toward me. He wheezes as he catches up to me, and he bends at the waist, putting his hands on his knees as he tries to catch his breath.
Sorry, asthma.
I wait until he's breathing normally.
You're a very hard person to get a hold of, Olivia.
Sorry, I've been busy. It's not a lie. I just don't tell him what I've been busy doing. My cheeks feel warm just thinking of the things I've done with Bash and Razor. I pull my phone out and look at it. I don't see any texts from you.
I don't have your phone number, since you never texted me back. I've been asking Lucy to let you know I wanted to talk.
Oh, gosh. I totally dropped the ball. I'm so sorry. Give me your number again, and I'll text it right now. He spouts off his number. There. Now you have mine.
Thanks.
He grins.
These summer classes are already kicking my butt. That's what I get for taking the speed courses instead of the regular ones. Guess my dads were right when they said I'd regret partying so much sooner or later.
How many speed courses are you taking?
3. Plus the math class I have to retake.
He physically looks like he's in pain, so I reach out and pat his arm. You've got this, Chase.
I'm glad someone has faith in me. Which is why I chased you down. I was hoping we could get together tonight. I have a big test on Friday, and I don't think I'm going to pass it.
I have to go to work at 8, but I think we can study for a bit if you're free now. He grins.
Thank God. Otherwise, I was going to have to explain to my dads why I failed again.
Is your place nearby?
Yeah, it's a few blocks over.
We walk, talking about how hot it's supposed to get today and if it's going to rain. I can honestly say I've never made idle chit-chat with someone about the weather. It's kind of cute how nervous he is around me. When we reach his building, I feel a flicker of dismay. I've met a client here before. How long have you lived here?
Since sophomore year. Andrew and I live with another buddy. It's not fancy, but it pays the bills.
Cool.
Andrew said you and Lucy are getting an apartment next semester. It'd be cool if you ended up here.
Hope is written all across his face, and I don't have the heart to tell him I'm dating 2 amazing men. Yeah, totally. We take the stairs to the 3rd floor. He wheezes out,
The elevator's been out for months now. I'm not out of shape, but this humidity is really messing with my lungs today.
Back to talks of the weather. I bite back a laugh. He turns down a hallway and dread fills my chest again. It's just a coincidence, I reason with myself. It doesn't mean it's the same apartment. But, of fucking course, it's the same apartment I've met a client at. Chase unlocks the door. Yup. I vividly remember the ugly painting on the wall because it fell down, nearly hitting me in the head as my client pounded into me. Machine gun sounds fill the living room, and a male voice yells out at a game. Chase grins and says,
Hey, Mitch, I'm here with a friend. We're going to study in my room. If I see a sock on the doorknob, I'll make sure to bring my phone in and record, Mitch calls back. Sorry about him, Chase mutters under his breath. My room is this way.
Again, I know exactly where the bedrooms are here. I'm literally feeling sick. Do you mind if I use the bathroom?
Sure. Last door on the
left. I barely hear him as I go to the bathroom, closing and locking the door behind me. My heart is racing, and I feel like I'm going to pass out. Saint's words come back to me, and I face the wall, pushing against it as hard as I can until my panic subsides. What are the chances that Chase's roommate would end up being one of my old clients? 1 in a million, if I were to guess. Mitch was a dick when he hired me, and I sure as hell don't want to run into him today. But I promised I'd help Chase study. Groaning, I splashed some water on my face and then opened the door. Chase is waiting in the doorway with a smile on his face. I got us some snacks. He's so painfully innocent. I don't think I've ever been that way. Smiling, I follow him into the room, closing the door behind us. If he thinks this is strange, it doesn't show on his face. His room is small, but it's clean, which I appreciate. He looks around and asks, "Do you want to sit on the bed or the floor?" "The floor is fine. We can stretch our legs out that way." Also, because I can't be trusted on a bed. We make ourselves comfortable, and he gets his books. Right away, I can see where he needs help. Lifting my pen, I get to work, letting myself get lost in the safe and calming numbers. We study religiously for a few hours. My phone's gone off a few times, but I've ignored it. "There! You've got it!" He holds up his hands in the air. "Thank you, Jesus. And thank you, Olivia." You don't give yourself enough credit, Chase. You're not bad at math. You just needed to understand that one bit. Thanks. I feel like once they added letter to math, I was lost. All my teachers agreed too. Well, you've got it now. You'll have to let me know how you do on the test. Deal. He glances at his watch. Oh man, I didn't mean to keep you so long. We're doing pizza tonight and watching a movie. Do you want to stay? Thanks. I have to be at work at 8. He stands, helping me to my feet. Well, the next time I see you, I owe you pizza. He opens the door, and it's eerily silent in the living room. My heart is beating 1,000,000 miles a minute. Where is Mitch? Chase says, I think you just missed Mitch. He's in charge of getting the pizza. No worries. Thank God. He walks me to the door. I'd offer to walk you down the stairs, but that means I'd have to walk back up and, asthma. I grin. I appreciate the thought. Thanks again. See you later, Chase. Note to self, don't hang out with Chase at his place or with his friends. I take the stairs 2 at a time. When I reach the first floor, I nearly bump into a man carrying 6 boxes of pizza. He spins and calls out, Sorry. Belatedly, I realize I literally just ran into Mitch. Pulling my phone from my pocket, I send for an Uber to pick me up. I'm ready to get back to my guys and forget the weirdness of this day. 20. Olivia. I'm late getting to the bar, but no one seems to notice. Besides, the room is dead. Where is everyone? I ask, grabbing a towel. Jazz puts down her phone. I was just wondering the same thing. Agent Hill's words cross my mind. He knows more than he's saying, which is why he wants me to go into Saint's room tonight. The night goes on, and more people leave than arrive. By midnight, Jazz throws her towel on the bar. Girl, I'm going to head out. It's dead here. You should do the same. My stomach churns. What are the chances she would offer this tonight? Are you sure? Yeah. Saint won't mind, and we can leave some beers out if anyone shows up. You go ahead. I'll clean up. Nodding, I head toward my room. For the first time since I've arrived, I think I might know who Agent Hill's other informant is. It makes sense. She has as much access to everyone else as I do. Maybe even more. I glance down the hallway. There's no light on under Saint's door. But is this something I want to do? I've betrayed them once by working with Agent Hill, but that was before I knew them, before I cared. The light above the camera flashes once and then goes off. And then Saint's door opens, as if by magic. My phone buzzes in my pocket.
I know without looking who the text is from. Fuck. Glancing around, I make sure no one is around before going to Saint's door. Using the toe of my shoe, I push it open. Right away, I smell his scent everywhere. Guilt assaults me for being in here and breaking his trust yet again, but so does longing. Saint hasn't been around very much lately, and I miss him. Everyone says he's busy, but I think he's avoiding me. Quietly, I close the door and turn on the light. His room is twice as big as mine, with a mini kitchen, living room, and, of course, his massive bed. Moving toward it, I can see he hasn't slept in this bed recently. Jazz told me once that Mama Bear is the one who cleans Saint's room, and that she always leaves a mint on his pillow when she changes his bedding. The mint sits atop his pillow, waiting for his return. Grabbing a tissue so I don't leave fingerprints everywhere, I open the nightstand drawer. There's not much inside. A book about car parts and some glasses. I can totally picture him in here at night, with the glasses on, reading. I close the drawer and squat, looking under the bed. There's nothing there, not even a dust bunny. I go to his dresser next. His socks and boxer briefs are folded perfectly, which makes me smile. But there is nothing here either. Looking around, I go to the bathroom. His is like mine, except the tile is black with red accents. It's sexy and sleek at the same time, much like Saint. Again, his scent surrounds me, making me wonder what in the fuck I'm doing. Shoving my guilt aside, I go to his closet. If I were to want to hide something, this is where I would do it. His clothes are separated by color, reminding me of the stripper store. I grin. There's a whole lot of denim in here, and black leather, but I wouldn't expect anything less from him. What I don't expect is a rocking chair in the very back of the closet. I make my way toward it. It's old, but very well taken care of. The cherry wood is smooth under my palm, even over the ornate carvings. Something compels me to sit in it. It's comfortable, which is surprising. This is the type of chair you could rock a baby in. Maybe that's why he has it. Maybe it was his mother's. I'm about to get up when I notice a small carving in the chair's arm. It's a heart with 2 initials in it. SM plus MM. Suddenly I know I've overstepped. I need to get out of here and to hell with Agent Hill. I'm almost to the door when I notice a calendar on the wall. Fuck, I mutter. Because Saint has this weekend marked as a run, with 2 locations noted. Which means I have to let Agent Hill know. I close the closet door and slip from Saint's room. I'm almost to my door when I hear his door lock and the light above the camera comes on. When I'm in my room, I send Agent Hill a text. Fuck you, Agent Hill, I mutter. Fuck you. And fuck me.
King. Saint, we've done all we can do. Let's call it a night. Razor moans. I say with a laugh, you just want to get back to Olivia. He shrugs. And? Bash looks up from his notes. I'm not going to point out that she's coming to my room tonight. Saint stands abruptly.
We can call it a night. See you fuckers in the morning.
He grabs his jacket and takes off. I follow. You leaving again?
Yeah.
Lowering my voice, I say, Saint, this is getting ridiculous. You're letting some chick run you out of your own home. He actually glares at me.
You don't know what you're talking about, so I suggest shutting the fuck up.
Saint. He walks off without a backward glance. Fuck. He needs to snap out of this, especially with everything going on. It's not good for him to be so sprung over a bitch he hasn't even fucked. But there's nothing left to do tonight. Everything is set for the run. Psycho is taken care of, for now, and Crow swears they'll find maniacs soon. If they don't, we'll have to step up, but I'll cross that bridge when we get there. I head back to the club, where it's dead. The whores aren't even out to play, which is disappointing since I am. I go to my room, unlocking the door. My laptop is on my bed waiting for me. Grinning, I strip down to my boxers and then hop on my bed. The last time I was in Oklahoma, the boys at the local chapter were raving about a new website they found. Said it's a pussy game changer. I'm not one for picking up prostitutes, but sometimes I get tired of the same old variety of pussy at the club. The website is like others I've looked at. Make an account with a short bio and a photo, give them your credit card number, wait for the magic to happen. Unlike some of the other sites, this one tells you who's nearby. A few dots pop up and an option to get push notifications on my phone if a girl shows up nearby. I turn it on, then toss my laptop to the side. It's been a fucked up week, and I need to burn off energy, now. I don't think I can even wait until the rally at the end of the month. It'll be nice to be in the middle of nowhere with like-minded brothers and sisters where we can all just fuck off with no shits to give. In fact, I wonder if I still have the number of that chick I met there last year. My phone chirps and I pick it up. Aha, a match. Grabbing my laptop, I open the website. We'll see how good this site is. I click the nearby button and then my fucking breath hitches in my throat. There's no way it's the same person. I click on her profile and let out a groan. There's no denying that it's her. Sure, she's wearing a sexy little costume, but I would recognize her anywhere. There's a tab for videos, so, of course, I click it. The first video that pops up is of her, on a bed. The floor wallpaper looks like something my grandma had in her house, which makes the red teddy she's wearing stand out even more. She moves to the bed, making pouty faces at the camera, and then her fucking hand dips lower. The camera trails her, which means someone else filmed this. For some reason, this pisses me off. Her hand slips into her panties and she lets out a little gasp as she touches herself. If I were fucking smart, I would close this video and tell Saint what I've discovered. But my cock disagrees, and I'm not one to ignore it. Putting my laptop to the side, I slip my hand into my boxers, grasping my dick. She's working herself real good, so it'll only make sense that I catch up. She moves, pulling her panties aside. The camera zooms in, showing how aroused she is, how swollen her pussy lips already are. She plays with her clit and then slips 2 digits into her pussy. Her gasp goes straight to my dick and I jerk myself off harder. Together, we fuck ourselves until we both come. She cries out and the camera zooms in on her O-face. I groan, falling back on my pillow. Fuck me. That was fucking intense. Another video starts. Same room. This time she's being banged by a man wearing a mask. I scroll past it. There are a lot of videos. I go back to the main page and click Contact. Error. It seems the person you're trying to reach doesn't have an active profile. May we suggest another beauty? Several women's profiles pop up, but none of them compare to her. Doesn't look like she's been active in a while, which is good. I mean, everyone has a fucking past, right? The big question is, do I tell Saint? I look back at the screen. Olivia, you just got more interesting. And I think I may see why everyone is so fucked up over her.
21. Olivia. What do you mean she's pregnant? He turns accusatory eyes on me. You fucking slut. You're only 14. Sir, she's no longer pregnant. She suffered a miscarriage. That's what's caused the infection. The woman's voice is kind enough to make me want to look up. But I don't, because he's still here, waiting, watching. She goes on. I just need to ask her a few questions. But I won't answer them honestly. I can't. If I do, I'm dead. When she steps out, he says to me, I'll deal with you when we get home. I gasp, waking myself from the nightmare. I reach for Bash and am disappointed to find the bed is empty. Sighing, I close my eyes. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever stop having the dreams. The door opens and Bash enters, carrying a tray. I can't cook as good as you, but I made us breakfast. Grinning, I lean over and kiss his cheek as he puts the tray on the bed. Never mind the fact that it's 1 p.m. You ought to feed me, after how many times we had sex last night. His cheeks darken. As I recalled, you were the one who couldn't be satisfied. That makes me snort. He's not wrong about that. I haven't felt the same self-destructing urge in the past month, the urge that drives me insane. Instead, it's been replaced by 2 men who are willing to be at my beck and call, who would never hurt me, who show me that they truly care for me. Like now, with Bash bringing me breakfast. No one's ever done that for me. My phone dings and I glance at it, halfway fearing it is Agent Hill. Lucy's name flashes across the screen and I grin. It's my old roommate. Lucy.
Are we still on for tonight? Dinner?
She wants to know if we're still on for dinner. Can you still come? I should be able to, as long as we're back by 7.
You sound like my grandma, I joke.
I'll tell her. Do you think Razor will want to come? He makes a face. I'm going to say no. He's got shit to take care. Because they're doing a run tonight, which I only know because I'm a horrible fucking person. I'll tell her it's just us. Besides, I'm not sure how she's going to react when she finds out I have 2 boyfriends. Boyfriend, eh? I like the sound of that. Do you? Well, come here, boyfriend. I'm hungry, and not for eggs and toast. He sets the tray aside and moves over me. Just like that, everything fades away but the 2 of us. We're nearly late meeting Lucy, and I'm not a bit sorry about it. Bash is wearing jeans and a dark green shirt, making his arms look huge. I'm a little sad that his tattoos are hidden, though. If you keep looking at me like that, we aren't going to make it to the restaurant. I grin. It's your fault. You're just so darn cute. He leans over, kissing me. Right back at you, Liv. That dress is smoking hot. I smile. It's just a simple yellow sundress that I've had forever, but he makes me feel like I'm wearing something amazing. We get to the restaurant, and he holds the door open for me. Again, this hasn't happened before. Lucy is at a table in the back with Andrew and Chase. I let out a groan. What is it? The guy next to Lucy is her new boyfriend, Andrew. Okay. The guy next to him is his best friend, Chase, whom I'm pretty sure has a crush on me. He's the one I'm tutoring in math. I don't know why she invited him. He puts his arm over my shoulder. No big deal, Liv. Maybe he just needed to see it for himself. We reach the table and I introduce everything. This is Bash, my boyfriend. Bash, this is Lucy, Andrew, and Chase. Chase is eyeing Bash like he's sizing him up. He asks, "What kind of name is Bash?" My mouth drops open, but Bash laughs. It's short for Sebastian. Just a little nickname that I've never been able to shake. I truly had no idea that his name was Sebastian. It makes sense, though. I mean, they all probably have real names. Now I'm wondering what Razor's is. Bash pulls my seat out and then sits next to me. Lucy is practically bouncing in her seat.
I still can't believe you're dating someone. How did the 2 of you meet?
She holds up her hand.
Wait, let me guess. You met at one of Olivia's jobs.
Bash nods. That's right. I saw her across a crowded room and knew I needed to talk to her. Lucy actually sighs.
That's so romantic.
So, Bash, what do you do for a living? Chase asks, disdain in his tone. I work on cars and bikes. Chase makes a sound in the back of his throat. Figures. You look a lot like the guy who services my car.
I'm about to say something when Bash lets out a low laugh.
Yeah, we all look the same, right?
He takes a sip of his water.
I was in the army before, special ops. After seeing so many people die, I decided I wanted to do something that makes me happy.
Lucy nods. Thank you for your service. I reach for his hand under the table, giving it a squeeze. Andrew slaps Chase on the back and says,
Ignore Chase. He's just salty that you got the girl, Bash.
Chase's face darkens, but he doesn't deny this.
Bash says, I'm thankful every day that I have her.
Lucy lets out another sigh. I'm so happy the two of you have each other. I was worried about Olivia. I mean, she never goes home to see her family, and she certainly hasn't dated anyone since I've known her.
Okay, I'm getting embarrassed, and I don't want you to scare him off, Lucy. She snorts.
I can take a hint.
We all fall into easy conversation, except for Chase, who sits there not saying a word. When the bill comes, Bash picks it up. It's on me. Everyone protests, but he puts down cash and the waiter takes it away. This was fun, he says, but we've got to head back to my place. His tone suggests we're going back to do something naughty, which I wish was the case. Lucy says,
I wish I could say the same. We are going to Andrew and Chase's apartment to play a board game with their roommate, Mitch.
My pulse quickens at the mention of Mitch. How in the hell is this happening again? Bash stands. We'll have to do this again. Everyone but Chase agrees. Lucy slaps her hand on the table.
Olivia! I can't believe I almost forgot. My mom found us 2 places to choose from, an apartment and a townhouse. I'll send you the links. Let me know which one you like, and she'll get the paperwork started.
I will. Bash and I say bye to everyone, and he takes my hand in his as we leave. When we're outside, I stop and pull his head down to kiss him. What's that for? For being so awesome. I'm so sorry about Chase. He likes you. I get it. I was the same way when you and Razor were together. He peers down at me. Do you like him? Not like that, and especially after the way he treated you. I shake my head. I can't believe I never asked you your real name. And I didn't know you were in the army. I rarely tell people my real name. In our world, names hold power. As for the army, my story with the military didn't end well, so I don't bring it up. I just wanted to put that prick in his place. I'm glad you did. It was sexy watching you handle him. He pulls me down a dark alley, and my pulse spikes in excitement. Bash? I know we don't have a lot of time, but I need you, now. Spinning me so I'm facing the brick building, he lifts my dress. I moan when his zipper lowers. Bash, this is insane. But my legs are spreading. Foil rips, and then the head of his cock is at my opening. We have to be quick, and we have to be quiet. Both things I hate, but I nod. He enters me in a slow thrust that leaves me gasping for more. He pulls back, and then slams into me. My chest rubs against the building, and I bite back another moan. His hands grip my hips as he pounds into me. The city moves around us, cars honking and people talking just around the corner from us. His thrusts become shallow, and I know he's close. Reaching down, I rub my clit in fast circles until I shatter, whimpering out his name. He leans forward and nips my earlobe as he comes. We both rock against each other, riding out the last bits of pleasure. When he pulls out, I'm shocked that I miss him. He pulls off the condom, tying it, and then tossing it in a trash can near us. I straighten my dress, and then let out a laugh. What? That was wild. He grins. It was pretty fucking awesome. I peek down the front of my dress. I'm pretty sure I have brick burn on my boobs. He groans. Fuck, now that's all I'm going to be thinking about tonight.
What's tonight? I keep my tone casual. He surprises me by saying,
We're going on a run. 2, technically. Saint thinks there's a mole in the club. This will flush them out.
Oh, wow. I shake my head. Will you be late getting home?
If everything goes according to plan, no. But you never know.
I brush my lips against his lips. Be safe.
Always am.
When we get back to the club, there aren't very many bikes there. Not like the last run. Where is everyone?
They're all at different locations. It's how we're going to know who the mole is.
How does that work?
Saint's the only one who knows the true location of where we're going.
Unease makes my chest feel heavy. Oh, that makes sense.
It's been eating Saint up thinking there's a mole here. It'll be nice to finally know.
I moisten my lips. Has he considered it might be someone else?
The only other people who would know about it are the whores, and they wouldn't talk. That's not their style.
But what if it is? I want to scream. Instead, I say, I better go see if Jazz needs any help. I'll see you when you get back. I pull away from him and go inside. Now more than ever, I need to know who's working with Agent Hill.
Saint. Gunfire fills the air around us, and my club officers form a shield around me, even though it's the last fucking thing I want. We need to get the fuck out of here, I shout. Bash says, Jesus is shot. We're going to have to carry him. A truck pulls up, and 3 of my guys jump out amidst the chaos and get Jesus's bike. Bash, King, and I load Jesus into the back of the truck. His skin is pale, and he moans in pain. King pulls my arm. Come on, brother. We've got to go, now. We go back to our bikes and leave, making sure not to leave skid marks on the pavement. We make it back to the club, and my rage finally spills over. I want fucking answers. How did the fucking infernal bastards know where we were going? King answers. I think we need to pay Crow a visit. No, make him come here, on our turf. Razor argues. If he's in on this, he's going to die. I agree. Get him on the phone now. I shove past them, going into the clubhouse. Claus comes toward me wearing a skimpy piece of lingerie. Hey, sexy. Looking for a good time tonight? Get the fuck out of my sight. I roar at her. Her eyes well and she blinks back tears, but she has the good sense to go get away from me. I go to the gym, going right to the punching bag and pound it until my knuckles bleed and my mind is clear. Someone is out to give my club, and I'm going to find out who it is if it's the last thing I do. King knocks on my door around midnight. 2 things. Crow is on his way, willingly. The second, there was a random power outage 2 days ago. It lasted for exactly 10 minutes. And the only area it affected was our hallway, specifically your door and the cameras. Is there any way to track how it happened? He nods. They used a virus against our system, but it left some traces behind. It's enough that we might be able to find the fucker. Good. I have to admit, when you suggested that one of our own might try something, I didn't believe you. This proves that you were right. It's not something I wanted to be right about. He slaps my shoulder. I'll let you know when Crow gets here. Tell Bash to get the shed ready. We're going to make sure Crow knows just how serious this is to us. King nods and I close the door. God damn it. I thought for sure the last run was messed up because of Psycho. Now I'm wondering just how deep this goes. I go to my closet and rip the calendar down. Someone had the fucking nerve to enter my space, go through my things, and then try to fuck over my club. When I find out who that person is, they're going to pay with their fucking life. 22. Saint. Crow arrives at 2 a.m, alone, just as instructed. He parks his bike out front and gets off, holding out his hand. Saint. I make no move to shake his hand, so he drops it to his side. This way. I lead the way out back toward the shed. Bash and Razor flank his side and King follows behind, in case Crow tries anything. We reach the shed and I open the door. Crow inhales but walks in. He's not stupid. He knows what happens in here. In another lifetime, Crow and I could have been friends. We're close in age, stature, and we share similar values when it comes to our clubs. That's why it pisses me off that he hasn't taken this more seriously. How's your man? He'll live. I don't mention that we all had vests on last night in case we were fucked over. Jesus is walking away from this with a big-ass bruise on his chest, which is better than leaving in a body bag. We had to make it look believable, though, since we don't know who in the fuck we can trust, and right now my club officers are the only ones I trust. That's good. He's a good guy. I snort and point to the chair in the middle of the room. Have a seat, and we can get down to business. No need to bullshit around. Crow sits, putting his hands on his thighs where they're in sight. Maniac still hasn't been found, but all of my men were accounted for last night. King asks, How do we know this is true? I have video proof, which should hit your email right about now. King's phone dings and he looks down, eyebrows lifting. Crow says, I know how this goes. When you said you were going to flush the mole out, I wanted to make sure my men had an opportunity to prove their innocence. None of the guys that received a text from Maniac left the club last night. King says, He's telling the truth. They're all there, playing. Bingo? Crow nods. My members are getting older, with a few exceptions. Our late-night activities have changed as we've gotten grayer in our beards. So your crew has an alibi. That doesn't excuse the lack of control over your vice president. I agree, Crow says. Our club has voted to strip him of his patches and rank. If he shows his face at the Infernal Bastards, he's dead. King meets my gaze, eyes wide. This is almost fucking unheard of. Your club was okay with banning a member of the hierarchy? Crow shakes his head. No, this isn't something we wanted to do, but Maniac left us with no choice. He went against the club when he went after your club. We owe him no more loyalty. He goes on. We're still looking for him, but he's taken measures to ensure he can't be found. His phone is off. His car was found in a pond, and I just got word tonight that his house burned down. Our contact is certain it's arson. I say to King, make sure the Mississippi boys still have eyes on Psycho. On it. I turn back to Crow. I don't take threats against my club lightly. Neither do I. That's why I'm here, willing to help. The funny thing is, I know he's telling the truth. I let out a small sigh. I think there's someone in my club working against us, too. King and Razor scowl at me. We all decided that Crow didn't need to know this information just in case. Crow nods. I wondered as much. What are you going to do about it? We set a trap and whoever is involved fell for it. Hopefully we'll have answers soon. I'm not going to be surprised if the trail leads back to Maniac. I've seen guys turn on their own over the years, and he fits the bill. I nod. Same with Psycho. Crow stands. My club will work with yours until this is finished. You have my word. This time I shake his outstretched hand. Thank you, brother. No need to thank me, Saint. He looks around. We good? Yeah. Good. Gotta get home to my old lady. She's going to bitch at me for being late again, but the making up will be worth it. Bash will take you to your bike. When he's gone, King and Razor turn to me. Razor says, You think he's innocent, don't you? I do. He nods. I agree. I wish you hadn't told him that we'd set a trap, King says, frowning. He might not be involved, but we don't know who's all in Maniac's pocket. It's a risk I felt I could take. Any leads on the hacking? Give me 2 days. Razor asks, What do we do now? It's too risky to move the weapons now. If this is the feds, the third time we won't walk away. If it's Maniac, then we can wait him out. King nods.
I agree. Carry on as if nothing's wrong without actually doing anything.
I reached out to our contact about the weapons. They're willing to hold them for 30 days. If we miss the deadline, we owe them $2.5 million. Razor looks pained.
Do we even have that much money?
We do, but it won't come down to that. We'll catch the fucker messing with us. King asks.
What about the rally? Does he still want to make an appearance?
I think. Yes, it'll be good for the boys to be able to have fun.
Fuck yeah.
King turns to Razor.
How are you going to manage now that you're taken?
Next to King, Razor is the biggest man-whore I know, so it's a valid question.
Don't worry about me. Olivia keeps me plenty busy.
And just like that, my mood is soured. I say to King, book our usual spot and let the boys know we're going. I'm going to head out. They call my name as I walk away, but I ignore them. This is my own doing. I never should have said Olivia could date whoever she wanted. No, I should have said I wanted her, and that would be that. Groaning, I get on my bike and take off. Maybe once I get far enough away from here, I can finally rest.
King. Razor and I watched Saint leave. I'm worried about him. I know he's stressed about Maniac and Psycho, but he's also eaten up about Olivia. Razor sighs. I hate seeing him like this. Me too. It's not good for him or the club.
I've been thinking, maybe I should get a place of my own. That way he doesn't have to see her every day.
Bash arrives at that time.
Who are we talking about?
Saint and Olivia. He frowns.
Oh.
Razor says,
I was telling King that I've been thinking about getting my own place away from here. Might be easier on him if he doesn't have to see her every day.
I watch Bash, gauging his response. He actually nods.
Might not be a bad idea. She'll be starting school soon and won't have time to bartend. If you had a place, then that would eliminate her having to come to the club.
Razor says,
Too bad your place isn't finished. There's plenty of room there for the three of us.
What in the fuck kind of alternate universe have I stumbled into?
Both look at me.
You're seriously suggesting the three of you get a place together? What, so you can be one happy little family?
You wouldn't be saying that if she was yours, King. You'd be agreeing.
My mind jumps to the video of her. They're not wrong. Does Olivia ever mention anything from her past?
Bash answers. No, we haven't gone that deep yet. I did tell her my real name, though.
Razor groans.
Now I'm going to have to tell her mine.
That makes me snort. Good luck with that. Bash says.
Hell, I don't think I even know your name. We're going to keep it like that, too.
I press again. But nothing else. They both think, shaking their heads.
Why do you ask?
Bash questions. Just wondering. I move toward the door. I'm going to make a few phone calls and get her spot secured for the rally. But what I'm really going to do is see if I can turn up anything on Olivia, like how she came to sell herself on a fucking website. I don't like to brag, but I'm good at my job, so it really pisses me off when I can't get something done, something that should be fucking easy.
I'm sorry,
Juliet says in a low tone.
I've tried, but there's a special restriction on the file. It looks like it's been there for a while, too.
I let out a frustrated sigh. Why would there be a restriction on the file?
It must be because of the person's age at the time of the occurrence. She was only 16, still a minor.
Okay, fine. Who would restrict the file? There's typing in the background, and then it stops.
The FBI.
God damn it. And there's no way around it?
Not without losing my job, which I can't afford to do.
I wouldn't ask you to do that, Juliet. Thanks for looking into it. Maybe one of my boys can get past the restriction.
Good luck. Just make sure you don't trigger the security tracker on the file.
What does that look like? I'll have to show you. It's a sequence of code that shows up around the file. Check your phone in 5. Thanks, Juliet. She chuckles. Anything for you, King? I end the call and wait for her text message to come through. Why is Olivia's file locked down by the fucking FBI? My phone beeps and I look at the text. Fuck. I've seen this code before. From the fuckers who hacked the security system at the club. Standing, I grab my phone and keys. It's time to tell Saint what I've discovered. When I leave my room, I literally run into Olivia. She's looking at her phone with a grin on her face. Oh, hey, King. Hey, what's the smile for? She turns the phone so I can see. Bash sent me the sweetest text message. It's a gif of a teddy bear holding a heart with flashing kisses around it. Yeah, he's a real Don Juan. I pause. Can I ask you something? Sure. You don't mention your past very much. Are your folks still around? She actually looks like she's in physical pain. No, they're both dead. Why? Just curious. What about you? My old man is gone, but my mom's alive. I heard she used to be one of the club whores. I'm not surprised she's heard this. My mother's job has come up more than once since I've been alive, and I've had to defend her just as many times. I nod. Yeah, one of the originals, next to Mama Bear. I bet that was interesting growing up. Not really, just meant I saw things before most kids my age. Something flickers across her face. I go on. You can relate, right? Yeah, I guess so. She glances at her phone. I have to run. I'm supposed to meet a classmate to help him study for a math test. When she's gone, I pull my phone out again and send a text to Juliet. I've been looking at this all wrong. I need to start with her parents and see where that takes me. But until I get that information, I need to focus on why in the fuck the FBI hacked into our security system.
23. Saint. I'm waiting on my porch when King arrives early in the afternoon. He looks around, whistling.
You've been busy.
I had to do something to keep my fucking mind off Olivia. I've let things get away from me here. It still needs a lot of work. The plantation-style mansion has been in my family for over 200 years. During the Civil War, my ancestors let the Union soldiers use it as a base. With access to the Savannah River, it was a game-changer. It doesn't make up for what others in my family did, but I like to think it helped a little. After the war, my family used the house as a hospital, helping the wounded. When my great-grandfather inherited it, he used the land to grow flowers to sell, saying no sin would ever occur on our soil again. My grandfather took it a step further and planted acre after acre of peach trees. In fact, our farm is one of the biggest producing fruit orchards in the state. My father had no interest in the family business, which is why the house sat empty for years. In retrospect, I'm glad he didn't use the house as the club's headquarters. It wouldn't have lasted, with all the bikers coming and going. When I inherited it, I was young and foolish. I didn't see the need for a place like this. Now, I do. We move past the construction crew, who are replacing the rotten wood on the porch, and go inside. Holy fuck, it's humid in here. Stop being a little bitch, King. The AC's not working. Among a long list of other things. I lead the way past several holes in the floor to the office. It, thankfully, isn't in shambles. Is this where you've been sleeping? He's looking at the folded sheet on the back of the couch. Yeah, it's not bad here at night. There's a pleasant breeze off the river, and if the wind's right, I can smell the salt of the ocean. I go to the massive desk that's been here for as long as I can remember and sit in the leather chair. King takes the seat across from me. I have some news, and I'm not sure how you want to proceed. What is it? Do you want the long version or the short one? Whichever gets to the point the fastest. He nods. I tracked the trace left behind from the person who hacked the security system. It leads back to the fucking feds. Fuck. Are you sure? Yes. I lean back in my chair. What does this mean for us?
I don't know. Maybe Psycho and Maniac aren't the ones to blame.
Or maybe we've got two problems instead of one. He nods.
I was thinking the same thing. They might not be working together, but they're both out to get us.
Did you make our reservations for the rally?
Yeah, why?
Do we know if the Oklahoma chapter is still going to be there?
Of course they are.
Reach out to them and see if Emma Webb is going to be there.
His eyes light up. You're going to talk to her man and see what his thoughts are.
He's the only former FBI agent we know at the moment.
Think he'll talk?
I'm hoping Emma can work her magic for us.
He leans back in his chair. Saint, there's something else we need to talk about.
What is it?
I discovered something the other day and...
My phone rings and I glance at the screen.
Hold that thought.
I answer my phone. This is Saint.
Jones says, "Oh, we have a problem. Can you and your guys be at the warehouse in an hour?"
He wouldn't call unless it was an emergency. We'll be there. I hand the call and stand. That was Jones. He needs us at the warehouse in an hour.
Fuck.
We call Bash and Razor, telling them to meet us at my place. We're taking my truck to give us more protection in case this is some kind of trap. I hate that the thought even crosses my mind, but with everything else happening, I have to consider all the possibilities. Bash and Razor arrive 20 minutes later, gun vests in hand. Bash hands me one and says,
"The others at the club are on alert. If this goes south, they're ready to take action."
Good.
Razor asks, "Any idea what this is about?"
None. Which is what worries me. We arrive at the warehouse an hour later. Jones stands outside, hands on his hips.
"The deal is off," he says before I've even gotten out of the truck. "The other party feels it's too risky."
King leans casually against the truck. To anyone else, it would appear nonchalant, but I know he's on edge.
"Too risky? Hell, isn't that the name of the game we're all playing?"
Jones replies,
"They're not going to change their minds, and they've had a better offer."
And there it is. From who?
"You know, I can't say."
King meets my gaze and I nod once. We both know it's either Maniac or Psycho. Well, I hope the other party realizes this is it. Our club will never do business with them again, and when this deal goes to shit, they can't come crying back to us. The Devil's Regents don't offer second chances." His throat bobs.
"Is that a threat?"
"Call it what you will," I say. "We know who's been fucking with us, and if they're the ones who outbid us, then they're going to have hell to pay." I go back to the truck getting in. King is next, then Bash. Razor stands there staring down Jones until he leaves. Razor gets in the truck, slamming the door. He asks,
"We're all in agreement that Psycho and Maniac are behind this bullshit, right?"
"We are."
"What are we going to do about it?"
"We're going to play it cool. See if we hear anything at the rally, then we strike. They think they're pulling a fast one on us, but they're wrong. They can have the fucking weapons." I pause. "Make sure the whores know they're coming, and pick a few of the loyal girls from the strip club, too. We're going to need all hands on deck for this. Because I'm going to make the fuckers messing with us pay."
Olivia. Jazz is at the bar, texting on her phone. I make my way to her, smiling. "Hey, girl. How's it going?" "Not good. Grizzly just broke up with me." "Bummer." She sighs. "Thank God the rally is coming up. I'll be able to take my mind off him there."
Is he going to the rally?
"Not likely. He's not a patch holder with the club, so he won't be invited." I grab a rag and wipe the bar down.
You sure know a lot about this world. I hope to be as knowledgeable as you one day.
That makes her snort. "I only know so much because I knew the guys before I started working here."
Stripping, right?
I look her up and down.
I bet you were awesome.
I wasn't too bad, if I do say so myself.
Were you stripping at the club that Saint owns?
Yeah, I lucked out getting a job there. Usually the girls have to audition, but Mama Bear saw me and hired me on the spot.
That's so awesome.
She grins. We'll have to go sometime. I think you'll be able to appreciate it.
That sounds fun. I pause. How long did you work there before you ended up here?
Maybe 6 months? Again, Mama Bear was the one who recommended me for the job, even though I didn't have any bartending experience.
What happened to the last bartender?
She couldn't hang. Same with the one you replaced. Mama Bear had to fire her.
She lets out a laugh.
Why all the questions?
Just trying to figure everything out. I look down. I'm not sure how long I'll be welcomed here.
You're dating 2 of the club officers. I think you're fine.
Her phone goes off and she says,
I'm going to grab this.
When she's gone, I go over everything she said to me. It makes sense that she's Agent Hill's other mole. I mean, what are the chances that 2 bartenders would get canned so Jazz and I could have jobs? One of the guys flags me down for a beer. I wave at him and grab a bottle and an empty ashtray. It's scary how well I know these guys. As I approach, he says to his table mate, "There's no fucking way it's Cy."
I'm telling you, that's what I heard. Cy and his brother Maniac are trying to take down the Inferno Bastards and our club.
Both go silent as I reach the table. I put down the beer and grab the full ashtray. Anything else, boys?
Maybe a few more bottles?
Sure thing. They pick up their conversation when I leave. When I get back, I hear a bit more.
It's crazy for not canceling the rally. What if they attack us there? Then we'll fuck them up. I don't know, man. This is getting too messy for me. I mean, he's texting members, trying to get them on his side. Did you tell Saint? Fuck yeah, I did. I'm not going to withhold info from the press.
I put the bottles down. Here you go. Let me know if you need anything. Neither acknowledges me, and I go back to the bar. My pulse pounds in my ears. Psycho and his brother are out to get the club? And the FBI? Fuck. But does Agent Hill know about Psycho and his brother? I send him a text and get a reply right away. Looks like I'm meeting him tomorrow. Agent Hill is waiting for me at a coffee shop on the opposite end of town from where we usually meet.
Ms. Mayhem.
I sit across from him. Agent Hill, are you aware that another club has been targeting the Devil's Regents? His eyebrow lifts.
I can't say that it surprises me.
Did your other informant not tell you? It's been the talk of everyone the last few days, especially since it involves a member of the club and his brother.
No, I had not heard this information.
And why is that, Agent Hill? Why hasn't your informant told you something so big? I shake my head. When I told you about the first round being sabotaged, I thought you were involved. That you, or someone you work with, told the Inferno Bastards where they were going to be that night.
As I've already said, that's not something we would have done.
I see that now, Agent Hill. But if it's not you or your men, then could it possibly be your other source inside the club?
She's given us no reason to not trust her.
But it's possible, mainly when you consider that she hasn't told you about the other club. I inhale. What if she's playing both sides? Telling you just enough to satisfy you, but telling them more?
And why would she do that? She's being well compensated for her troubles. When she's finished with the Devil's Regents, she will have a new life where no one can find her.
I let out a small laugh. A pipe dream, Agent Hill.
We both know that no one gets a fresh start. Not really. What is it you'd like me to do, Ms. Mayhem?
Tell me her name. I'll keep an eye on her. If she's working both sides, she's going to get sloppy.
No.
Please, Agent Hill. I can't sit by and let someone hurt these men. His eyebrow lifts.
It would seem you're too close to these thugs to see them for what they really are. They aren't the good guys. And if another club or one of their own is out to get them, there's a reason for it. You've been there for a month now. I've been watching them for years. You don't know them, Ms. Mayhem. But I do. Agent Hill, with all due respect, it's you who doesn't know them. They are good guys. I wonder if you would say that if you weren't having sex with 2 of the club officers. He eyes me. And I wonder if they would still want you if they knew your past, what you've done, and what's been done to you. His words are meant to hurt, but they don't. Instead, they piss me off. I've dealt with men like this my entire life, and I'm tired of it. Fuck you, Agent Hale. I was fucking raped. That was not my fault. He opens his mouth, but I'm on a roll. And if you threaten me again, you're going to regret it. Is that so? I nod. If they're as bad as you're saying they are, imagine what they'd do if they knew you were blackmailing me, among other things. I stand. We're done here. I leave the coffee shop, ignoring him calling my name. I'm through being the victim. It's time to take things back into my own hands. That means changing a few things. I pass a trash can and toss the fancy phone Agent Hill gave me. It probably has a tracking device in it anyway. My next stop is to my phone carrier store. I tell them a little sob story about a fake ex and walk out 20 minutes later with a new phone and a new number. The first app I install is Uber. When my car comes, I head back to the club. The second part of my plan is going to be tricky, but I have faith it'll work. I mean, it has to.
24. Saint. I look around, making sure everyone is ready to go. The rally is a day's ride from here, and it's going to be hot as hell. I grin. I can't wait. Jesus comes over, map in hand.
The route is locked. We'll be meeting up with the Alabama chapter in about 6 hours. From there, we'll let them lead.
You sure you're good to ride?
Fuck yeah, I am. This bruise ain't going to stop me.
I feel that in my soul. Mama Bear's in the truck. If you need to stop, let her know. There's plenty of room to haul your bike if needed. This isn't anything out of the ordinary for a run this big. Things happen on the road. Bikes break. People get tired. The weather works against us. It's best to be prepared. But for me, this is heaven. I haven't been on the road in a long time. Not like this, at least. I go to my bike, giving it one last look over. Everything seems good, so I grab my helmet. Back in the day, I used to ride without one. Thought it was a waste of time and made me look like a tool. Over the years, I've seen too many brothers crack their skulls open on the pavement, and I got over how I looked while wearing one. I'm about to put it on when soft laughter fills the air, like little bells. Looking over, I see Olivia standing next to Razor and Bash's bikes. They're in the process of playing rock, paper, scissors, and she's clearly tickled. King taps my arm with his helmet.
Come on. Jesus is ready.
Yeah. Tearing my gaze from Olivia, I buckle my helmet and get on my bike. Jesus starts his bike, taking off. As road captain, he sets the course for the journey, and I get to sit back and ride. King and I take off next, and the sound of the other bikes starting fills the air. We have a few traveling in RVs and a few trucks with campers. It's mostly for the women and the old-timers who can't spend all day on a bike. Jesus gets on the highway and we take off. Even with my helmet on, the sun warms my skin and the wind blows in my face. It's fucking heaven. I rev my engine and King and I go faster. Fucking freedom. That's what this is.
Olivia. I hold on to Razor's waist as we get on the highway. There's got to be at least 100 bikes in front of us. Bash rides next to us. Every once in a while, he looks over, grinning. He lost the game he and Razor played to see who I'd ride with first, but he was a good sport about it. But when we stop for the first break, I'm going to switch to his bike. He even put the sissy bar on for me, to make it easier on my back. We ride in the fast lane, in groups of twos, passing vehicle after vehicle. At one point, we pass a minivan where two boys excitedly point and wave at us. Razor and I wave back as we pass, and they bounce in their seats. The sun shines down, and white clouds move in the blue sky. Today is simply perfect. But a few hours into the ride, my ass is asleep and my lower back is killing me. I'm about to tap Razor's shoulder and tell him I can't take any more when the bikes ahead of us exit the highway. Thank frickin' God. We come to a stop at a gas station that looks like it's seen better days. But there's a large gravel parking lot to the side that's big enough for all the bikes to park. I'm guessing that's why we're stopping here. Bash parks next to us and gets off, rushing to help me. I'm going to refuse his hand at first, but the moment my leg touches the ground, I know I'm fucked. Ow, I say, pulling my shorts out of my butt before stretching my legs. Why in the hell does that hurt so much? You're not used to riding, and Razor didn't make it comfortable for you. Razor flips off Bash as he gets off his bike and says, Sorry, babe, I didn't even think about adding the sissy bar. You'll be more comfortable on my bike, but if you're in too much pain, you can always ride in the truck. Most of the whores are in the truck, except for Jazz, who's riding with a prospect. She certainly moved on fast. Or maybe it's so she can get information. Bash hands me a water bottle and says, Better go to the bathroom here. The next stop isn't for another hour. And drink all of that. I don't want you to get dehydrated. Are you her dad or her boyfriend? Razor asks with a smirk. Bash tosses him a water bottle too. Razor shakes his head but downs the entire bottle. I do the same, already feeling better. Are y'all going to the bathroom? Razor shakes his head. This place only has 2 stalls. The guys will just take a piss out here and leave the bathroom for the ladies. Well, I'm going to go in. Do you need any snacks? Sunscreen? Razor flashes me a smile. Grab some condoms. King, who is passing by, calls out, Extra small, I'm sure. I snort and go inside the gas station. There's an older man working at the counter, and he's talking excitedly and animatedly to Saint. It really means a lot that the Devil's Regents still stop by. No one in town believes me. Saint smiles, and it takes my breath away. Well, Toby, you've always done right by my boys and me. We thank you for allowing us to stop by. Can I get you your usual? Saint nods, and the man goes into a small room. When he comes back, he hands a sack to Saint. Made sure they were fresh and everything. Thank you, Toby. He hands him some cash. This is too much. I insist. Saint smiles. I hear you've got another grandbaby on the way. Why, I certainly do. Thank you, Saint. Thank you so much. Saint moves from the counter and catches me watching. He seems nice. He is. My father started doing business with him about 50 years ago. I'll keep doing the same until he's gone. I have to know, what's in the sack? He holds it open. The best saltwater taffy you'll ever have. Go on, try a piece. I grab one, popping it in my mouth. Oh, wow, this is so good. Toby makes it on the side. I approve. He smiles and then asks, You doing okay out there? I know these rides can be hell for the passengers. My back's a little sore. Take some ibuprofen. It'll help. As ridiculous as it is, this is the most he's talked to me in weeks. It's nice, and I don't want it to end. Bash said there's going to be more bikers joining our group in a few hours. Yeah, our Alabama chapter will meet up with us as we ride north. It's always good to see them. What happens at the rallies? At his look, I say. Bash and Razor both said they can't explain it, that I'll just have to see for myself. They're not wrong. This is the biggest regional rally in this area, There's going to be thousands of bikers from different clubs across the country. Any and everything goes.
For some reason, this makes me shiver in anticipation. The bell over the door chimes as someone else comes in. He looks over my shoulder, and I know I'm about to lose him.
Don't forget that ibuprofen.
Saint, wait. He stops. It's good to see you. He smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes.
It's good to see you too.
I go to the bathroom, locking the door behind me before the first tear falls from my eyes. I don't know how to fix this void between us, and it's killing me. Maybe, once again, I'm so fucked up that all I cause is pain. If that's the case, then it's only a matter of time before I hurt Bash and Razor too. We ride until late in the day. Bash's bike is a little more comfortable than Razor's, but by the time we get to Mississippi, I'm ready to get off the bike. Our group has tripled in size, making quite the statement as we travel. As the sun goes down and the sky turns different shades of pink and orange, we pull off the highway. Bash calls out over his shoulder, "We're getting close." I learned 6 hours ago that close doesn't mean shit, but at least there's an end in sight. We ride for nearly 2 more hours before turning onto a dirt road. Ahead, there's a chain-link fence that stands over 8 feet tall. 2 men stand at the gate as we ride through. They're wearing cuts with a different logo on them, but I don't get a good look. When I look over my shoulder, I realize that the fence and gate are covered in camouflaged tarps, so no one can look in. We ride through trees, and the farther we go, the bumpier the road gets. I hold on to Bash's waist as the bike dips into a big rut in the ground. But there's suddenly a clearing in front of us, and I see thousands of men and women walking around. We ride past them, and Bash waves at a few as we pass. One man yells out, "'Bout fucking time you pussies got here!" But he's grinning. We finally come to a stop in a secluded area. There's not a soul in sight. Some of the prospects park, pulling down flags with the club's logo on them. We stop, and I get off first. Bash follows and rubs his hands up and down my back, massaging my tender muscles. When he rubs my inner thighs, I moan. And that feels so good.
Keep moaning like that, and I'll be too distracted to set up our tent.
I grin. You have magic fingers, Bash. I can't help that. Razor, who's close enough to hear, says,
"And I have the magic dick. We make quite the pair, the three of us."
My gaze goes towards Saint, who's directing people where to go. Yeah, quite the pairing. Bash and Razor get to work setting up our tent. They asked before we left if I wanted to rough it or sleep in a camper. I didn't tell them, but I've never been camping before, just that I wanted to rough it. I've been assured that if it gets to be too miserable, there will be a camper I can stay in if I decide I hate it. Bash holds open the flap of the tent.
"What do you think?"
I peek in. Looks cozy. Razor wraps his arms around my waist.
"Nothing like tent sex."
I turn. How's that going to work with the 3 of us in one space?
"I'm sure we can work something out, sugar."
I brush my lips against his. I hope so. Someone calls out his name, and he lets out a groan.
"Duty calls, but hold that thought."
He gives me one last kiss before taking off, slapping a man on his back. I look around, taking in everything. There are many groups set up here and there across the grassy field, probably other clubs like ours. People mingle, drinks in hand. The skunky scent of weed fills the air, but it is somehow soothing in the twilight. The cicadas sing their songs, and the humid air surrounds me like a thick blanket. King comes over and asks,
"Want to take a look around?"
"Sure." As we walk, he says,
"I wouldn't recommend going off on your own."
"Why not?" He nods his head toward a group of men who are obviously intoxicated.
"Not at night. The later it gets, the wilder things become." He takes me around, showing me where the public bathrooms are. I'd suggest using one of the campers. The public stalls will be nasty by the end of the rally. A woman's throaty moans fills the air from the bathrooms. King grins. Plus, it's a nice little private place for a quick fuck. Heat spreads throughout my body. Oh? You'll see and hear a lot of that as the night goes on. As if to prove his point, the woman in the bathroom cries out, proclaiming to all that she's coming. I snort as we walk away. The big bonfire is over there. It's where the live music takes place, too. What exactly is the point of a rally? He grins. The club presidents say it's a way for the clubs to keep in touch. That may be true for them, but for everyone else, it's a chance to let loose. I think of the Inferno bastards and ask, even with rival clubs here? We try to put aside our differences for the week. Of course, booze and bikers are never a good combination, so shit happens. That's why some of the clubs have reserved areas. We don't go into their turf, and they don't come into ours. Makes sense. He points. We don't go that way. Understand? I nod. Yeah. Well, now that you've seen the general layout, is there anything you want to do? Booze? Drugs? Fucking? The bonfire makes his eyes glow, as if he's some kind of supernatural being. I let out a short laugh. That's a loaded question, I'm afraid. Oh, why is that? Because I'm trying so very hard to be good. He leans in. Where's the fun in that? Maybe it's the smoke from the bonfire or the smoke from the weed, but I lean in too. You make it hard to be good, King. His arm snakes around my waist, his head dipping. Hot breath hits my neck and then my ear. I saw the website, Olivia. Fucking hot as hell. This makes my eyes open, heart pounding, but there's no judgment in his eyes. You still doing it? No, I haven't had to, not since Razor and Bash. He pulls me closer, drowning me in his heady scent. Good. Our lips brush, and then I can't take it anymore. I crush my lips against his, kissing him until there's no air left in my lungs. His fingers work through my hair, holding me in place as he kisses me back. I thought I was a good kisser, but King... God damn, King puts my skills to shame. He walks me backward until my back is pressed against a tree. With one hand, he holds my wrists above my head, his knee pressed between my legs. I grind against him shamelessly, loving the wildness of what we're doing. People move around us. If they think this is odd, they don't say anything. I start to feel guilty about what we're doing. It's one thing to have an arrangement with Bash and Razor. It's another to be making out with King. King nips my bottom lip hard enough that I taste blood. Stop thinking. Just fucking feel. But Bash and Razor... They'll understand. His hand works under my shirt, and I moan when he cups my breast. He's not gentle as he squeezes, but I love it. When his fingernail scrapes over my nipple, I shatter, crying out his name. A hot breath hits my ear right before he sucks my earlobe. That's right, Olivia. Fucking scream my name. Let everyone know who's making you feel good. Looking up at him, he's like a wild apparition of a war god or something. His long hair is mussed, making him look ferocious. His lips are swollen from kissing me, and his eyes, oh God, his eyes are on fire as he looks at me. Your choice. We can fuck here, or I can take you back where no one will see us. My pulse pounds as I look over his shoulder. No one is paying us any attention because they're too busy getting off in their own way. Moistening my lips, I reach between us and unbuckle his belt. He lets out a growl as I unbutton his jeans and catches my lips with his. "You're so goddamn perfect," he breathes. This time, his hands go between us to my shorts. He has them unbuttoned a minute later and slips his hand into my panties. "You're fucking drenched. You like knowing people are watching, don't you?" I moan as he rubs a slow circle around my clit. "King!" My plea makes him smile. He shoves my shorts and panties down my legs, leaving me exposed. The warm air licks my skin, but it is nothing compared to the fire raging inside of me. He pulls a condom from his pocket, putting it on. Then he gives me a look, letting me know exactly what's going to happen next. He lifts me, and I wrap my arms around his neck, kissing him. The head of his cock brushes my opening right before he slides into me. We both moan when he's fully inside of me. "How did you know?" At his look, I clarify. "About the website." This is probably a bad time to ask, but I need to know. His cock twitches inside of me. "The Oklahoma boys recommended the site. You pinged us someone nearby." "Did you watch any of the videos?" He thrusts. "Yeah." "Which one?" "The one where you masturbated. Got me going so good." His lips brush against mine. "You're a fucking vixen, Olivia." Our words fall away as our bodies take over. He pounds into me against the tree, and I hold on, enjoying every moment of it. I'm so close to coming when I look over his shoulder and see Saint watching me. I swear to God, I can feel the heat coming off his body, even though he's at least 50 feet away from me. King's thrusts become shallow, and we both rock against each other, trying to find our release. I never break eye contact with Saint, though. When King reaches between us and rubs my clit, I come, crying out his name. But Saint is the one I watch, the one I want, to be honest. He doesn't move until King pulls out and puts me on my feet. It's in that moment that I know I need to come clean to all of them. About who I am, who I'm working for, and who I think is out to get their club.
Saint. I've never wanted to hit King more in my life than I do right now. What in the actual fuck is he thinking? Fucking Olivia. Against a tree. Fuck. Her face crosses my mind. She knew I was watching and she fucking liked it. Hell, I liked it. Taking a swig from the bottle, I pray that the alcohol will do its fucking job and make me forget about her. There's a tap on the door to my camper and I open it. Mama Bear is there, a plate of food in hand.
Thought you might be hungry.
You're a lifesaver. I step aside so she can come in. Everything okay out there?
You know how it goes, Prez. The later it gets, the more idiotic they act.
She grins.
Sure miss those fucking days.
Yeah, me too.
Let me know if you're taking any meetings so I can have the girls stock you up on booze and whatnot.
Thanks. I don't have any formal meetings for a few days, I think. Keep an eye on the girls from the strip club. She makes a face.
Will do.
The girls from the strip club tend to get overwhelmed at rallies. They're not used to this kind of partying, and I really don't want to have to take care of the body of some bitch that can't handle her coke.
Anything else?
No. Go and enjoy yourself, Mama Bear. She smiles.
I'm gonna call it a night, but you should take your own advice. There are a lot of pretty girls walking around.
But the only girl I want is currently fucking 3 of my officers. I bite back a groan and hold the door as she leaves. When she's gone, I go to my little table and eat by myself. Because, when it comes down to it, I don't have anyone. Not really. 25. Saint. The rally site is a whole different world in the morning. Trash litters the grass, waiting for some unlucky prospect to dispose of it properly. I step over a used condom. Damn glad I don't have to do that kind of shit anymore. The bonfire is still going, but isn't as impressive as it is at night. People sleep in tents, but some are in the same spots they passed out at last night. Ahead, I see the man I'm looking for. He's taking a piss on a tree, a bottle of Jack in his free hand. Should have known I'd find you with your cock out. Gray turns, still pissing. Same massacre as I fucking live and breathe. I wait until he's finished before moving closer. I was shocked when I got your text. Thought for sure you'd be passed out by now. I've known Gray for years. He's a member of the Oklahoma chapter of the Devil's Regions, but we spent a lot of time together in our youth. Hell, he's practically a brother. We hug and he shoves my shoulder. When are you going to get your ass to Oklahoma? It's been too long. It has. I'll get there one of these days. But we both know I won't, because there are too many ghosts in Oklahoma. We got this new strand of weed. He kisses his fingers to his lips. It's the best shit I've smoked in a long time. Bring some by my trailer tonight. We can catch up. Deal. He looks around. Where's the rest of your bitch squad? I laugh. I assume they're sleeping it off. Saw King banging a new chick last night. She a new whore? I fight down the rage I feel whenever anyone refers to Olivia as a whore and shake my head. No, she's our bartender. She's dating Bash and Razor. Fuck me with a candlestick. Looks like she's seeing King, too. He eyes me. How do you feel about that? Doesn't matter what I feel. Sure, man. Whatever you say. Were you able to set the meeting up? Emma said she'll meet up with you. Not sure about the stick in the mud that she's dating. He shakes his head. Still not sure how that whole thing works out. She's with all the Thompson boys, plus that tool. To each their own. Guess so. He slaps my shoulder. Be at the bonfire at noon. Thanks, brother. Gray stumbles off, and I head back to my camper. It's a long shot talking to Emma Webb's beau, but it's all I have going for me right now. King strolls into my trailer right before noon. He looks more rested than he has in months, and I kind of hate him for it. You have a minute? I knew this was coming, and there's not a goddamn thing I can do to avoid it. I point to the empty chair on the other side of the table. He sits. Something happened last night. Oh? I'm not even sure how it happened. There's just something about these fucking rallies. He's not wrong there. Hell, that's how I met my first wife. Her sweet face crosses my mind and I shove her memory away. I can't think about her. Not today. And certainly not right now. King? Right. He sits a bit taller. Olivia and I had sex last night. And? He looks at me. That's all you're going to say? What would you like me to say? Fuck, I don't know. I stand. We have a meeting to be at. Saint. I'm already going out the door. I make my way to the bonfire and see Emma Webb surrounded by the Thompson boys and a man I don't recognize. Anyone can see by the scowl on his face that he's not happy to be here. He scans the crowd and makes eye contact with me. Neither of us looks away. He's trained not to, and I won't give him the satisfaction. If he recognizes me, it doesn't show on his face, or he could just be that good. His lips move as he says something. Emma follows his gaze, and I give her a little wave. Her eyes light up, and she comes toward me. Saint, how in the heck are you? If anyone else said this, it would sound cheesy, but Emma's always done things her own way. I pull her into my arms for a hug. I'm good. I'm sorry I couldn't be at your daddy's funeral. She pulls back. No need to apologize. There were a lot of people who couldn't make it for many different reasons. Aunt Ruby loved the flowers your club sent, though. I wasn't aware that we'd sent flowers, but I nod. I'm glad. How is she? And your mom? A look flickers across her face. Mama's not doing very well, but we're trying to make her comfortable. Aunt Ruby and Aunt Caroline are taking good care of her. I'm glad to hear it. How's the new business going? She grins.
Dimp sure surprised us all by setting the business up before it passed away. Never thought so many people would want to legally buy moonshine, but we can barely keep enough in stock.
Your old man's brew is the best I ever had, I say, telling the truth. It doesn't surprise me at all that you're doing so good.
We almost didn't come to the rally. Jasper's not sure this is the image we want the company to have, but the boys reminded him that this is where Dimp got his start.
Is Jasper the one who looks like he wants to rip my head off right now? She glances over her shoulder and laughs.
Yeah, that's him. He's not as bad as he seems, but it's hard for him to hang the badge up when he's not at work.
I imagine it's hard being here then, with all the bad seeds walking around.
You're not a bad seed, Saint.
I frown. Sometimes I wonder. Just then, King saunters up and pulls Emma into his arms, twirling her around in a circle.
Emma Webb, love of my life. King.
She actually giggles as she hugs him back. King's always had a way with the ladies. I scowl, thinking of him pounding into Olivia.
How in the hell are you? Good. I was just telling Saint how our business is taking off. You bring any samples?
She wags a finger at him.
We're legal now, and that means we pay taxes.
Her voice lowers.
But talk to Ezra. He's got a few jars off the top for our best customers.
King puts his hand over his heart.
Emma, I knew you were the one who got away.
I say, oh, for fuck's sake.
Emma laughs. Better not say that too loud, King. My new guy won't think it's very funny. The one who's shooting daggers our way? I bet I can take him.
His voice lowers this time.
Think he'll talk to us?
She says,
I'm not sure if he will. He's still very loyal to his old team, even though he's not working with them anymore.
King nods.
Of course. We just need a few moments of his time. See if he knows why someone might be targeting our club by feeding information to a rival club.
Her eyes widen.
You really think it's the feds who are doing that? We had one guy confirm it.
He doesn't go into detail about how we got him to confirm, but she must know where he's headed because she holds up her hand.
I don't want to know anymore, King, but I'll see what I can do. Is your club staying on site?
I answer. We're near the tree line. Can't miss us. She nods.
I'll try my best. Gray will let you know Jasper's answer one way or another.
Thank you, Em. That's all we can ask for. When she's gone, King and I head back to our camp. Things are already getting wild, and the sun hasn't even gone down yet. But that's what happens when you get over 1,000 bikers in a secluded space. Anything goes. My gaze goes to Olivia, who's sitting between Bash and Razor, where she's semi-safe.
You should go to her.
I glare at him. Fuck off.
Come on, man. If you'd stop being so fucking stubborn,
I'll be in my camper. Let me know if Gray stops by. I slam the door behind me for good measure. Then I grab the biggest bottle of Hennessy I can find and go to the bedroom. Fuck this day. Someone pounds on the door, jarring me from my drunken haze. The bottle in my hand crashes to the floor, spilling what little is left.
Fuck,
I groan. I'm up. Stop knocking. I pull on my pants and boots and go to the door, pushing it open. King stands there, smirking up at me.
What? Emma Webb came through for us.
He eyes me.
You look like shit.
Fuck off. I pull my t-shirt over my head and follow King from the camper. The moon is high in the sky, which means I've been passed out for a few hours. Why does he want to meet so late?
Who the fuck knows?
We walk up to a truck. The Thompson boys are sitting next to it in lawn chairs drinking. Abel Thompson calls out,
Holy shit! Saint, how the hell are you?
He slaps his hand into mine, shaking it. Ezra stands and says,
Em said you want some off the top. We got 2 jars for you. I'll take care of that,
King says with a grin. Finn says, Jasper will be back in a bit, if that's who you were looking for. He and Em are playing horseshoes. By the twinkle in his eyes, I'm guessing they're playing another kind of game. How's Kane? Kane is the only Thompson brother who didn't stay in Broken Bow, Oklahoma. Last I heard, he was living in Little Rock, practicing law. Finn grins.
He's around here somewhere.
My surprise must show because Ezra adds,
He's working in Broken Bow. Mostly he keeps Abel out of jail.
This causes the brothers to banter while King and I watch. Growing up, I used to wish for this, for siblings to share a bond with. I didn't get that until I joined the Devil's Regents. I say to King, reminds me of us when we were younger. King grins.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Much like siblings, this little conversation is enough for me to get over my anger toward King. We'll be okay. We always are. Soft laughter fills the air as Emma walks up, arms wrapped around Jasper. He scowls when he sees me and she slaps his arm.
Nah, don't be like that, Jasper.
He actually softens at her words. She turns to me and says,
Saint, this is Jasper Brooks. Jasper, this is Saint Massacre.
To everyone else, she says,
let's give them some privacy.
Ezra and Finn get on each side of Emma, throwing their arms over her shoulder, as if it's something they do every day. Abel and King follow, leaving Jasper and me alone. I hold out my hand. Pleasure to meet you. Jasper crosses his arms.
I'm here because I told Emma I would speak to you. That doesn't make us friends, and that sure as hell doesn't mean I'm going to help you.
I can respect that, and I respect you. I've known Emma and her family for a very long time.
Let's leave my girlfriend out of this, okay?
Fine. We suspect our club is being watched by the FBI. He looks pointedly at my cut and says,
Your gang is a 1%er. I think your suspicions are correct.
We're not a gang. He snorts.
Sure.
We had 2 runs in the last month that were sabotaged by another club. One of their men said it was the feds who leaked information to them right before he killed himself.
That doesn't make sense.
Care to explain why not?
If the feds are watching your club, then they're collecting information to bring you down. They're not going to have someone else do the dirty work.
Is it possible there's a leak in the FBI?
It's more likely that the leak is coming from your club. If I were you...
He shakes his head.
God, I can't believe I'm even saying this. If I were you, I would take a look at my club. Any new members, new employees, anyone you don't personally know who's suddenly hanging around your club.
There's no one... except for Olivia. Holy motherfucking God. It's Olivia. Jasper raises an eyebrow.
Seems you have your answer.
He leaves me standing there. I can't wrap my mind around this. It can't be Olivia. She wouldn't do this to us. But it also makes fucking sense. King comes up grinning.
Just past Emma's cop. He acts like he's got a stick up his ass. No wonder she's fucking other guys.
It's Olivia. The grin falls from his face.
What?
Olivia's the fucking mole. Saint, get Razor and Bash. They're going to want to hear it from me first.
Are you sure?
Think about it. Our problem started the day she walked into the club. I pause. See if Rabbit is here. I want to talk to him too, since he's the one who vouched for her. King stands there like he's in shock. Fuck. Maybe he is.
King, I said go. Meet me in Gray's camper when you have Rabbit.
King nods and takes off. Inhaling, I look up at the sky. How in the fuck did I not see this before? And what in the fuck am I going to do now that I know?
26. Olivia. King wasn't kidding when he said the public bathrooms were unusable by the second day. But I'm in desperate need of a shower, and I can't find anyone to let me into the RV that the girls are supposed to use. Bash pulls me back. There's no fucking way you're going in there. I'll just break the window to the RV. That makes me laugh. I'm sure there's another way. Let's go back and see if one of the girls is back. He looks dubious, but walks next to me. When we get back to the RV, Jazz is sitting in front of it, smoking a joint with a bottle of booze between her legs. Anyone know where Mama Bear is? I need a fucking condom. Her words slur together right before she falls to the side and a snore escapes her lips. Mama Bear walks up, shaking her head. These girls are driving me crazy. It's worse than herding cats. Bash says, I'll carry her. Mama Bear unlocks the door and holds it while Bash carries Jazz inside. To me, she says, thank God you have your head on straight. Drinking's never been my thing, I say. We all have our vices, she replies. Come on in. It looks like it's going to try to rain on us. Will that put a damper on things? Hell no. Those crazy fuckers will get even wilder. Bash comes from the bunk area. She's tucked away. Looks like she fell at some point tonight and scraped her leg up pretty good. She'll have a nice shiner in the morning. If it ain't one thing, it's another. Bash says to me, Saint just texted and said he needs me for a bit. Are you good here? Of course she is. Mama Bear answers for me. Get on out of here before you piss off the prez. He laughs. You're right. When he's gone, I say to Mama Bear, I'm going to take a shower, if that's okay. Just don't use all the hot water. Grabbing my bag, I go to the tiny bathroom, turning the water on so it can warm. Belatedly, I realize I don't have a towel, so I crack the door to ask Mama Bear to grab me one. She's standing at the back of the RV, where the large bedroom is, and she's talking to someone. I don't give a shit. You need to get the fuck out of here before they see you. A man I don't know pulls her toward him. Don't be like that, baby. I shouldn't be watching this, so I move to close the door when the man shifts. He's wearing an Inferno Bastards cut. Maniac, Mama Bear whispers. I need you. How long do you think we've got before that bitch is out of the shower? Long enough for me to get off. Come on, we can take care of her when we're done. He grins. Good thinking, spiking that bottle of Jack. She shrugs. Might as well take them both down. No sense in leaving a trail behind. She pulls him into the bedroom, closing the door behind her. My heart is beating wildly. Mama Bear is the leak? This doesn't make fucking sense. Why would she do this? Their words come back to me. They did something to the bottle of Jack that Jazz was drinking, which means I need to get her out of here too. Now. Leaving the shower running, I lock the door and close it as I slip from the bathroom. The bunks are right outside of the master bedroom, so I move as quietly as I can. Loud grunts and the squeaking bed assault my ears as I reach Jazz. At the rate they're going, they'll be finished in a few minutes. Jazz is out cold, which means this is going to be fucking hard. But I have to try. Jazz, I whisper. Come on, we need to get up. She mumbles something and moves. Her phone slips to the floor and I pick it up. Oh my God. My hands shake. Oh my God.
Saint. Bash is the last to arrive at Gray's camper.
Sorry, had to walk Olivia to the RV so she can shower.
He shakes his head.
And then I had to carry Jazz inside. She's pretty fucked up.
King meets my gaze, disbelief still in his eyes. I feel for the dude. I really do. I've been on the receiving end of this, but it's something we can't ignore. I say to Bash and Razor, you're gonna want to sit down for this.
Fuck, man,
Razor says as he sits.
What is it?
When Bash is seated, I say, I met with Jasper Brooks tonight, Emma Webb's beau.
Oh? How'd that go?
I got the answers I was looking for. I pause. The leak is Olivia. Both men jump to their feet, spouting off their thoughts at the same time.
No fucking way, Saint. You're wrong. Liv wouldn't do this. Not to us.
I hold up my hands. I know it's not what you want to hear, but it's the truth. And we'll have our proof as soon as Rabbit gets here.
Rabbit? What the fuck does he have to do with anything?
Razor asks. King answers.
Think about it. None of our problems started until Olivia arrived. with a recommendation from Rabbit. He sighs. I don't want to believe it either, but it makes sense. But you looked into her, Bash argues. You said she was clean. I was wrong, and I could never unlock her files. Brothers, I think we have to consider the possibility that she's the mole.
Both men are silent. Finally, Bash says,
I think you're wrong, Saint. There has to be something else we're missing.
I wish like hell that was the case. I really do. But I stopped believing in dreams a long time ago. People are monsters. Why is it any different with Olivia?
Olivia. I send the text on Jazz's phone. Right away, I get a response. Agent Hill. What are you doing with this phone? I glance at Jazz and decide. Stepping away from her and the bedroom, I dial Agent Hill. I don't have time for your games, Ms. Mayhem. Agent Hill, Jazz and I are in trouble. I figured out who's been leaking information to the Inferno bastards, and she's drugged Jazz with something. We're in an RV at this rally. Do you know the location? I think. Somewhere in Mississippi. That's not helpful. There's typing in the background. According to the GPS signal, my nearest guy is an hour away. We don't have an hour. Then I suggest you run, Ms. Mayhem. What about Jazz? The line goes dead, and I bite back a frustrated sigh. He's right about one thing. I have to get out of here. But I'm not leaving Jazz behind, so that means I'm going to have to fight. I grab my phone and send Bash, Razor, and King a text. With any luck, they'll be here before it comes down to fighting. I go to the kitchen and grab a knife, putting it in my back pocket. If they don't get here in time, I'll do what it takes to protect Jazz and myself.
Saint. Rabbit cries as Bash punches him in the stomach.
I told you, I don't know.
Think harder, I spit out. Razor hands Bash a knife. Bash flips it open and Rabbit moans.
Oh God, no!
Bash takes a step.
It's your last chance, brother. Fine. I don't know where she came from. I was told to make an introduction to your club. That Razor would be the point of contact that night and that he wouldn't be able to resist her when he saw her. That he has always had the same type in women.
Razor meets my gaze, his jaw ticking. Rabbit's not wrong about that. Who told you to make the introduction? Was it the Inferno bastards?
I don't know.
I give Bash the signal and he strikes, cutting Rabbit's cheek. It's just a superficial wound, but it bleeds like crazy, gaining the reaction I wanted.
It's the FBI!
He screams out.
They wanted me to make the introduction.
Why?
They've been watching your club, but needed more information.
Why did you go along with it? He whimpers.
I'm on probation and a little mess up. They said if I helped them with this, they would look past it.
Of fucking course.
That's everything I know. I swear.
I believe you, Rabbit. I give Bash and Razor the go-ahead, and they both pound into Rabbit until he's in a heap on the floor. Get him out of here, I say, spitting on him, and make sure everyone knows that Rabbit is a snitch. Bash and Razor carry him out, tossing him right outside the door. King says to me,
So, which is it? She working with the feds or maniac and psycho?
The thing is, I don't know. Razor says,
This doesn't make sense. Why would Olivia be working with the feds?
King makes a face. What?
I may know why. I discovered something about her, something I didn't think anything about, but might explain why she's working with them.
He pulls out his phone and says,
You have to see it to believe it, though.
He turns his phone so the three of us can look.
Is that?
Bash's words stop as the video cuts to Olivia dropping to her knees to suck some guy's dick.
King says, It's a fantasy website. You hire the girl of your choosing and they come to you, letting you do whatever you want. She's a
Thank you for your kind attention. Take time to rest, enjoy the music, and return to this story with a lighter heart.
I'm getting my nerve to win this fight. 'cause the end's in sight now. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Debating, degrading me. Ooh, you think that I'm playing the fool? Honey, I'm old. I wish you hadn't. I won't be back now. You can go and hate me, but I just fell in love with all this freedom that I found. Whoa, saying I've been different lately. Think I should let you know that I am not your baby
Prostitute?
Bash looks dazed. Hell, I think we all are. King looks me in the eye.
She hasn't been active on the website in a while. About the same time she started at the club. My guess is the feds caught wind of what she was doing and made her a deal like the one they offered Rabbit. Work with them and they'll look past this.
Razor shakes his head.
This doesn't make sense.
If she's helping the fads, then why do you think she's helping Maniac, too? That's the million-dollar question, one that she's going to have to answer for us. Bash looks physically pained.
I'll go get her.
No, we'll all go. She's going to have to look each of us in the eyes as she tells us what she's done. She owes us that much.
27. Olivia. I try again to rouse Jazz. This time, her eyes flutter open. Jazz, I whisper, we need to get out of here, now. We're in danger. She moans, but nods. Can you stand? I hold out my hand to help her. She manages to stand, but almost falls. I put my arm around her waist to help support her. Don't know why. Her eyes lose focus, and she sways. They drugged you. Bastards. Her words slur, and I know she's not going to last long. Listen to me, Jazz. We need to get outside. Once we're out there, we can yell for help. Okay, let's go. One step, then another. Before you know it, we'll be outside. Together, we take 3 steps before she leans heavily against me. Can't. Jess, we have to. I'm not going to leave you behind. Her eyes well, but she nods. Slowly, we make our way down the narrow hallway of the RV to the kitchen. Well. What do we have here? Psycho stands there, gun in hand. He calls out, Maniac, you need to get out here. I've caught a rat or two. The bedroom door swings open and Maniac comes out, dick still hanging out. Can't a man get his rocks off? He sees me and Jazz and grins. Well, isn't this interesting? Guess I didn't add enough drugs to the booze. Psycho says, I keep telling you that it works better when it's injected. He reaches out, pulling Jazz away from me. He puts his gun on the counter as he grabs something. Jazz cries out as he shoves a syringe into her arm. She tries to fight him, but then goes limp. He pushes her down to the floor, where she lies, unmoving. She looks up at me, terror in her eyes. She might be drugged, but she knows exactly what in the fuck is happening. See? Keeps the bitches in line. He pulls the syringe out. They don't even protest when you're fucking them. Bile creeps up my throat and sweat beads on my forehead. It's just a coincidence, I reason with myself. It doesn't mean it's the same drug as before. My arm hung unnaturally, and no amount of cradling helped the dull throb. He was breathing hard from where I fought him off, but I wasn't strong enough. I never was. Hell, I was only 16. Bitch. Knew I'd have to use this on you sooner or later. He grabbed hold of me and shoved a syringe into my injured arm. I cried out, and then I felt strange. He leered at me. That's right, baby. Let the drugs do their magic. I fell against the mattress, though I wanted nothing more than to crawl away. He struck again, using me over and over in the vilest ways possible. Through it all, I felt everything. I just couldn't fight back. A tear slipped past my eyes, and he brushed it away as he finished. I'll be back with some friends. They're going to want to see how well their drug works. When he came back, I prayed that I would pass out so I didn't have to feel anything as they hurt me. But I never did. Not even once. I shoved the memory away. No, I can't think about that right now. Not when my life is in danger. Psycho looks at me. I'm going to love using it on you, though I'd like to hear your screams as I fuck you in the ass. Such a tough choice. Fuck you, I spit out. Reaching behind me, I grasped the knife in my pocket. Oh, the kitten has claws. How precious. He lunges for me at the same time I shove the knife into his stomach, twisting it. He wasn't expecting it and falls back as I push the blade again. What did you do, you stupid bitch? He screams, pulling the knife out. He makes no move to attack again. Instead, he cradles his wound, moving away from me. I turn to Maniac, who's watching me with rage in his eyes. You hurt my brother, you cunt. I shrug. He had it coming. Mama Bear comes from the bedroom. For fuck's sake, what is going on out here? She eyes Jazz and Psycho on the floor. Which one of you is bleeding like a stuffed pig? The bitch stabbed Cy, Maniac says. Mama Bear turns her gaze to me. Don't worry. She'll be bleeding next. I take a step back and my hip hits the counter. Reaching behind me, I feel for Psycho's discarded gun. My fingers curl around it, but I need to stall them until help arrives. Why are you doing this? Mama Bear lets out a laugh. Big E asked the same thing after the run. The old fucker put 2 and 2 together and knew I was the leak. That's why I had to put the pillow over his face in the hospital and make sure he couldn't tell another soul. Maniac laughs. Dumb fucker. You actually thought you were in love with him. I pull the gun closer. You still didn't answer my question. Why are either of you doing this? Maniac answers. Because we're tired of being under other people's rule.
We're getting rid of the weak ones and starting a better club.
That seems extreme. Why kill people and try to take down the Devil's Regents? Why not just leave?
Listen to you, Mama Bear taunts. You've been with the club for a month and think you have all the answers.
It's simple. We want their territory, which we'll get. Then we'll run our new merchandise. He points to Jazz. Once people see how effective it is, they'll fall in line.
I shudder. If this drug gets out into the public, that drug is to rape people with. Is that really what you want to be known for?
He shrugs.
It'll make us more money than weed, and it's less risky than weapons.
Mama Bear sighs. Maniac, let's just get rid of her and get on with this.
I think she might serve us better alive. Hell, she has half the officers of the Devil's Regents eating out of her hands.
He eyes me.
Or eating out of her pussy.
Then shoot her up and let's go. That idiot Bash will be back soon looking for her.
Mama Bear, why are you doing this? I get why he is, but you...
She shrugs. My place is slipping at the Devil's Regents. I used to be the top club whore. Now I'm a glorified babysitter. When Maniac and I start our new club, I'll be the Prez's old lady. I'll be untouchable. Maniac makes a face that's quickly replaced with a neutral look.
You sure about that?
I point to Maniac.
Your guy looked a little green just now.
She turns to him, and it's long enough that I pull the gun forward, cocking it. They both turn to me, eyes wide.
Well, isn't this cute?
Maniac says, pulling his own gun.
I don't want to do this, I warn. Let Jazz and me go, and we won't have a problem.
But we will. You know too much. You have to die.
I aim the gun.
Wrong.
You always hear that moments like this happen in slow motion. They're not wrong. I pull the trigger, and my arm jerks from the kickback of the gun. Maniac's eyes widen at the same time the bullet rips through his neck. Blood sprays into the air, covering Mama Bear, who screams. She lunges at me, trying to wrestle the gun out of my hands. It goes off again, and I'm the one who screams this time. Pain that feels like molten lava radiates from my side, and Mama Bear looks down at me in triumph. She's going to kill me now. I know it. And then I will die for a second time in my life. She grabs the gun, which is covered in my blood. It slips from her hands and she struggles to catch it. Using my knees, I knock her back and try to get up. My vision blurs and I cry out, I can't do this. I can't get away. Psycho's dead eyes stare at me from across the room, and I see my knife on the ground next to him. Reaching, I grab it at the same time Mama Bear gets a hold of the gun. She pulls the trigger again. At the same time, I shove the knife into her stomach, pushing upward with all my might. She lets out a surprised gasp, looking down. Fuck you, bitch, I spit out. She falls to the side, landing on my legs. I try in vain to push her off me. At that moment, I realize two things. One, Maniac is somehow still alive and is moving toward the door. 2, Mama Bear shot me again, and I'm losing too much blood too fast. Moaning, I try to put pressure over the wound in my leg, but it's no use. So I do the only thing I can. I lie back and make peace with the fact that this is where my story ends.
Saint. Bash says,
Olivia just texted. She said she needs to talk to me ASAP.
I'm sure she does. I mutter. Bash stiffens but says nothing. He knows better. I sigh. Look, man, I don't want to believe it either. King says,
She texted me too, saying the same thing.
Razor looks at his phone. Me too. The three of them share a look that makes me fucking envious. Despite hearing everything I've said, they're worried about her. They pick up their speed, so I do too. Getting across the field is difficult because the rain is making the grass muddy and slippery. Plus, everyone who's out is ready to party. Smoke hangs thick in the air as we pass different clubs, but something feels off. When we get to the RV, a woman screams and then there's gunfire. King meets my gaze. What in the fuck? We reach for our weapons as a second shot rings out. Bash, Razor, go to the back. Make sure no one comes out the window. King, cover me. I move toward the front door just as it opens. Maniac stumbles out, his hand over his throat where blood gushes out. King tackles him to the ground and I make my way into the RV. It's like a scene out of a movie. Jazz lies motionless on the kitchen floor, slowly blinking as she looks up at me. Psycho is near her, dead. Blood pools around my boots and I turn, biting back a strangled cry. Mama Bear is on top of Olivia's legs. Neither is moving and both are bleeding. Bash, get fucking Doc, now! I move to Olivia's side. She's been shot twice, once in the leg, the other on the side. I feel for her pulse. It's there, but it's faint. Mama Bear isn't as lucky. King comes in, looking around in horror. What in the fuck happened in here? I'm not sure. Mama Bear is dead, so is Psycho. Razor is with Maniac. He can't talk with that wound in his throat. He pauses, as if he can't even bring himself to ask. Is Olivia? She's alive. Barely. I stand. We need to figure out who was shooting at who. Did Mama Bear walk in on Olivia and Maniac? Or was it the other way around? King asks. I know you don't want to believe it, but we have to look at the facts. Jazz moans and I go to her side. Jazz, can you hear me? She doesn't move but blinks her eyes as if to say yes. Bash arrives with Doc and two other men I don't recognize. Bash says, We just got word that the feds were spotted in town. They're 30 minutes out. Which means we need to get the fuck out of here. I say to Doc, Can you work on them in here or do you need to move them? I can work in here as long as you don't hit any potholes on the way out. He says to the other two men, Carry the girl to the bedroom. We need to stop the bleeding and make sure the bullet's not sitting in there. Bash, I need you to load up my bike and take the truck and trailer. King, load Maniac into my camper and have Razor sit with him while you drive the truck. One of Doc's men moves Mama Bear next to Psycho, covering their bodies with a white sheet. Blood seeps through, marring the pristine white forever. What in the fuck happened here? Prez, we're ready. I go to the driver's seat and start the engine. The answers I'm looking for will come. For now, I need to drive.
28. Olivia. Fiery heat pierces my stomach and I moan, trying to get away from it.
Hold her down,
Someone says. I try like hell to open my eyes to see who's holding me down. Panic riots inside of me. No, I won't let them hurt me. I thrash around until something warm spreads through my veins. My heart rate spikes. No, not this. Anything but this. Voices move around me, but I can't fucking open my eyes. Why can't I open my eyes?
Hold on, babe. Just a bit more,
Razor says, trying to soothe me. I cry out as the pain becomes too much.
Saint, this is fucking ridiculous,
Bash says on my other side.
I'm taking her to a real hospital.
There's more pain, and then there's nothing.
29. Saint. Bash scoops Olivia into his arms, shoving past me. She's so damn pale that it's scaring me, but I'm doing what I think is best. I have to. It's not personal. It's club business. We still don't have any answers. Maniac isn't talking, but Bash thinks he's getting close. And Jazz? Jazz hasn't come out of whatever she was given. She's awake in her mind but can't move. Doc's calling it a drug-induced version of locked-in syndrome. King runs his fingers through his hair. He looks as tired as I feel.
He's doing the right thing taking her. She's only getting worse here.
I know.
Then why do you look like you want to rip someone's head off?
Because I need fucking answers, King. I'm worried out of my mind about Olivia, but I can't get too fucking involved because we still don't know what in the fuck happened in that RV.
As far as I'm concerned, she's innocent.
We don't know that. I bite out. Tell Razor to do whatever it takes to get Maniac to talk. Cut his balls off one by one if that gets the job done. I grab my keys and phone and walk away. I need to get the fuck out of here now. I make it to the end of the fucking driveway when my phone goes off. Pulling over, I take off my helmet and answer it. Hello?
Say Massacre?
Yeah.
I think we should talk. Be at this address in 30 minutes.
The line goes dead, and then a text comes through with an address. I dial King. King, I need you for backup. He's at the end of the driveway a moment later.
You sure this is a good idea, Saint?
I'm not sure about anything anymore. We arrived to the address 30 minutes later. It's as if whoever called knew exactly where we were and how long it would take to get there. King looks up at the building.
This feels like a trap. Why would they want to meet at a coffee shop?
I get off my bike. Only one way to find out. We enter the coffee shop. There's two men sitting at the back. One looks up and I curse under my breath.
What in the fuck is Jasper Brooks doing here?
King says.
This ought to be interesting.
We make our way to the table and sit across from the two men. Jasper says,
Thank you for meeting us.
The other man says,
My name is Agent Hill. I'm with the FBI.
I fucking gathered that.
I've known Agent Hill for years. He used to be over my old boss before transferring.
I stare at Jasper. Were you working with them all along?
No, but I received an interesting call during the rally from Agent Hill asking me to check on someone. By the time I got there, your club was already gone.
Agent Hill says,
I'll give you this much. You bikers sure know how to clear out when word spreads that there are cops or agents in the area.
King snorts.
It's a gift.
Why did you call Jasper? I ask. And who were you checking in on?
I think I should start from the beginning.
He slides two files towards King and me.
First, let me start off by saying that this meeting never happened. We never met, and I never showed you this.
That seems fucking shady,
King replies. Call it what you want. I only say this because when we leave, you have two options.
And that is?
Look at the files first.
King flips open the file in front of him. Jazz's face stares back at us in a mugshot. The file is thick, full of arrests starting at the age of 14.
The file you are looking at is for Nicole Box, a.k.a. Nicolette Delight, a.k.a. Jasmine or Jazz. She started working with us about 1 year ago.
King meets my gaze. That's when she started at the strip club. Why is she working with you?
Why does any criminal work with us? To save their own ass.
He goes on.
Our initial intention was for her to get information at the strip club. We're aware of the money laundering that occurs there, plus the obscene number of drugs that pass through the club and into the neighboring states. When she was offered a job at your clubhouse, we broadened our operation.
I open the file in front of me. Olivia's face smiles back, but not in a mugshot. No, this is a photo taken without her knowledge as she chats with a friend. Her file isn't as thick as Jazz's, and I resist flipping through it to see who she really is.
We reached out to Olivia Mayhem when we realized that Nicole was getting too comfortable at the club. We knew that Olivia would catch the attention of Zayn Razor Smith. Physically, she looks like every serious girlfriend he's ever had.
King shoots me a look. Fuck, they know our real names. Agent Hill goes on.
She agreed to help us. In exchange, we offered to cover her tuition for her final year of college.
Which would mean the world to her. I haven't known her that long, but I know that much. Why did she agree? At his look, I say, what were you holding over her head?
She was simply repaying a favor.
Sounds like bullshit to me. King says.
She had a file that is locked. Does it have anything to do with that? It does.
Agent Hill leans forward. And that file will remain locked. That girl has been through enough. There's no sense in reopening old wounds. So she and Jazz were helping you and what? One of them started leaking information to another club? Agent Hill pulls out his phone, putting it on the table. He hits play. I don't have time for your games, Miss Mayhem. Agent Hill, Jazz and I are in trouble. I figured out who's been leaking information to the Inferno Bastards, and she's drugged Jazz with something. We're in an RV at this rally. Do you know the location? Somewhere in Mississippi? That's not helpful. According to the GPS signal, my nearest guy is an hour away. We don't have an hour. Then I suggest you run, Miss Mayhem. What about Jazz? The line ends, and Agent Hill puts the phone away. King grips the table. She called you for help, and you fucking hung up on her? Agent Hill says she knew the risks when she agreed to help. And now she's in the fucking hospital. I spit out. And Jazz might never be the same. Nicole will come out of this state soon. We've seen other cases like hers, and it can take up to 14 days. He continues. As for Miss Mayhem, I received word that she's in surgery at this very moment. It seems she has an infection from lack of proper medical care. So if anything happens to her, that's on you, not me. I hate that he's fucking right. If I had just let Bash take her to the hospital. King says, You said we had two options. Yes, you now know who our informants are. I assume they won't be welcome back to your club after this, but there's still the question of who the mole in your club was. He pulls out a third file. Ira Mama Bear Masters. She's the one who's had your club fooled for years. This file differs from Jazz's and Olivia's. This one has lists of who all Mama Bear contacted, trying to take down my club. And it's a fucking long list. There are phone records and photos of her meeting with Maniac. She's also the one who killed Ernest Big E. Johnson in the hospital. We suspect he figured out what she was up to after the botched run. God damn it. So, your two choices are to leave, pretending this conversation never happened, and taking vengeance against Paul Maniac Ashton on your own. Or turn him over to us. What do we get if we do that? A clear conscience. I snort. We need more than that. Who's to say once we hand him over you don't try to come after us? He pulls out another file. We have information on Paul Ashton. His name comes up on several big occurrences, and the agency would like to see justice served. We are willing to wipe the slate clean, so to speak. You hand him over, and the file we have on your club goes away. Jasper says, It's a good deal, Saint. What about Olivia and Jazz? They will continue to receive medical care at no cost to them. When they're released from the hospital, we're offering them a chance to start over. New names and identities, if that's what they want. My chest feels tight at the thought of never seeing Olivia again. And you won't call either of them for any more favors? No, we won't. I look at King, who nods. We accept. I have to warn you, Maniac isn't in the best shape. Agent Hill holds up his hand. No need to divulge any more. I'll text you an address. Be there tonight with him, and we'll handle the rest. Deal. He stands. Gentlemen, thank you. I call after him. What about Olivia? What about her? Will we be able to see her? I believe that will be up to Miss Mayhem. He walks away with Jasper, not looking back. When he's gone, I turn to King. How did I not know this was all happening right under my nose? Don't beat yourself up. Mama Bear had us all fooled. He rubs the bridge of his nose. Think he means it when he says we're getting a clean slate? I don't know, man. But if we are, we need to make the most of it. He nods. Things change today. Things change today. I agree.
30. Olivia. My side hurts, and I moan. There, honey. The worst is over. Opening my eyes, I find a nurse standing next to my bed. What? My throat is dry, and I can't seem to speak. Don't force it, honey. You've been out of it for a few days. She points to a whiteboard on the wall. My name is Jenna, and I'm your nurse. You've been here for 12 days in the ICU. I nod my understanding. Are you in any pain? I nod again. Can you point to this chart to show me how much pain you're in? She pulls a laminated chart from her pocket. There's a smiling face under number 1, all the way to a frowning face under number 10. I point to 6. Okay, honey, we can handle that. I'll be right back. She leaves, and I close my eyes. The next time I wake up, it's dark outside. A man is at my bedside, checking the fluid attached to my IV. Water, I croak out. He smiles. Of course. He pours some water into a little pink cup, handing it to me. Just take it slow, he warns. I take a sip and sputter as it slides down my dry throat. My stomach aches as I move, but I have to stay awake. I need to know what happened. After another sip, I ask, how did I get here? You don't remember? I shake my head. Someone dropped you off. You were an innocent bystander during a motorcycle gang shooting outside of a store. My pulse spikes as bits of that night come back to me. He's wrong. I was involved in something with 2 members of a motorcycle club, but not in front of a store. My nurse goes on. It was a drug deal gone bad. One guy died and the other got away. Does this mean Maniac escaped? You were lucky those strangers brought you in. I heard one of them was shaken over it. He didn't want to leave your side. A flash of Bash holding my hand as white lights flash overhead crosses my mind. Bash is the one who didn't want to leave my side. In fact, they keep coming around, asking if they can see you. Unfortunately, that is against hospital rules, since they're not immediate family. He peers down at me. Unless you would like to see them? When he moves, I catch a small glimpse of a tattoo on his neck. A skull with wings stares back at me. I nod. I want to see them. I'll see what I can do. He smiles. Rest now. And so I do. They don't come to see me for the next few days. My nurse, Dennis, assures me they will, but I'm starting to wonder. Late one evening, there's a knock on the door. When I look up, I gasp. Bash! Bash crosses the room, taking my hand in his. I've been so worried. They wouldn't let us see you until tonight. Let me guess. Club favor? Something like that. Saint pulled some strings. My heart flutters a little. How is everyone? How's Jazz? Everyone is good. He pauses. Jazz still isn't responding, but we've been told that she'll come out of it. I tried to stop him, I say, shaking my head. Oh my God, what about Maniac? The last thing I remember is him crawling toward the door. We got your text message, and we were heading to the RV when the gun went off the first time. By the time we went in, you'd been shot twice, and Maniac was almost to the door. We got him, though. God, where is he now? Before he can answer, Razor and King walk in, both carrying flowers. King kisses my forehead. How are you feeling? I've been better. Razor pulls me into a hug, holding me close, not saying a word. I'm okay, I murmur. Promise. When he pulls away, he has tears in his eyes, which make my own eyes water. Bash says, I was just about to tell Liv where Maniac is. If you can pull it together, Razor. Razor flips off Bash and rubs his eyes. King sits in the chair next to my bed and says, Hell of a story. What happened? Bash answers, Saint and King met with Agent Hill. The monitor in the room notes my erratic heartbeat, enough so that Dennis pops his head in. Doing okay?
He's eyeing the guys, though, like he's about to tell them to get the hell out of here. Yeah, I'm good. When he's gone, I ask, what did Agent Hill have to say? King replies,
He told us everything. How Jazz came to work for the club. How you came to work for the club.
my eyes water. I can explain,
There's no need to.
Saint says from the door. He's holding a gigantic bouquet of wildflowers, putting King's and Razor's flowers to shame. He sets them on the table and turns to face me.
We made a deal with Agent Hill. We turned Maniac over to him to be prosecuted. In exchange, you and Jazz will be given the chance to start over somewhere new, all expenses paid.
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything. Just think about it.
He motions for the guys to stand.
We need to go. We bribed your nurse to let us in here for 10 minutes. Don't want to piss him off.
Bash, Razor, and King each kiss me on the head before leaving. When they're gone, Saint stares down at me.
I'm sorry I couldn't protect you.
Saint. He leans over, brushing his lips on my cheek.
Rest, Olivia. We can talk later.
This feels like a goodbye. I can't explain it, but Saint is letting me go. When he gets to the door, I call his name. Saint. He stops and looks at me, warring emotions on his face. But I don't have words. How do I tell him that I'm sorry for lying? That I would do this all over just to be in their lives? That I love him? He smiles, as if he knows the train of my thoughts. And then he's gone. 31. Olivia. I'm in the hospital for 6 weeks before I get out. The month of July has flown by as I watched from a window in my room. Bash, Razor, and King spend their free time with me, but it's not the same. And I miss Saint. Now it's August. I overhear two of the nurses talking in the hallway about how they're glad their kids are going back to school, which means it's almost time for me to go back to school too. Dennis enters, carrying my lunch tray. We've become friends over the last month, and I found out how he came to have a Devil's Regents tattoo on his neck. His boyfriend was in the club and wanted him to have his mark. Sadly, one night he had too much to drink and went out on his bike. He didn't survive the crash. Dennis told me it almost broke him, but Saint helped him through it. Dennis smiles.
You look like you're a million miles away.
Just thinking of how most of my summer was spent in here.
That sucks. But I have news for you.
He grins.
You're getting out today.
I am? I stand. Oh gosh, I don't even have anything to wear.
I believe Saint is supposed to drop off a bag.
Is he the one who's picking me up today? Dennis sits on the foot of my bed.
I have to know, what is going on between the two of you? I've known Saint for a while, and I've never seen him act like this over anyone. But then I see Bash, Razor, and the oh-so-sexy King making out with you when you think I'm not looking.
He wags a finger at me.
And don't give me the it's complicated bullcrap.
I'm with Bash, and Razor, and King. He puts his hands over his heart.
You may be my hero. What about Saint?
We're not. I don't think he likes me like that.
I think you're wrong. I've seen the way he looks at you.
I shake my head. He didn't seem very interested when I told him how I felt. Dennis says,
It's not my place to say this, but has Saint ever told you about his past?
No? Why?
When I first met Saint, he was going through some things.
Such as? Dennis looks me straight in the eyes.
His wife had just died. It was very sudden and very tragic. From what everyone says, it changed him a lot.
I had no idea. I think back to the rocking chair in his closet. But maybe it's not that far-fetched. Dennis goes on.
I'm just saying that since then, he hasn't been serious with anyone. Maybe he's scared to get close to you. I mean, he's already lost one person he loved.
Saint. I back away from the door, my throat burning. Damn Dennis. He isn't wrong, but it's not his place to be telling Olivia this. I go into the men's restroom, locking the door behind me. I haven't thought of her in so long, but being here has brought up memories that I wish I could forget. Like how I let her down, how her death is my fault, how Olivia reminds me of her. Rubbing my hands over my face, I know what I have to do. I send a text to Bash, Razor, and King, telling them we need to talk as soon as I get back with Olivia. They're not going to be happy about my decision, but they won't go against me. Not on this. When I've regained my composure, I go out of the bathroom to Olivia's room. She's sitting on the edge of her bed, smiling at Dennis. I tap on the door. I hear you get out today. I hold up the bag in my hand. I brought you some clothes.
Thank you.
She stands.
Do I have time for a shower before we go home?
Home. I nod. Of course. She goes to the bathroom, closing the door. Dennis turns to me.
You heard me earlier, didn't you?
I did.
I figured. Saw a shadow by the door that disappeared after I said a bit about you being married.
He pauses.
I'm not trying to get in your business, Saint. You know I respect you and everything you've done for me, but I have to say this. You're making a mistake by pushing her away.
I appreciate your concern. He smiles, shaking his head.
That's one thing I don't miss.
Come again?
You bikers are too stubborn sometimes.
He stands.
Just think about it before you do something you're going to regret. She's a good girl. She can make you happy.
It was good seeing you, Dennis.
Some things never change.
He mutters as he leaves. He's right. That's why I have to do this before Olivia gets hurt. Again. Olivia chats happily as we drive back to the clubhouse.
I can't believe it's already August.
Reaching into my pocket, I pull out her phone. We've been texting your friends so they didn't worry about you. Your roommate, Lucy, has been very persistent.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about texting her.
She scrolls through her phone and lets out a laugh.
Pneumonia, huh?
We figured it would explain why you didn't feel like getting out. Better than telling her you were shot by an outlaw. This makes her frown.
I still can't believe Mama Bear did that to the club.
After looking into her past, I'm not surprised. What's shocking is that she waited so long. Apparently, she was gunning for me to die for years.
Any word on Jazz?
I shake my head. Nothing new. She looks out her window.
I wish I could have done more to protect her.
You saved her life. We arrive at the clubhouse where Bash, Razor, and King wait. The fuckers made a banner welcoming her home. I frown. There's that word again. I park and King opens her door.
Welcome home, sugar.
He kisses her until she giggles. Bash and Razor each have similar moments with her. I get out, motioning for a prospect to come over. Help her to her room, I say. Tell her I'll be in there in a bit to talk to her. Then I get my men's attention. They follow me to the conference room. When we get inside, I close the door. I've made a decision about Olivia. I swear to God, they freeze. Bash looks scared. Razor can't look me in the eye, and fucking King knows me better than anyone, and he knows what I'm about to say. He shakes his head.
No, brother. Doesn't have to be like this.
It does. Razor says.
She didn't do anything wrong.
She lied to us and was working with the feds.
This is fucking bullshit, Saint.
Call it what you want, but the others won't want her around when they know what she did.
Then don't fucking tell them.
I shake my head. That isn't how we work as a club, Razor. You, out of everyone, should know that. King asks. Have you told her? No. I wanted to give each of you time to say goodbye. I pause. And that's what this has to be. A goodbye.
How will we know she's safe? Bash questions. What if Maniac and Psycho had more men that we don't know about?
We can keep tabs on her, but for her sake, she can't know we're there. She deserves a chance to move on from this, from us. Hell, Asian Hill is offering to give her a brand new life. She won't get that if we don't cut all ties here and now. They sit there, soaking in what I've said. But it's time to deal the final blow. Her roommate is moving into their new townhouse today. I'm going to have one of the prospects take her and her things there after you've each talked to her. And tomorrow, we have church.
Business as fucking usual.
Razor mutters. That's right, Razor. I stand. You each have 30 minutes to say goodbye to her, unless anyone objects to this ruling. They say nothing because, when it comes down to it, they know I'm right. We're bad for Olivia, and she deserves the best. As I walk away from my most loyal men, I pray they can forgive me for this, because I'm not sure I can forgive myself.
32. Olivia. There's a knock on my door. When I open it, King is there, but he's not smiling.
Can we talk?
Sure, come in. I step aside so he can enter. When I close the door, he pulls me into his arms, kissing me. I run my fingers through his long hair. Hey now, I'm okay, I whisper. I promise.
Olivia.
His voice breaks, and he kisses me again. He kisses me like a man saying goodbye. King? He cups my face with his hands.
I care about you so damn much. I'm just sorry we didn't have much time together.
King, you're scaring me.
We voted today,
He says.
Olivia.
Again, he can't finish a sentence, but I think I know what he's going to say. When?
Today.
No. King. He presses his forehead against mine.
I'll never forget you, Olivia Mayhem.
I won't forget you either, King. He pulls away, looking pained.
One day you will. This will be a distant memory. You'll meet a nice guy, and then you won't think of us again.
I shake my head. I'll think about you until the day I die. He gives me a heartbreaking smile.
I selfishly hope so.
There's a knock on the door, and I realize they're each going to say goodbye to me. My heart shatters, but I have to let them do this. After all, that's what you do for the ones you love. King leaves, and Razor enters, looking even more dejected than King.
He told you?
Yes. He nods. Looking at him in this moment, I see a wall going up around him. My sweet Razor doesn't do well with goodbyes, so I won't drag this out for him. Brushing my lips against his cheek, I say, "It's okay, Razor. We'll both make it through this."
Promise?
I nod. Yeah. His mouth crashes over mine, and he kisses me until I'm breathless. He pulls away just as fast and leaves, slamming the door behind him. Tears fill my eyes, but I have to be strong. There's a soft knock on the door, and I close my eyes, regaining my composure.
Liv? Can I come in?
I open the door. Bash isn't like me, and allows his tears to fall freely.
Are you okay? I know this is a lot to take in, especially after just getting out of the hospital.
I'll be fine, I assure him. I expected this. The thing is, I've lied so much in my life that he actually believes me. I can see it all over his face and in his body as a weight is lifted from his shoulders. He lets out a sigh. I don't want you to go, Liv, but I know it's for the best. I brush my lips against his. I know, Bash. I know. Do you need help packing? Packing? My heart falls even more, and I understand what is happening. Saint is making sure I'm gone before anyone can change their minds. I shake my head. No, I've got it. Thank you. He nods, looking uncomfortable. Bash, I promise I'm good. But I should start packing. Okay. He gives me one last look before leaving. When he's gone, I sit on the edge of the bed, feeling sick. Why didn't I see this coming? Hell, I lied to them. There is no way that I can be allowed to stay. They can't trust me. And who can blame them? They think they're letting me go for my own good, but what they don't know is this is for their own good. They still don't know everything about me. If they did, they definitely wouldn't want to keep me. So even though this hurts like hell, this is for the best. I'll remind myself of this lie every damn day until I believe it as the truth. So the only thing I can do is pack and be ready for Saint to come talk to me. And I'll do my best not to let him see that this is killing me. 1 hour later, my room is packed, and I wait for that final knock on my door. When he knocks, I jump, but then I let him in. His face is unreadable as he closes the door behind him, and I prepare myself for whatever he has to say. I owe him that much. Saint looks down at me with those big brown eyes that haunt my dreams. I'm sorry, Olivia. You aren't welcome here anymore. Even though I knew it was coming, my heart breaks. Saint, you're not meant for a place like this. Hell, even when you were helping the feds, you were still looking out for us. I can see it in his face. He's not going to change his mind. Will I see you again? What if this is the last time I ever get to talk to him? What then? He looks tired. I don't think so. The prospects will make sure you get moved into your new place, and then we'll leave you alone. Just like that? I shake my head. Saint, this is wrong. I'm supposed to be here, with you, King, Bash, and Razor. What kind of fucking life is that, Olivia? He asks, his voice rising. What, you want to be our whore for the rest of your life? Is that good enough for you? He's just given me hope, even though he didn't mean to. Your whore? What? You just said I was yours, too. Not just King, Razor, and Bash's. I move closer to him. Heat radiates off his powerful body. Saint, I'll go, because I can see this is what you think needs to happen. But you have to do something for me first. And that is? Kiss me. His eyes widen, and he shakes his head. No. I'm already yours. I've told you this. But for some reason, you don't think you're good enough to be mine. You're wrong, Saint Massacre. But you'll have to figure that out on your own. So until that happens, I'll go. But not before you kiss me. I move closer to him until we're chest to chest. Saint. His head dips, and his hot breath meets mine. He's so close that all I have to do is lift just a little. But this has to be him. He has to be the one to want to kiss me. He moves even closer, and my eyes close. Olivia, you need to leave. Now. Opening my eyes, I meet his gaze. Saint. He straightens. Goodbye, Olivia. He walks away from me just as I feel the first signs of heartbreak. No, this isn't how this ends.
He doesn't get to just send me away. Not when I let them in, breaking every single one of my rules. Saint! He doesn't turn around this time. Saint! The door closes as he leaves, and I sit on the floor, trying not to lose it. I thought they were my saviors, but I was wrong. So fucking wrong. This concludes Her Saviors by Sarah Bale, narrated by Charlotte Claremont and Oliver Highpoint. Copyright 2020 by Sarah Bale. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Sarah Bale, care of Stephanie Hansen, DBA Metamorphosis Literary Agency, and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.